had become, and how much snow had accumulated during the day, I was glad to see it. After jiggling the door just so, he popped it open. Within lay some kind of meeting place, but more comfortable than HQ. Instead of tables, there were padded chairs and sofas scattered throughout. Shelving contained a few old books, most in worse condition than The Day Boy and The Night Girl. "What is this?" I asked, stepping in. "The Officers' Club. It's where they go in their off hours to drink and avoid their families." That sounded odd. "Are you sure nobody will catch us?" He shook his head. "They're asleep by now. I've come here to think more than once, and nobody bothered me. The enlisted men are afraid of punishment, so they don't trespass. As long as we don't turn on any lights or make a ton of noise, none of the watchmen will come in." The fire had burned down low, so Fade moved to stir it, churning the orange glowing sparks through the ashes. Then he added a length of wood from the pile. With careful management, the blaze caught. Then he beckoned me to the sofa nearest the hearth. It was old and worn, like most things in Soldier's Pond. I could see where the leather had been poorly patched. It was toasty in here compared with the outdoors. I imagined being in the woods and shivered. Fade pulled me down beside him, probably believing I was cold. I didn't enlighten him as I settled against his side. Warmth prickled over my skin, both from the cheerful fire and his proximity. "This is a nice surprise. I hadn't known there was any place we could escape to here." "It's not the same," he said. I knew what he meant. The first night we stayed together, there had been candles and kissing, whispered words, and inexpressible sweetness. There's only one way to find out. Holding his gaze with mine, I waited until he offered permission in the form of a quick nod. Then I touched his cheek with gentle fingertips, tracing over to his temple. I feathered my hand into his hair. His breath caught, but I didn't think it was because I was hurting or scaring him. Still, I paused to make sure he was still with me. His eyes were dark and hot, half-lidded. "More," he whispered. I obliged. Shaping his head with my fingertips, I petted him as I had done the night he slept with his head in my lap. And by his expression, he remembered. Maybe I could help by reminding him of all the good feelings that came along with being touched. I was slow and gentle, no sudden movements, and when I grazed the nape of his neck with my nails, he actually shivered. Fade leaned closer and wrapped his arms around me. He didn't seem to be thinking at all anymore, his face soft and dreamy. When he kissed the side of my throat, I bit my lip. It felt surprisingly good. He followed with more kisses just beneath my jaw. His skin rasped slightly against mine, reminding me that he was a man, not a boy. And he'd shaved off the scruffy beard grown over weeks in the wild. My heartbeat quickened as his mouth grew more heated, and he hadn't even touched my lips. He was breathing fast when he put a hand on my shoulder. He urged me back on the sofa, and I let him because I had the odd desire for him to cover me like a blanket. Fade made a satisfied sound as he lay down, and then kissed me. My eyes closed. The feeling exploded like embers of the fire, kindling into a full burn. It was a summer sky of a kiss, breathless and endlessly blue, full of berry sweetness and sunshine. That long, luxuriant tasting turned into smaller kisses, our lips touching again and again, until we were both shivering, despite the warmth of the room. Fade drew back and framed my face in his palms. I could see powerful emotion working in his eyes. "I was afraid," he whispered. "But I was wrong to be. This is still perfect. Even if I'm not." "I'm not either," I whispered. I moved beneath him, and his expression grew pained. He pushed back before he could help himself, teasing us both. In that moment, I'd have given him anything. This is... He trailed off as I settled beneath him, finding the right fit. We could. I knew exactly what I was suggesting. Not here, with no guarantee of privacy. It should be special. Fade shifted then, drawing me into his arms. We twined like tree and vine, his legs tangled with mine, and I lay so I could feel the warmth of the fire on my back. I kissed his neck. I love you. His voice came low and rough. I love you too. My response was smooth and easy, as if I had been waiting my whole life to offer him those words. No doubts, no hesitations. This feeling was woven through me until it seemed like it would kill me to root it out. Thanks for not giving up on me. Have you ever known me to walk away from a fight? I cocked a brow in challenge. Fade laughed softly. Never. We should get back before someone catches us, or Mama Oaks notices we're gone. With a groan, he let go of me. I took that for agreement. As we slipped out of the officers' club, the night was still quiet, with the moon reflecting off the new fallen snow. Our tracks had been covered, so we made new ones back to the barracks. But Fade left me there with a rueful shake of his head. I can't come to bed yet. I'm going for a run. I blushed because I understood why, so I slid into bed, but not before Mama Oaks raised up on an elbow and fixed me with a sleepy, pointed look. It said, "You haven't gotten away with anything." For some reason, I wanted to laugh, but that would wake Edmund and Rex, so I just rolled into my blankets. I barely stirred when Fade got into the bunk above mine. And in the morning, everything was different. I didn't understand the shift at first, but soldiers I didn't know greeted me by name. A few stopped me to ask about the freak fang necklaces my men wore, and a sentry called down from the tower, "Let's hear it for Company D!" In the mess, I found my men all sitting together, including Stalker's scouts. They waved me over to join them. I brought my food, surprised by their camaraderie. Both success and failure created bonds, I supposed, and we'd seen our share of each while we traveled. "Does anyone know why we're getting VIP treatment?" Tully wanted to know. "What's a VIP?" I was glad Stalker asked, because I didn't know either. "Very important person." Morrow grinned. "I might have had something to do with that. Between my account of the treaty and the talking freak, they think we can move mountains." "Deuce especially," Spence noted. I mumbled a curse. "What did you tell them?" "So, what's the plan for the spring campaign?" Thornton interrupted, changing the subject. They took it for granted we'd be going out again, that we wouldn't rest on our laurels once the cold weather passed. In all honesty, I had no grand scheme, but I didn't care to disappoint them. So I considered while I ate my breakfast, listening to them swap jests. Fade sat beside me, quiet, but not in a sad or brooding way, more quietly watchful, the way he'd been before the freaks took him. "Scouting first," I said in the first lull. "After the thaw. To plan, I need intel on how much of the Horde survived the winter. Fortunately, the muties aren't as good at strategy yet." "Yet," Tully muttered. I nodded at her. "Who knows how fast they'll catch on. Once we know how many are left and where they're headed, we can decide what to do." Nobody laughed or said that 12 soldiers couldn't make a difference. We already had. "You know my favorite part of this?" Spence grinned as he asked the question. I shook my head. What? We're all off the regular duty rosters. That means no midnight watches, no patrols outside the fence, no cooking, cleaning the bathhouse, or working in the animal sheds. Thornton smirked. That is a boon. I can't remember the last time I had an easy winter. If anyone complains, Morrow put in, tell them you're part of Company D. I glanced at Tegan, who shook her head. I heard it, but I don't know what it means. It's our squad name, Morrow said. Who came up with it? Stalker asked. The storyteller's expression grew crafty. The men who want to join up. I've been spreading the word about our success, and they decided the squad should be named after Deuce. I suspected there might be more to say, but he didn't, and I was too delighted at learning we had more potential recruits to pursue the matter. That day, 10 men approached me quietly and asked whether I'd consider letting them volunteer when we marched out for the second time. Harry Carter among them. He'd wanted to come before, but he wasn't strong enough. Whether it was the first taste of success or the idea of getting off the duty roster, I wasn't sure, but I told all of them that they were welcome. The following night, I spoke to 5 more. A week later, Zach Bigwater approached me. He was the only member of his family to survive the fire, and for a while, I didn't know whether he'd make it. For weeks he didn't speak, and it was a chore for Tegan to get him to eat. But he came to see me that afternoon. I want to join Company D, he said without preamble. Why? Because I'm tired of feeling helpless. I think you need to tell me what happened in Salvation. He squeezed his eyes shut. So many people died because of me. The town was under siege. It wasn't your fault. It was, he said heavily. I ran and hid. I was paralyzed when the walls came down. I should have told somebody sooner about the tunnel, but I couldn't make myself move, even as people died all around me. I'm a coward. His actions didn't recommend him as a volunteer, but I thought I understood why he wanted to fight. And you're looking to redeem yourself now? Prove something? If it's possible, he whispered. Then welcome aboard. I'd keep an eye on him, but I couldn't turn anyone away. The number of fresh volunteers trickled off as the weeks wore on, and the snow piled higher. During the cold months, I kept my men sharp. I asked for, and received, an indoor training yard. The colonel responded with her typical ambivalence, and put us in the cowshed. With the animals in their stalls, there was room for us to spar, and I pushed the others, myself as well. We drilled hard, practiced fighting as a group, worked out silent command signals and battle strategies for all kinds of scenarios. Word got out about our sessions, and the men who had asked to join up, but were not yet officially part of Company D, worked in their off hours, concerned about keeping up with us. By the time the snow started to melt, we were all stronger, and Tegan was a wonder with her staff, banded properly with metal for optimal impact. All over Soldiers Pond, they called us an elite unit, which meant we were really good at fighting. To my astonishment, I trotted out Silk's old lectures. I think she'd be pleased. Don't waste your energy. Kill quickly. We'll be battling superior numbers, so save your strength. No showing off. Just take your opponent down, then move on to the next. I watched them spar for a few seconds, shaking my head. Thornton, you're working too hard. Yes, you're a brute, but crushing skulls is exhausting. I need you to kill faster. I'm an old man. But it wasn't a protest. It was a statement. Unbelievable to have this grizzled veteran taking criticism from me so readily. Show me an easier way. Over the past month, it had become apparent that he had little hand-to-hand training, so I put him with Stalker. Eventually, I got him to use 2 small hand axes instead of weights in his fists. The blades were heavy enough that he felt comfortable with them, well suited to efficient hacking motions that should drop freaks quicker. In early March, Stalker and 5 scouts went out to locate the Horde. It was a risky mission, and I worried the whole time they were gone. The rest of us continued training. I had to feel confident we'd function as a unit when we moved out. A week later, the scouting party returned, half frozen and starved, but full of interesting information. Stalker dismissed the others while he and I went to the mess. It wasn't open for meals, but there were always drinks available. I poured 2 mugs of herbal tea from the warm pot and settled at our usual table. Stalker's skin was ruddy and chapped, his lips split. Despite melting snow and occasional bursts of sunshine, the weather was still raw. I hoped that meant bad things for the enemy. With so many animals in hibernation, game was scarce this time of year. With any luck, the Horde had to turn most of its attention to finding food, rather than attacking human settlements.
"It's bad," he said quietly. "Appleton is gone."
That hit me hard. They'd laughed at us there, less extreme than the hanging they threatened in Gaspard, but still bad enough that I had unpleasant memories of the place. Appleton was bigger than Salvation, but less defensible. I suspected it hadn't been a problem when the freaks were scattered nuisances. People who hadn't seen the Horde before it swept down on them couldn't imagine the sheer numbers, or the horror, so I didn't blame them for the reaction. But it was horrible they'd paid such a high price for their skepticism. Survivors?
No. They butchered the townsfolk, and the Horde seemed to be digging in. Looked like fewer bodies than last time, but there's still a couple thousand of them.
I hoped the cold would call more of them. Stalker shook his head, sipping his hot drink.
I bet that's why they took Appleton. They're roasting the townsfolk, plus they have shelter and supplies. They'll be fine until spring.
This was just the kind of news I dreaded. I was sure Appleton's relative lack of defenses had contributed to the Horde's decision to sack that town first. Soldier's Pond would have required a lot more time and effort. And in the cold, with a weakening force, it made sense to take out a soft target. Come spring, however, every town in the territories would be at risk. "Will you tell the Colonel?" I asked. He nodded, offering a half smile.
"I appreciate you asking me instead of ordering."
"You run the scouts, not me. I just thought she might benefit from the information." If the loss of a town within 2 weeks of travel didn't alarm her, the Colonel wasn't as smart as I thought. This gave the Horde a terrifying foothold in the area. When the weather improved, they'd consider what target to eliminate next. If they came to Soldier's Pond, it meant a long, ugly siege. Eventually, the freaks would figure out how to get around, or tear down, the fences, or the ammo stockpile would run out. I couldn't let that happen to my family. Not again. Entreaty. It was just after the noon meal when the messenger arrived from Winterville. I had been braced for bad news since I heard Stalker's report, so I wasn't surprised by the urgency. The runner was ragged and thin, and by his various wounds, he wasn't accustomed to traveling. The odd thing about his injuries, though, they didn't look as if a freak had inflicted them. I strode up to the guards, listening to his breathless stammers, and my status in town had changed to the point that none of them questioned my presence. They were used to seeing me roam in and out of HQ, consulting with Colonel Park on concerns she didn't share with anyone but her advisors.
"We need help,"
the man was gasping. "Muties?" Morgan asked. I had learned that he was married to the Colonel, not that they were effusive in their public affections. Since Winterville was closer than Salvation, it was possible we could mount a successful defense, depending on the nature of the attack. The weather wasn't ideal for mobilizing, but if we packed well and moved fast, we might be able to hit them from behind. As I recalled, the research annex was mostly built from a peculiar, wrinkled metal, so at least it wouldn't burn before we got there. The rest of the houses might well be gone, however. The messenger shook his head, startling us all. "Dr. Wilson said to find Deuce. He said to tell her there's trouble on the south side, that she'll know what it means." I bit out a curse. Whatever they had done with their feral humans, containment must have failed. And from what I recalled of Winterville, they had no dedicated warriors. It was an odd little town, no mistake, but that didn't mean they all deserved to be killed because Wilson was a madman who invented crazy potions and tested them on his own people. "Get this man some medical attention," I said to the guards. "Then find him some hot food. I'll take it from here." It wasn't until I was walking away, and I heard Morgan say, "Come on, we'll take you to see Doc Teagan first," that it fully sank in just how much things had changed. Those men took my orders without question, and they weren't even part of Company D. My shoulders squared, and I walked a little taller on the way to HQ. Inside, the colonel was waiting for my word on the situation. Quickly I summarized the problem, then reminded her of what Wilson had told me. She listened with her usual acuity. Since our go-round earlier in the year when I'd threatened to cut her throat, the colonel treated me with caution and respect. I'd come to the conclusion she wasn't a bad person, but like Silk, she had the ability to make awful choices for the good of the whole. It wasn't a trait I coveted. "Do you have any idea how many infected souls we're talking about?" I shook my head. "They won't be as smart as the muties we've been fighting, though. Wilson said their higher brain function was compromised. Though I wasn't fully clear on what that meant, I guessed they'd be like the freaks I fought first, down below." "So you don't know how many men you need?" "I have 44 at last count. Such a small crew, compared with the Horde, but we'd likely be equal to the problems in Winterville." "Then handle it. By the way, I've decided to commission Company D formally for rescue operations. Given what we know of mutant intentions and numerical advantage, it seems likely more of these requests will arrive. You'll retain command, and we'll assess all threats and determine the best response, according to our resources." "I thought I wasn't old enough to enlist," I said. "And you haven't. Elite squads aren't subject to the same regulations." By her smug smile, she was pleased at getting around the rules while still finding a use for my team. "With respect, sir, I decline your offer. I intend to take anyone who will join up, not just men from Soldier's Pond." I struggled with how to word my explanation. "Our cause still isn't about defending towns. Company D is meant to end the mutie threat. So while we'll handle appeals for help if they come while we're in town, I can't guarantee we will be. The fight's out there, and I intend to be too, as long as the weather holds. Right now, we don't have the numbers to face the Horde. But someday—" I trailed off, my meaning plain. This time she didn't laugh. "I understand." Her eyes were sad, but her tone was brisk when she added, "You'll need to brief your men and get moving. No telling how bad it is in Winterville." "Yes, sir." I didn't salute her when I left as the others did. Colonel Park wasn't my leader. I shared information with her out of respect, not obligation. I'd meant it when I said she'd get nothing else out of me. I wasn't a little black piece on her maps, willing to move against the red markers at her will. When I met the men, already assembled in the shed for afternoon training, I gave them the quick rundown. I finished with, "Get your gear. We're moving in an hour." It didn't take long to raid my footlocker and pack my things. I was lacing up my boots when Mama Oaks found me. She was carrying a bundle. I first thought she'd made some more clothes. Then she unfolded the fabric, and the shape marked it as wrong for a shirt or a gown. The material was plain, the first I'd seen since my arrival that hadn't been dyed olive drab. She had cut it into a triangle and banded the edges in green. Square in the middle sat a stitched version of my personal token, a black spade with a 2 on top of it. The dark symbol looked powerful against the pale background, more so because she'd embroidered a red border. She had precious few supplies left from her seamstress work in Salvation, and I couldn't believe she'd used them up to make such a thing for me. I also didn't know what it was. "It's a pennant," she explained. "I read in a book where warriors used to fly their colors when they went to war, so all their enemies would see them and despair." This was the truest love. She hated it every time I went out, but because she loved me, she supported me, even though it scared her. A fist tightened around my heart. "Thank you," I said. "It's wonderful. How am I supposed to display it?" "On a short pole, I think. I have Edmund working on it." "We're leaving soon," I said, hating to disappoint her. "I know. He'll be along shortly." Mama Oaks paused. "Do you trust me, Deuce?" "Of course." "Then let me have your token." My hand went to the hidden pocket in my shirt reflexively. Over the course of my travels, the card had become more blood-stained, but I had never lost it. I fought the urge to ask why. Instead, I proved my faith by producing it and offering it to her without a word. My mother smiled as she got out her needle, then she sewed the card into the center of the banner. "Now it's finished. This represents your fighting spirit, and I truly believe as long as you keep it safe, you cannot fail." Tears sprang to my eyes at how she had combined her greatest skill with my custom, one she probably didn't even believe in. Shakily I hugged her and whispered, "Thank you." She pushed out a long breath and said, "Rex wants to go with you." I froze. "How do you feel about that?" "When we first arrived, he was grieving over Ruth, and I was afraid he'd do something foolish. But now it's been long enough." I heard what she didn't say. She wanted him to follow his heart, even if it was worrisome. "He hasn't said anything to me or attended any of our drills. Tell him if he still wants to join up, it needs to be after he's worked with us some. He'll ask why you've accepted strangers over him, no questions asked. Because they're trained soldiers and he's not. It would be irresponsible to take him into action without first teaching him how to fight." "That sounds fair." She was visibly relieved that we weren't both marching off today. I ended the discussion with a hug, but I couldn't linger. It wouldn't look good if I ordered the men to be ready in an hour, and I showed up late. Lead by example, Silk always said. And though I didn't agree with everything she'd shouted at me, that tenet stuck. Mama Oaks accompanied me to the gate, and as she'd promised, Edmund arrived soon after with a light metal rod. It wasn't so long it would be unwieldy or so heavy it would be a problem to carry. In efficient motions, she stitched the pennant to the pole while I counted heads. Fade was here. Thornton and Tegan, too. Zach Bigwater. Harry Carter. All the scouts, along with Morrow, Tully, and Spence. I'd memorized all the men's names because they weren't numbers to me. I ran down the roster mentally. "Everyone's present," I said. "Company D, move out." It was a miserable march, though our official flag cheered the men up considerably. They took turns carrying it, and eventually took to wagering over who got the privilege. I had nothing to do with that. They awarded it to one another for whimsical reasons. A good song, stealthy movements, a cheerful tale. Though I expected some of the new men to complain, as they weren't used to life in the field, none of them whined. That was a good start. The ground was marshy from melting snow and frozen by turns, so I watched my step. Stalker and his scouts ran vanguard, finding us a good, safe route to Winterville. Since I didn't know what we'd face once we arrived, it seemed best not to expend our energies more than necessary. There would definitely be fighting in town, and I hated the thought of killing humans. The handful of times I'd done so, I only enjoyed it once. Gary Miles, the Salvation soldier who thought girls were good for only one purpose, was no loss to the world. Despite the weather, we made good time. On the outskirts of Winterville, I waited while Stalker and his scouts surveyed the opposition. The rest of us were tense, listening for any sign that the afflicted were venturing past the Winterville boundaries. Now and again, I heard inhuman shrieks, wordless growls, awful but distinctive from any sound I ever heard the freaks utter. "This is horrible," Tegan whispered. I nodded. The scouting party didn't return a moment too soon. Though the former wolf was tough, even he was shaken when they returned. "I've never seen anything like it," Stalker said, still panting. "Every house is barricaded from the inside, windows and doors. And the town itself—" "Go on," I prompted. "There are people everywhere, attacking anything that moves, eating each other." Horror ran through me. Regardless whether the scientist, Wilson, had good intentions, he'd experimented without considering the consequences, and it now seemed that his work would end as badly as those that started all the trouble in the first place. If these people turn into freaks... With some effort, I curtailed my urge to speculate and focused on the facts. "How many?" I asked Stalker. 75 to 100. It's just an estimate." "Are they working together?" Stalker shook his head. "No. If anything, they're competing to get into the houses. It's grim. Maybe the worst thing I've ever seen. You'll understand when we move in." Considering what he and I had been through, that was quite a statement. But I didn't doubt him. Armed with this disturbing information, I went back to the others and gave the orders. "We're splitting into 4 teams of 11. I'll assign squad leaders to each, and you'll follow their instructions as if I had given them. Understood?" "Yes, sir," they chorused. I went on. "We have a devil of a mess to tidy up. While it's true we didn't make it, the people trapped in those houses are counting on us. I have no idea whether what Wilson did to these poor madmen is contagious, so protect yourselves from their teeth." Tegan bounced, which I took to mean she had something to add. "Blood can carry diseases too, so be careful. Try not to get it in your eyes or mouths, and if you have any open wounds, make sure they're covered before the battle begins." "Anything else, Doc?" She flushed with pleasure when I called her that, but she shook her head. That was the extent of her warnings, apparently. "Excellent. Some of you may hesitate when it sinks in, that we're fighting people. But remember, there's no help for them. That's the reason Wilson kept them penned up. He was trying to find a cure, but they're broken beyond fixing, and it's a kindness to put them down." The word sounded hard and cold to my own ears, but the men were nodding. "Now then, team leaders. Stalker, Fade, me, Morrow." The storyteller looked surprised to be called out, but he was smart, and he'd lead his men with the same care and wisdom he'd offered Tegan during their training sessions. To avoid any question of favoritism, and for the sake of speed, men counted off by 4s and then divided up accordingly. I ended up with Thornton and Spence, but not Tully, along with Tegan, 3 scouts, Zach Bigwater, and 3 fresh recruits. It was a good mix of skills with enough veterans that we should be able to compensate if Zack panicked under pressure. "Everyone knows who's in their squads?" I asked. They agreed in unison that they did. "Good. Then Stalker, you take the eastern section. I'll go west. Fade, you have the north. And Morrow, you've got the south, where the problem started. But from what Stalker said, there's trouble all over Winterville now." "I'm clear on the objective," Stalker said. Morrow inclined his head. "Me too." But Fade stepped close, gesturing to his men to wait a second. They were checking their weapons, talking in low voices about the fight to come. He leaned in with a furrowed brow. "Are you positive you want me in charge?" I understood that he thought he wasn't the hunter he had been, and he had doubts about his leadership. But Fade needed to stop treading in my shadow. He was every bit as fierce and strong as he had been, maybe more so. Blasted few people could survive an experience like his. Even less would be able to wade into battle afterward. He was one of the strongest, bravest people I'd ever known, and it was past time for him to acknowledge that. One step at a time. When I met his gaze, I didn't do so as the girl who loved him, or the huntress partnered with him down below. My tone was firm and cool. "Are you questioning my judgment?" I read the shock in his gaze, quickly veiled by a thick sweep of lashes. Then he stepped back. "No, sir. I have my assignment." I pitched my voice to Carrie. "When you clear your quadrant, head for the lab at the center of town. You can't miss it." I described the building, just in case. "Now, let's get this done." Slaughterhouse. If anything, Stalker understated the chaos and carnage. Winterville reeked of infection and death. The wind carried the stench from all corners, which told me nothing about where we'd find the afflicted ones. I stepped over a puddle of blood and scanned the area before I led my group west. Bloody palm prints stood out in sharp relief on the pale metal of the buildings. Zack Bigwater was an unknown quantity, but fortunately, I had veterans to compensate for his inexperience, and the rest of my team should be competent. My nerves drew taut as I listened. With a glance at Tegan, I confirmed that she heard it too. 40 paces on, we ran into the source of the noise. 10 feral humans surrounded a house, scrabbling at the barricaded windows, and their utter wrongness pierced me like a blade. As we approached, they turned, an uncontrollable impulse more than a decision, and ran at us with lips curled away from their teeth. I caught a glimpse of rabid eyes with starbursts of blood in the corners, normal human hands with nails untended until they were curled and yellow. Though I'd cautioned my people not to hesitate, I hated it when I drew my knives. These people didn't deserve this. Wilson had done it to them, with the best of intentions, but still, their suffering could be laid at his door. When the first lunged at me, I saw that he was Edmund's age. He might have been a farmer before, a normal man who loved his family and hated parsnips. Please, give me the strength to do what's needed. With a rush of sorrow, I took him down, and that kill set the tone for everyone else. I glanced around for Tegan, but she was executing the staff maneuvers Morrow had taught her with complete precision. We all accounted for one except for Zack. He froze while the rest of us defended. Afterward, he hunched and lost his breakfast. "How can you?" he asked in a low whisper. "They were people." Tears filled Tegan's eyes. "I know, but it was a mercy. They couldn't ever be who they were again. If they were in their right minds, it wouldn't be necessary." I checked all the bodies to make sure they were dead, taking care with their blood as Tegan had suggested. Thornton watched, Then he etched what I had learned was the sign of the cross. I'd seen Morgan do that as well, and he had explained it had spiritual significance when I asked. My family had religion, but they didn't favor that gesture. "What's wrong?" I asked him. "Lying there. They look so normal. Almost like us," the older man answered. I know. It was eerie. This was what it must have been like long ago, before everyone changed. I glimpsed the freak genesis in these poor lunatics, and it chilled me to the bone. With care, I closed all the eyes so that they weren't staring at the sky with eternal hunger. At last, satisfied they were all dead, I straightened, though part of me couldn't help a primitive fear that these corpses would rise and shamble after us. Apparently the others felt the same, because they backed off and didn't turn until we moved more than 50 paces away. I fell into step with Zack, keeping my tone low so the others couldn't hear, though they might well guess what I was saying. The next fight might be more challenging, and we can't carry your weight. Don't let me down. He nodded, looking ashamed. It won't happen again, I promise. I felt for him, this boy who had lost his whole family, and now had to learn to fight when that hadn't been his role from the beginning, as it had mine. But in this world, people had to adapt, or they died. Cowardice would haunt him all his life if he didn't find the courage to raise a weapon and hold his ground. It wasn't that I thought people who couldn't fight were worthless. That judgment came from deep inside the kid. He needed to earn his own self-respect. The next group ran at us from around a corner. There were no telltale sounds, but in a blink, there were 20 on top of us. I should have smelled them, but the miasma hung over the whole town. The stink was horrendous, and they were near starvation. Some had gnawed their own flesh, or maybe they'd done it to each other. But the bites were infected, and livid, sour milk flesh imprinted with savage red teeth marks. Our drills held up, though. The men fell into a circle as we had practiced, forcing the enemy to push through if they wanted to surround us. I expected Zack to falter again, but this time he brought his knives up and held the line. We were outnumbered, but these were creatures of madness and hunger, the way the old freaks had been. They knew nothing of tactics or strategy, only of the need burning like fire in their blood. The fight became an intricate dance of death. When Tegan swung her staff to sweep the legs and knocked one down, Thornton finished it with an efficient blow from his hatchet. I worked with Zack, keeping them off him while he discovered his confidence. He might not be a natural warrior, but he was determined, offering a block and feint to draw the snapping teeth. That opened the throat, and I cut it, then followed with a kick to avoid the spraying blood. Some spattered on my pants, but it couldn't be helped. Spence worked as he usually did, with knife, gun, and boot. I didn't count how many I killed. I just fought until they all lay dead. "Injuries?" I asked. "Any bites?" There was a heavy, fraught silence while everyone scrutinized their fellows. "May." Danbury was one of the new men, recently recruited. He cradled his forearm, and as I stepped closer, I saw the purple bruise with a scarlet heart where teeth had broken the skin. The wound would heal, but I glimpsed raw fear in his eyes. "You can't become a freak through bites," I said, though it was a hollow reassurance. "Maybe this isn't catching the same way." Tegan offered. "I told you to avoid the blood as a precaution. These people went mad after exposure to that potion Dr. Wilson created, not from biting each other." "You should shoot me," Danbury said. "Just in case." I shook my head. "We'll finish clearing the town, then I need to have words with Dr. Wilson. I'll ask him if there's any risk." Danbury curled his hand into a fist. "If I go wrong, promise me you won't let me turn into that." I gazed down at the bodies. "I'll take care of you. Don't worry." The statement sounded tender, when it was, in fact, a pledge to end his life. "Let me clean and wrap it." Tegan took the soldier's arm. She put on thin leather gloves, then poured antiseptic into the bite to flush it. Afterward, she smeared some healing salve and bound it with a length of cloth. The soldiers watched her as if mesmerized. I didn't know if it was the grace of her movements or the silent threat of what might lie beneath the bandage. Spence holstered his gun. "This is no challenge at all. I'm surprised the townsfolk couldn't handle them." Thornton added, "It helps that they're stupid and weak." "The people here aren't trained to fight," Zack put in. He was right. It made a difference. Most folks, when confronted by a nightmare, tended to run and hide. It was a rare soul that took up whatever weapon came to hand with no prior experience. But somebody else might be able to explain why most people fled, and 1 in 100 decided to do battle. After that, we met only stragglers, one so weak he was on his knees when we encountered him. Spence murmured, "Poor soul," and put a bullet in his head. The madman tipped over backward, and I swear at the moment of death, he was relieved to have it done. Or maybe that was just what I wanted to see in his tormented features, because otherwise this day would create a weight too heavy to carry. "I'd like to speak with this Dr. Wilson, too." Thornton smacked the haft of his hand axe against his palm, which I took to mean he wanted to lop off the scientist's head. I held up a hand, signaling quiet. After a few seconds, I was certain there were more nearby. How many, I couldn't be sure. I wish Stalker had been able to provide a more accurate count. The men moved behind me, their fang and bone necklaces rattling. Down the street, I found the source of the noise. This house had proven unable to withstand the onslaught, and the front door stood open like a gaping wound. A blood trail led inside. I swallowed back my dread, whispering, "There won't be room for all of us. I need 4 with me, 6 outside on guard." "I'm with you," Thornton said. Spence didn't answer, but he stepped closer. Then Zack moved in, and Danbury. Those 2 wouldn't have been my first choices, but it was better for squad morale if I didn't play favorites. The house was dark with the windows shuttered, shadows heavy as the souls of the dead. I inhaled, tasting the air. It was sick and stale, tainted with decay. Then I heard movement deeper within, and all the hair on my nape stood up. A few seconds later, the creature that shuffled into sight, dragging a severed arm, barely registered as human. Her skin was too tight, bloated from the feast we'd interrupted. Her eyes were bright but sunken in her swollen face, and so smeared with blood that they were the only bright points in a ruddy mess. She lumbered toward us, and we scattered, giving Spence a clear shot. There was no point in letting her get close enough to bite. He leveled the gun and took the safe shot right in her chest, but it wasn't enough. Despite that wound, she kept coming. "Again," Thornton snapped. Spence fired another round, nailing her right between the eyes. She dropped like a stone. I pushed out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. I doubt she left anyone alive, but we should make sure. Thornton, with me. The rest of you, watch the door. "Yes, sir." It was a moderate-size home. From what I could tell, it had originally been all one space, almost like a storage facility, but it had been repurposed as a house, and someone had built rickety partitions. A lot about Winterville reminded me of down below. Unlike many settlements, this one looked like it didn't belong. It was more than half made up of old salvage, used by people who didn't fully understand what to do with it, and those foreign materials struck a strange note in the new world. The whole house was awash in blood and feces, as if the mad woman who had broken inside had been a wild animal. She ate and excreted, and from what Thornton and I saw, that was all. In the sleeping area, I stumbled into the worst scene I'd ever encountered. Is Appleton worse than this? Thornton caught my shoulders as I rammed into him in an instinctive recoil. Chunks of meat and bone were everywhere, and the former residence was so chewed up that I couldn't tell what parts belonged to which person. It was a slaughterhouse of a room, a scene that would haunt me forever. The sheds where they slaughtered the meat in Soldier's Pond had more kindness. Then the woman, who was half devoured from the waist down, opened her eyes and whispered, "Kill me." "Let me," he said. I couldn't have gone into that room. My feet were frozen, so he strode across the blood-smeared floor, and with a clean stroke of his hatchet, ended her misery. I moved back until I couldn't see the massacre anymore, squeezed my eyes shut, but the images didn't go away. Hard tremors shook through me, and I was ashamed of my weakness, until I felt Thornton's big hand on my arm. "Girl, I'd be worried if you could handle that. Only reason I could is because I've worked in the animal sheds, butchering beasts." I didn't ask what mental tactic he'd employed, but I suspected he must have pretended she was one of those animals, and he had a duty to make it quick. Thornton kept a hold of me as we stepped out and cleared the rest of the building. My heart was in my throat, fearing there would be brats, but I found none. I hurried back to the front door, and I guessed my expression gave away how bad it was, because nobody asked me a single question. "Let's go," I said. "We have more ground to cover before dark. I can't speak for the rest of you, but I'm not making camp until I'm sure we've killed all of them." "You're dead right about that," Spence said with a hard look. That day, I killed 6 more feral humans. After what I'd seen in the house, I was only just functional. My squad accounted for more, but the situation was tense. I had Danbury fretting about his bite, while the rest eyed him like they wanted to cut his throat as a precaution. Finally, I called it, after we searched every structure in our part of town. It had been exhausting, and the sun was already gone, darkness driving out the streaks of vibrant color. "This whole town is cursed," Zach said, his skin washed red by the sunset. "There are old-world relics all over the place. No wonder they came to grief. God has forsaken them." "None of that crazy talk," Spence snapped. Before sharp words could burgeon into a full-fledged argument, I beckoned. "Let's go find the others. I hope they didn't run into more trouble than they could handle." That sparked a frank discussion of the other squad's capabilities, which lasted until we reached Dr. Wilson's lab building. Stalker's crew was already waiting. They were bloody, but relatively fit. Right away, Tegan went into action with her medicine bag, and about half the soldiers looked like they would walk on hot coals for her. There's just something about a girl who can heal you, or crack your head open with a staff. As soon as he saw me, Stalker strode over to me to make his report. "We killed 30-odd feral humans, found some dead citizens. I'm not sure as yet how many survived the attack." I shrugged. "Hard to say. They're unlikely to come out until they're sure it's safe." "True." When I did a head count, I belatedly realized he was down a man. "What happened?" "There was resistance inside one of the houses. By the time I got to him, it was too late." From Stalker's expression, he was taking the loss hard, so I just nodded. Soon, Fade's crew joined us. He bore several new wounds, but after I scanned him head to toe, I was relieved to find no bites. There was no way I could grant Fade a merciful end. should it come down to it. I might as well ask Spence to shoot me. Morrow arrived last, also 1 man down. That put our current number at 42. I greeted Fade with a smile, though I wanted to kiss him. His dark eyes lingered on my mouth, and with effort, I recalled myself to business. We couldn't carry on like breeders in the field. Time for Dr. Wilson to account for this mess, I muttered. Lull. The door was bolted or barred from the inside, so I banged on the lab door with both fists until Wilson called out, "Who's there?" "Company D," the men shouted before I could reply. That was enough to reassure him, apparently, because I heard the sound of latches being unfastened, then the door swung open. I felt safer once we all stepped inside, but not happier. If possible, the man looked older since the last time we'd been here, by years instead of months, and he was thinner too. They used windmills to generate power, that much I knew, but I wasn't sure how well town commerce had stood up to the crisis. If the people who went mad normally worked at some trade, farmed or crafted trade goods, then their supplies must be running low. Salvage could only take people so far. "Lock up, please," Wilson said. The soldier closest to the door complied. Then we followed Wilson to the large room where he'd hosted us first. My men didn't relax. None of them looked at ease in this place. It was strange to them, just as it had been to me, and I hoped the scientist wouldn't give his windmill lecture again. That might be the last straw. "Somebody string this bastard up!" The demand came from one of the scouts, but I couldn't see who'd spoken. I whirled, fixing a hard stare on them. "We're here to help, not impose punishment. His own people will decide if he's guilty of anything." Wilson slammed a hand on the counter, rattling his glass odds and ends. "Who do you think begged me to find a solution? I told them it would take years and that the mutants might have changed by then. They insisted on a live trial over all of my objections. And I had pressure from Amelia and Soldier's Pond, too." That shut everyone up for a few seconds. For the first time, I noticed how quiet the lab was. No ambient snarls or growls, and there was no accompanying freak stench either. "What happened to your pet?" I asked. Wilson lifted one shoulder, the posture of abject weariness. "Old age. Once it sets in, they go downhill fast. I did what I could to make him comfortable." The rest of us were horrified. He had been nursing a monster while his people ran amok and ate one another? Wilson really was crazy. But Tegan showed signs of fascination. "Did you learn anything about the creature's physiology while you had it in captivity? I've never heard of anyone studying a mutant." "We study all kinds of things," Wilson said. "Or we did. The last year has been hard on the scientific community." "What the devil are you talking about?" Tully demanded. Wilson sighed. "Winterville has always been split along 2 lines. The scientists who gathered to study the metanoia virus and eventually developed the vaccine to treat it, and the lay people who supported them." "You mean those who did all the real work," Thornton muttered. From the rumble of agreement, other men felt the same. I sensed the mood getting ugly after everything we'd seen today. To prevent a hanging, I needed to divert their attention, but Tegan did it for me. She was plainly curious, moving about the room with apparent absorption. "So, this was a research facility more than a town?" she asked. The scientist indicated the lab, stocked with all manner of gadgets. "That's the only reason I have this equipment. Most of it has long since stopped functioning, of course, as the people who knew how to repair it are long dead. A few things my father taught me how to maintain, and it's the reason I was able to extract enough genetic material to create that serum,
His face fell. As it turned out, that was an appalling idea.
Seems to me you didn't pay nearly enough, Spence said. You made this mess. Then you nearly got some poor fellow killed calling us to clean it up.
Did Marcus get there safely? Wilson asked then. That would have been my first question, and his belated concern didn't endear him to the rest of the men. I was familiar with how humans thought. They wanted somebody to blame for the evil they'd witnessed here. A time or two, I'd been accused of things I didn't do, according to that mob justice. So as much as I'd wanted to hang him myself, I couldn't let my men make Wilson a scapegoat. He did, I said. He was resting in fair health when we left.
What's the metanoia virus? Tegan asked.
It's what started the end of everything.
Ah. Doubtless she remembered my summary of our conversation with Dr. Wilson and what he'd told us about what led to the collapse. Red-eyed and fearful, Danbury cleared his throat, reminding me that we had a problem. I said, I need to know how dangerous it is if we were bitten by one of the afflicted.
No more than any human bite, Wilson answered. The human mouth is filthy, but the mental deterioration you noticed sprang from adverse bioreaction to the mutant pheromones I released, not from viral or bacterial infection.
The scientist shook his head.
Regardless of the external pressures, I'm not reckless enough to experiment with viruses. They're the most dangerous and insidious form of contagion.
What he'd done with the potion seemed plenty irresponsible to me, but I didn't know what a virus was, so maybe it was worse. From that moment, Tegan looked at Dr. Wilson like he wore a silver crown, and she pelted him with questions regarding things I might have worried about too, if my men weren't tired and hungry, and Winterville still such a mess. In the morning, I said, we'll advise the townsfolk that it's safe and help with cleanup. For now, find a place to bed down and eat whatever you have left in your pack. I'll make sure we get a hot meal tomorrow. Danbury was frowning. He peeled back the bandage to stare at the bite on his arm. The afflicted must have died before he or she could really dig in.
What did all of that mean?
Just watch for infection. You won't go crazy. That seemed to relieve him. All around the lab and in the hall, men laid out their bedrolls. I had no idea how late it was, but between the day's horrors and the hard travel behind us, I was too tired to be hungry. On impulse, I left the lab and followed the turns of the corridor until I found the cages where Dr. Wilson had kept Timothy. They all stood empty, and they had been cleaned, so the room smelled sharply of vinegar, no hint of freak at all. Without turning, I recognized Fade's footfalls as he came up behind me.
It's so odd to think of them dying of old age.
Like people. That was part of what bothered me about all of this. The more the freaks changed, the more they became like us. How many more generations before they spoke and thought as well as we could? At that point, their faster development meant they would outpace us in the breeding department. Another question ate at me. Maybe the monsters were supposed to survive, not us. And how could I fight nature on such a scale? Weary, I leaned my head against the doorframe. I should go back and lead by example, but I needed a quiet moment. Just one. Fade put his arms around me, looping them so that he could rest his chin on my shoulder. His warmth felt good, and the men were safe for the moment. That was a heavy burden, thinking about so many other people all the time. I didn't ever want to be an elder if it meant this much pressure. Maybe it was why so many lost their minds and made decisions for all the wrong reasons.
You were right, he said quietly.
About what?
I needed to lead today, though I was mad at you for making me do it.
Oh, I guessed our current position meant he'd gotten over it. You brought back your whole team, so I knew it went well. But I had no doubts.
I did, he admitted. I was afraid I'd lock up or panic.
You fought since you were taken.
It's harder when your choices affect other people, he pointed out.
So true. But you coped. No matter what life offers, you just fight harder. I love that about you. I could tell he was smiling when he nuzzled the curve of his lips into my neck.
Let's see if we can find a place to clean up.
Since I didn't care for the idea of sleeping in travel dust and the blood of the day's battles, I followed him. The lab complex was bigger than it looked from the outside, as corridors crisscrossed the length and breadth of it. There were also stairs down, but I'd had enough of darkness, so I steered us away from there. At length we found a cleaning room with a spigot that provided a gush of water. Fade and I took turns rinsing off, and I was conscious of my heart beating in my throat as I scrambled into clean clothes. I'd like to see what he looked like with nothing on, but this wasn't the time or place. I cursed those girlish impulses as Fade strode out, with damp hair flopping into his eyes. In the winter months he tended to let it get shaggy, providing more warmth, and then, as the sun shone brighter, he often hacked it off. It didn't matter to me what he did with it. I enjoyed gazing at him regardless. By his expression, the feeling was mutual. Fade appraised me with warm, dark eyes, and it was as powerful as a kiss.
I could look at you forever and never get tired of your face.
His words flooded me with pleasure so sharp it pierced like pain. That was better than saying I was beautiful, though he'd done so before. This moment felt like a forever thing, because he saw me when he looked in my eyes, and I'd always be that person, no matter how the years changed me. With that tender weight between us, we returned to the main hall. When the men saw we'd found hygiene facilities, they demanded directions. In twos and threes, they went off to tidy up as well before breaking bread, and I decided I hadn't done such a bad job of leading by example. A girl could do worse than inspiring soldiers to bathe. Fade and I ate dry meat and stale bread, typical of road food. As I washed it down with tepid water, I imagined a roast goose like Mama Oaks used to make in Salvation, with all the trimmings. Creamy sweet potatoes swimming in butter and honey, brown bread, green beans, and berries and cream.
You look like you're in pain, Stalker said.
His face was drawn, eyes shadowed in the flickering light. The death of his teammate weighed on him, I suspected. We'd lost a lot of good men in the summer patrols as well, but it was different when you had the charge of them. Instead of a bad turn in battle, it felt like a personal failure.
A little.
I told them both what I'd been envisioning, and Fade groaned.
You delight in cruelty.
There was a sweetness in his teasing that I hadn't seen in so long, like he was before, when it was just him and me against the world. Stalker turned to Fade with a polite expression. It sat oddly on his scarred features, like a hat tailored to another head.
I'd like to speak with Deuce in private, if you wouldn't mind.
It's not up to me, Fade answered. Stalker nodded.
It's not personal if you're worried about that. I've no intention of causing any trouble between the two of you. I just need a word.
Part of me felt aggravated that he'd asked Fade, like he was in charge of who got to talk to me. But the rest appreciated the gesture, thereby acknowledging that Stalker understood how things stood between Fade and me. I ignored these conflicting reactions and accompanied him all the way to the door. That seemed like an excessive precaution, if he feared somebody eavesdropping. The men were all seeing to their own needs. He took a deep breath.
There are a few things I need to say, if you'll hear me out.
Go ahead. He folded his arms, but not in a defensive way, more like he needed a hug, and there was nobody to give him one. I didn't move. Touch was a precious gift, and I didn't offer it freely. The distance between us came for good reason, as he didn't seem to be able to separate the quiet warmth of a friend as opposed to the way I reacted to Fade, who had exclusive kissing rights.
In the gang, if I made up my mind to do something, it happened. And I started believing there was no obstacle I couldn't overcome, nobody I couldn't turn to my will.
If nobody ever gainsaid you, I understand how that could happen. I was less sure what that had to do with me, but I trusted that he'd get to it.
So, when I met you, and I wanted you, I figured it was only a matter of time until I changed your mind. I didn't factor your thoughts or desires into it. At first, you were more a prize to me than a person.
He took a deep breath.
I apologize for that. And when I realized you were never going to return my feelings, I didn't take it well. I'm not a good loser.
Few people enjoy it, I said dryly.
My point being, I'd like to accept your offer of friendship, if it's still open. I'll talk to Fade, make it plain I don't intend to get in his way. I get why he doesn't like me. He has reason.
I'd like that. All of it. I'd never wanted any competition between them.
The next thing is, I need you to lock up after I leave.
I tensed. That sounded like goodbye. Why?
Don't worry, I'll be back. I just need to rove for a while. I can't sleep tonight.
I nodded, guessing the loss of a man under his command was bothering him. He probably thought if he had been faster or smarter, he could have saved the scout. But Longshot's death had taught me that sometimes you couldn't, no matter how much you wanted to, because other people made their own choices, however little you liked them. Sometimes they were brave and heroic. Other times it was just stupidity, and those losses were the hardest to bear.
Be careful, I said. I will.
Stalker unfastened the bolts and chains and strode into the dark. Recovery. I slept poorly that night. The conversation with Stalker plagued me. I expected to hear a tap on the door at any moment during the night, so I lay awake listening for it, but it never came. I snatched my rest in fitful bursts, but I roused with everyone else, took my turn washing up, and then I went out to see what Winterville looked like. The men followed me, something that struck me as odd, though it was what I'd wanted. In the daylight, the damage was apparent, but it seemed as if it could be readily repaired. Dr. Wilson joined us, shading his eyes as if he rarely saw sunlight. Since most of his work took place in the lab, that might be true.
"There's a bell 4 blocks that way," he said, "at the church. It's the building with the point on top. If you ring it, the townsfolk will know it's safe."
I was ready to put this grim and broken town behind us, but I'd told the men we'd help with the cleanup, and despite my desire to move on, I'd keep that promise. One day spent in repair and recovery wouldn't cost us the war. "This way," I said, following Wilson's directions. As we moved off, he went back inside. Tegan fell into step with me. "Where's Stalker?"
"He's taking Hammond's death hard."
From the ground, I could see the bell, but it required me to go inside the church. I left the bulk of my men outside, taking only Fade with me. The damage seemed especially wrong in here. The wood was scarred with countless scratches, more blood and excrement from the feral humans who had squatted here. It smelled rank, like death and rot. I covered my mouth as we moved through the shadowy interior to the stairs on the right. They were steep and skeletal, leading up to a narrow tower where the bell hung. Fade pulled the rope, and the peal rang out, echoing to all corners of town. "It's worse," he said, "knowing that people caused all this destruction." The cause and effect haunted me. Long ago, people feared one another, so they invented terrible things, capable of creating monsters. Then the monsters killed so many of the people that we were in danger of dying out. So once again, we devised something awful, trying to drive off the beasts. It was like an unbreakable cycle, and it exhausted me, made me wonder if I was mad for thinking I could make a difference. I preferred to imagine I'd survived the long walk to serve some purpose, but the world might not operate like that. Maybe there were no reasons why, just an endless chain of bad and worse, leavened by occasional brightness. Yes, it is. Fade laced our fingers together as we left the church. Sometimes it felt as if he could sense when my heart hit its lowest ebb, then the smallest sign from him, and it sailed away again, soaring on the wind like a bird. The lightness couldn't last, of course, with the dire nature of the task ahead of us, but it was enough to keep me from seeing only the dark. The citizens of Winterville emerged from their homes slowly, careful as squirrels. An elderly woman asked, "Who do we have to thank for our salvation?" "Company D," the men replied as one. A ragged cheer rose up. In their wan and tired faces, I glimpsed true adulation. I'd seen it a few times down below in the faces of brats who dearly wanted my approval. Several men and women clasped my hands, kissed them even, and I glanced at Fade in confusion. He lifted a shoulder, fending off the worshipful attention, but not in a way that made me fear he was about to panic and attack them. He only looked puzzled. "Enough," I said. "There's a lot of work to do. Who's in charge here?" A couple pushed to the front of the crowd. They looked to be of an age with the Oakses, lined but not incapable. "I'm the mayor, Agnes Merriweather, and this is my husband, Lem." "Do you intend to punish Dr. Wilson?" I asked. She looked at me as if I'd suggested murdering a child. "Why? He only did as we implored. For years we had no need to defend ourselves. The muties were different then. They didn't band together like they do now, and we could handle the odd scavenger. It was no different from running off a rabid wolf. But in the last year or so things have gotten much worse. We didn't have any trained men or many weapons, so we thought science might offer a solution." "From what I've seen," Tegan said soberly, "you can't have both fast and safe. It just isn't possible. We know that now. I should have listened when Dr. Wilson warned me that it wouldn't end well. But it worked at first. The mutie bands just veered away, but then people started going mad. 14 people died while we were rounding them up." "There's a prison camp in the south," Morrow said to me, low. "Barbaric. It would have been kinder just to kill them." "That's what I said," Lem put in. Agnes seemed genuinely tormented. "I couldn't bear for so many people to die, if there was any way to prevent it. I asked Dr. Wilson to devise a treatment." I nodded. But he couldn't, and the temporary prison didn't hold. "I don't want this responsibility," she said softly. "I've made too many mistakes." A woman called from the crowd. "If you think we're cleaning up your mess, you're out of your mind, Mrs. Merriweather. You put this town to rights." I cut off the argument with an impatient gesture. Once we left, I didn't care who held office. My objective was to restore Winterville to some semblance of order. So I divided us into teams as I had the day before, only this time we were hauling bodies. It seemed disrespectful to burn them as we had done the freaks' corpses, so I set 5 men to digging a mass grave. That wasn't a whole lot better, but it would take too long to dig so many separate ones. Down below, We'd have fed them to the freaks, but I'd come to understand that was wrong, and topside, it would attract scavengers. I labored alongside everyone else, dragging bloody burdens out of buildings to where they could receive a decent burial. By noon, my back and arms were aching. It was the grimmest work I'd ever done. Only Tegan tackled other tasks. She checked the townsfolk over and helped those she could. I saw her frustration when she encountered illness or injuries she didn't know how to treat. Guilt blazed like a signal fire in her eyes. She thought if Doc Tuttle had lived instead, he'd be of more use. Once we finished moving the bodies, they fetched us shovels, and everyone pitched in to plant the dead. When I first heard of this custom, it gave me nightmares because it seemed so similar to putting seeds in the ground, and my sleeping mind conjured all kinds of horrific plants that might sprout from a corpse. It was silent work, raking dark soil over the faces of the dead. I heard only the rasp of the shovels and rakes and the breath of those who labored beside me. Black and still, the freshly dug mound rose up from the grass surrounding it. There should be some marker to commemorate the tragedy, but maybe the memory of the people who had loved and lost would do the job instead. Then, the men of Winterville came with wood and stone, nails and hammers, and they built a monument. I rested in the shade nearby, weary in body and soul. Once the noise quieted, Mrs. Merriweather fetched the minister, who had a holy book similar, but not identical, to the one Caroline Bigwater read from when she disapproved of someone. I gathered along with everyone else. These words were soft, and they slid like silk from the holy man's mouth. For everything there is a season, and a time for every matter under heaven. A time to be born, and a time to die. A time to plant, and a time to pluck up what is planted. Weep no more, my children. He will wipe away every tear from their eyes, and death shall be no more. Neither shall there be mourning, nor crying, nor pain any more, for the former things have passed away. After the service ended, the people of Winterville swallowed their tears, pretending their loved ones had gone to a better place. I didn't know the truth, so maybe they were right. Company D stood silent and respectful through the completion of their rites. Then the men gathered around me. It was late in the day by then, and while I didn't especially want to spend another night here, I didn't think it was wise to leave the protective perimeter with dark coming on. The pheromones, though they drove part of the town crazy, still seemed to be functioning as a deterrent to the freaks. So we could rest safely here, I imagined. Before I could announce the decision, however, Mrs. Merriweather stepped toward me. I met her halfway, brow arched in inquiry. "Something else, ma'am?" "We'd like to thank you. At the moment we don't have much, but it's customary to share a meal in honor of the deceased. We cook their favorite foods, talk about good times, and remember them kindly." She lifted a plump shoulder. "It might be a silly tradition, but it comforts people, and supposedly it allows the spirit to move on, like a rite of passage. After so much death, it seemed wise to pacify the spirits. I wasn't convinced such things existed, but if they did, it would be bad for feral souls to stick around. They'd soon drive the survivors mad." So I nodded. "We'd be honored to share a meal with you tonight." The houses were too small to host so many people. There was no mess hall like they had in Soldier's Pond, so they made do in the town square. People carried out what they had left in their cupboards, and men and women shared the cooking. A good idea, I thought. Soon, there was meat roasting in multiple fires, vegetables bubbling, and sweets being stirred in pots. Other townsfolk went about the business of removing all signs of the bloodbath from the day before. Stern-faced, weary men worked with rags and buckets. For a time, those labors made people forget the high cost of survival. What will they do with the makeshift prison they built to house the afflicted? And why didn't they just confine them in their houses? It was possible they tried that, and that measure failed. I closed my eyes for a few seconds, breathing in the savory smells. Belatedly, I realized I was starving. Dry meat and bread had been the norm on the way, and I'd pushed the men hard. I'd feared we would arrive too late, but now I could relax a little. The crisis was past. Someone sat down beside me. Then I recognized Tegan's voice. "Do you think things will ever be the same here?" "I don't know," I said honestly. "Where are we headed in the morning?" I had been thinking about that a lot. "We'll try our luck nearby, see if our success in the fall was enough to change people's minds." "Good idea." As the cooks finished up the evening meal, a trading party arrived from Lorraine. That seemed like a good sign. They were grizzled men with permanently sun-browned skin and silver beards. Their easy manners reminded me of Longshot, and a hole opened up inside me. I'd lost people before, but never like that. Nobody ever thought so much of me that he'd die so I could live, and I was finding it hard to carry that gift, as there was no way of repaying him.
"What happened here?"
the lead driver asked, for it was obvious the town was recovering from an attack. "Private dispute," Mrs. Merriweather told him.
"Not muties?"
the man demanded.
"There's a huge mess of them over in Appleton. The whole town's overrun."
The woman blanched, but she shook her head. "So far, we've seen nothing of them."
"I wouldn't fret. I hear there's an army on the march. I had word on the trail from John Kelly. These soldiers killed about 1,000 mutants out past Soldier's Pond."
The trader's comment put a smile on my face. As promised, the trapper was spreading word about, and exaggerating, our great deeds. I don't know how much his stories would help, but they were entertaining anyway. Agnes Merriweather opened her eyes wide. "Is that so? Well, there will be a party tonight, so you've arrived in time for some good eating."
"Thanks kindly. We're all hungry enough to eat a raw bear."
A nascent strategy solidified in my mind as I listened to their polite talk. The wagons were heavy with goods that Winterville desperately needed. With luck, the citizens could find things of value to offer in return, despite the circumstances. The townsfolk hurried off to gather scattered items to offer in exchange for fresh supplies. Longshot had told me that men traveled the trade runs during spring and fall, so we could expect to see more caravans, more targets for the freaks, too. I sought Fade out to ask his opinion. He was sprawled beneath a flowering tree, its white blossoms sweet in the cool air. Even dirty and tired, he was the most beautiful man I'd ever seen.
"You look like there's something on your mind."
I nodded, dropping down beside him. I was thinking that we should guard the trade routes. The fastest way to endear ourselves to the people in the remaining towns is to keep their economies thriving.
"You reckon that'll make them feel indebted? More likely to send men to bolster our numbers?"
I hope so. It's the only idea I have left. Beyond securing more ground for Soldier's Pond, I couldn't imagine how our squad could make a difference against the Horde.
"It's solid,"
he agreed. "We have to add to Company D, or the minute the freaks abandon Appleton, they'll roll right over the next town." By proximity, Lorraine had the most to worry about, as the settlement was only 4 days away. A big group might take longer to arrive, but not long enough for the citizens to evacuate. And besides, where would they go? Urgency clutched at me with hot, sharp fingers, but there was nothing I could do at the moment. That didn't sit well at all. Fade braced and reached for me then. It seemed to me that it got easier each time he did it, more natural. I hoped the day would come when he could do it without needing that mental pause, where touching me was the easiest and best thing in the world. Try not to worry. For the moment, we're safe, and we're together. Let that be enough. That was more than enough. It was everything.
Defense. Stalker returned late that night, well after they set out the food. He caught my eye and nodded, letting me know he'd dealt with his grief. I was glad to have him back. After that silent exchange, he fixed a plate and joined the rest of his scouts. The town square was a cheerful place, lit by the electric lights that Wilson had explained in such tedious detail, plus the merry crackle of multiple fires. By that time, everyone else had eaten. There were jugs of strong-smelling drink that made the townsfolk laugh and fall down a lot. I quietly instructed my men to stay away from it. Around that time, a Lorraine trader produced a fiddle, and I wondered if the Winterville citizens found the music improper for a night that was supposed to be about showing respect for the dead, but nobody protested. The notes sang out like silver light, until people's feet were tapping. Soon dancing began, a whirl of feet and legs. The impromptu performance seemed to enliven Stalker further, and he coaxed a local girl into dancing with him. Later, he stole a kiss from Tully, which made Spence try to plant a boot in his arse. Laughing, Stalker went back to his Winterville conquest. It was good to see him in high spirits, after the knock he'd taken earlier. As the liquor flowed, stories tumbled out, one after another. Many of them had the magical quality of the one Morrow had told, about the boy who lived in the cupboard. I had a hard time listening to all of them, but the storyteller was in his element. Now and then, I caught him scribbling frantically to be sure he didn't miss any of the details. Tegan sat with Dr. Wilson, pestering him with questions, but rather than being annoyed, he seemed pleased by her interest. The scientist had endless patience for her curiosity, even if I didn't understand half the things he was telling her. She glowed by firelight, looking at Wilson as if he were the greatest present she ever got, even without the fancy wrapping. I laughed quietly, and Fade tightened his arm around my shoulders. Moments like these were few and far between. "Do you ever wonder what happened down below after we left?" he asked, surprising me. "All the time. I wish there was some way for us to find out. But we had come so far, not just in actual distance. I might even be frightened to go back down into darkness, fearing it would choose to keep me this time and not let me go back into the light." "Me too. I know you had friends you left behind." "Not very good ones, as it turns out. They believed the worst of me awfully fast." That was an old wound, one I'd hardly acknowledged. "I'm sure they had their reasons," Fade said. I gave a bitter laugh. "They trusted the elders, like I did before you got inside my head." "Are you sorry about that?" "How can you even ask? My life is so much better because you're in it, and not just because we went topside." He gave me a crooked smile, and his gaze lingered on my lips. "It's nice to hear." I winced, taking that as a criticism. Deep down, I knew I wasn't the best at talking about my feelings, and Fade probably needed to hear how important he was to me, as much as I could express it. "I'll try to be a better partner." "You're spot on with the killing," he told me, smiling. That was a quiet nod at our time together down below, when I was completely oblivious to the fact that he wanted to be more than my hunting mate. My cheeks heated. I'll work on the talking. The fact that my private thoughts mattered to him meant more than he knew. As I struggled to find the words to express them, the lights went out overhead. The fiddler paused his tune as the night darkened, leaving only the fires crackling. People quieted also,
as if they remembered all too well how dangerous nights filled with monsters could be.
"I'm sure it's just a malfunction in the wires," Dr. Wilson said. "Or possibly the windmill that powers this part of town is broken down."
A dozen slurred voices added their opinions, but I recognized the prickle crawling over my bare arms. I signaled my men, and Company D was on its feet, ready for battle in less than 30 seconds. I spun until I located Stalker, but he was already coming toward me. He recognized this as his area of expertise. "Will you see what's going on?" I asked, low. "But don't engage. We need intel." This time, he took none of his scouts, heading off at a silent run. He moved with all the grace of a creature born in the wild, and within seconds, he vanished into the shadows. The party mood was gone, and the Winterville folk started packing up the food, hurrying toward the houses where they had hidden for days already. Most still had barricades for the windows and doors. I hoped they wouldn't need them tonight. Mrs. Merriweather darted toward Dr. Wilson. In the confusion, she thought nobody was paying attention, but I craned my ears to catch every word. "I thought we were safe. You made enough of that spray to treat the whole town." His tired reply was unmistakable. "It doesn't last forever, Agnes, and Timothy is gone. I can't make more without him since the extract came from his reproductive glands." "So, we're defenseless?" Her horror was palpable. "I killed all those people for nothing." I bit out a curse. The chances were good that we had freaks in the windmills, destroying them. They might not understand what purpose they served, but they hated all human technology. They'd wreck these machines for the same reason they'd dug up our crops, because they thought it would weaken us in some fashion. And in most cases, they were right. I didn't wonder long. Stalker came at a run, winded, which meant he'd pushed himself. He gasped out, "Freaks! At least 100, coming in from the east." As he caught his breath, he added, "I suspect they trailed the Lorraine traders. Not sure why the pheromones aren't discouraging them." "It washes away," I said. "It's not forever. And Dr. Wilson can't make more." "They won't fight." Fade was watching the townsfolk move in full retreat, preparing to cower inside their homes. But barred windows and doors wouldn't deter 100 intelligent freaks. They'd use fire or some other strategy to take this town, and it wouldn't even require the rest of the Horde, unless we did something about it. "This will be a tough fight," I said softly. Stalker nodded. "At night? Against superior numbers?" "It'll cost us." "I know, but the alternative is to leave Winterville to its fate. Under no circumstances could I give those orders. If the rest of Company D abandoned the town, I couldn't go. It might be the practical decision, one a huntress would make, but I couldn't save these men from the feral humans, only to let them die." "Men!" I called. They surrounded me at full attention, row by row, and I recalled that was the style in Soldier's Pond. I didn't usually require it, but the occasion merited formality, I supposed. I had no fancy words, but I gave them what I knew. "It'll be a rough night. Our first big battle of the season ahead. Who wants to kill some muties?" "Company D!" they called back. Not a single voice remained silent. They all shouted their intentions to the skies. If they died tonight, they'd go out as hunters, one and all. I squared my shoulders. "Then we need a plan." Fade turned in a slow circle, assessing the houses and the open terrain of the town square. "I think we can win, but we need to draw them here." "Count on my scouts for that," Stalker said. I thought I understood Fade's plan. "Spence and Tully, I need you on those rooftops. I want constant fire from you until you run out of ammunition."
"You're them," one of the Lorraine traders said in wonder. "Company D!" I hadn't noticed their approach, but it made sense they'd be here since they didn't have houses to hide in, and the wagons offered limited cover. The lead driver wore a rifle on his back as Longshot had, and I wondered if he was any good with it. He seemed to read my thought, or maybe my look, because he drew it and held it like a man who knew which way to point it. "We are," I acknowledged, "but I don't have time for introductions at the moment." I expected some disparaging remarks about my gender or my age, but to my surprise, the rifleman said, "Put us on a rooftop. We'll fight with you." A boy crept out of the shadows then, hardly more than a brat. He was dirty and thin, eyes too big for his face. He reminded me so much of the white-eyed brat from down below that my stomach cramped. A weapon too big for him to lift came behind him, leaving trails in the dirt. "I can shoot," he said. I saw the words forming on a trader's lips. "You can't even lift that thing, son." So I cut him off. "How?" "I can brace it. My dad taught me. Before he died." There was a wealth of sorrow and anger in those words. "Where's your mom?" Fade asked. The brat lifted his chin. "Gone. You poured dirt on them both earlier today." Guilt flickered through me. I hadn't even noticed him among the other mourners. Above the boy's head, Fade caught my eyes, and I nodded. We'd take this chance to do the right thing. "Go with the traders. I want you posted over there." I indicated the tower where Fade had rung the bell. "Spence and Tully on the other side." That structure wasn't quite as tall, but it had a nice perch on the roof. "Barricade the door if you can, so they can't get at you. The rest, stay with me. Remember our drills." I planted the banner Mama had made in the ground, then told my men grimly, "Guard the flag with your lives. Don't let them inside our line." "You heard the woman," the lead driver snapped. "Move!" Woman. That word felt as precious as my naming day, and maybe it was the first time topside that anyone had looked at me and seen more than a silly girl. That man couldn't see my scars, and he didn't know my story. He only knew what my actions told him, and apparently they said I was grown. But I had no time to savor the sensation. Stalker's scouts came at a run with what seemed like 1,000 freaks charging behind them. I shuddered, remembering my mad flight with Fade through the horde. It had to be worse for him, but he was steady as a rock at my side. All around us, Company D readied their weapons. I drew my knives 5 seconds before the freaks hit us like a hammer, and we stood our ground, shoulder to shoulder, as lead slammed into the monsters from above. Bodies jerked and fell all around me. I stabbed and slashed, my usual style forestalled by the need to protect Fade on my left and Sands, who had staggered in on my right. Tegan fought between Stalker and Morrow, her staff knocking them down for other soldiers to finish. She didn't like to kill, but the girl had gotten deadly about defending herself. I held formation and turned my attention back to the next freak charging toward me. It snapped yellow fangs in visible threat. "Our land, not yours." "You'll have to take it," I growled, just before I plunged my dagger into its chest. Fade knocked one away from me and cut its throat. He too was all efficiency, keeping them off me as well as the soldier on his other side. We fought as a unit, not as separate hunters, and it felt good when the enemy fell in droves around us. The night air chilled my skin, but sweat warmed it up again. I sliced like the threshing blade we'd used in the fields. The freaks were ferocious, but they couldn't fathom the way we wouldn't yield, not even a single step. They couldn't surround us, couldn't use their usual tactics. These creatures fought like pack animals, 3 or 4 on one victim,
who usually went down to the overwhelming blood loss, not due to any particular skill. They were less organized than the ones who offered us the truce near Soldier's Pond, and that made me think these were associated with the Horde, possibly a vanguard. I risked a kick, though it pulled me forward a few steps. Then someone from the church tower shot the thing, and Fade pulled me back. "Careful," he scolded. "Sorry." A cry of pain from one of my men drew my eye. In the dark, I couldn't tell who it was, but the man dropped, and we tightened the formation. Freaks tested our defenses from all sides, but we didn't let them pass. They received bolts in the back, bullets in the side, and our knives everywhere else. Mara was a lean shadow, dancing death with his slender blade. Now and then I caught Tegan watching him, and that made me smile, even as I blocked another lunge. The town square was a seething, snarling mess, with bodies everywhere. "Back up!" I called. The fight blurred into a mass of claws and fangs, cries of pain. I fought until my arms ached, until one more swing of the dagger might make my arms fall off. The rifles popped until they ran out of ammunition on the rooftops, and then we had Spence and Tully, and the traitors on the ground with us. Around that time, the freaks realized they were losing, so they ran. We gave chase, but a handful of them escaped in the darkness, dodging around the buildings. I hoped they would carry word that this town was well defended, but I feared they were going after greater numbers for the next onslaught. I panted, hunched over with my hands on my knees. Then I took stock. 8 men down. Mouthing their names, I closed their eyes myself. "We did it," Tegan said. Considering what we'd achieved, Silk would call this a win. I disagreed. Though we'd driven the beasts off, it didn't feel like a complete victory. The traitors had taken some damage too. One hurt, another dead, and the leader looked stone-tired.
"That was quite a fight. John Kelly might have exaggerated when he called you an army, but he didn't make up anything about your skill."
He turned along with everyone else as the brat came down from the tower, dragging his father's gun.
"You did good too, son. Saw 3 of them muties go down under your fire."
"What's your name?" I asked the boy. "Gavin," he said. From what he'd said, he had nobody left. If he did, they likely wouldn't allow him to be here, fighting for a town that wouldn't defend itself. "How would you like to join Company D?" Bright as the moon overhead, the kid's smile almost made up for all the men I'd lost. Loss. By dawn, we had dug 8 graves. My fingers were raw and blistered from the last 24 hours. There had been too much death, and our numbers were decimated. In total, 10 men from Company D died defending Winterville, and the townsfolk had hidden in their homes. The only real man among them was a brat named Gavin, who labored alongside me with as much grit as I'd ever seen. Heart heavy, I signaled for the men to bring the bodies. We put them in the ground ourselves, while I worried about the freaks returning. We buried our dead together, and anger warred with grief inside me. I didn't call the minister to offer more soft words. Instead, I asked the survivors to speak on behalf of the fallen. That lasted until mid-morning, with quiet reminiscences and comments on the everyday things that had made these men happy. Afterward, I asked those who'd known them best whether they left family behind. And 6 of them had. That cut even deeper. "It's not your fault," Fade said softly. I couldn't accept his comfort until I cleared my conscience. The look of those fresh graves lingered fresh in my mind as I strode through the silent town. When I arrived at the Merryweather house, I hammered on the door with both fists. To her credit, the mare looked as if she hadn't slept all night when she answered. There was no greeting for an occasion like this, and I didn't bother being polite. The way I see it, you have two choices. You can form a militia, or you can seek refuge in a town willing to take you in. I can't guarantee we'll get here next time. This is twice, and it's time Winterville started saving itself. I got up in her face. No more awful potions. No more miracle solutions cooked up in Dr. Wilson's lab. You don't ask him for help again. Understand? Not even in normal ways? She asked, horrified. I wasn't trying to tell them how to run their town. Anything to do with defense. She offered a sorrowful nod, but all her sad looks wouldn't bring my men back. So I went on. We're moving out, so whatever you intend to do, you'd best get to it. Hiding in your houses won't do the job forever. I understand. Thank you for everything you've done for us. We won't forget. I don't know yet if we'll have to abandon the town, but we'll have a meeting to decide today. As you like. Whirling, I ran toward the rest of the company. Fade snagged my shoulder and spun me to face him. Not this way. What? I snapped. You can't let them see you like this, Deuce. Later, you can fall apart, and I'll pick up the pieces. But right now, you have to be strong. Taking a deep breath, I realized he was right. So I held still until I could fix my face in a more suitable expression. The men would rightly read my pain as weakness. I had no business leading troops into battle if I couldn't handle what came next. It was another hard lesson, but by the time we got back to the others, I had mastered it. Let's head out, I called. Company D formed up, following me to where the Lorraine traders had bunked down beneath their wagons. Did you get any business done? The lead driver nodded. We took care of it last night before the attack. Then the wagons are loaded and ready to go? He nodded. Did you need something? No, but if I guess right, you'll have a dangerous trip back to Lorraine. My men and I will make sure you get there safely. Why? One of the traders asked. If the trade routes shut down due to Muti attacks, all towns will suffer. I've seen what happens when a settlement becomes too isolated. Salvation had been a good place, full of warm-hearted people, but they didn't trust outsiders much, and they hadn't encouraged traders like these to come into town. From what my family had told me and I'd observed, Longshot handled all of that outside the town gates, allegedly preventing bad morals from getting in. But in the end, that seclusion didn't save them. Then we'd appreciate the escort. We can spare some provisions once we arrive, and I'll help you find a place in town to rest up for a night or two. Thank you, I said. I don't know if you caught my name last night amid all the revelry. I'm Vince Howe. Deuce Oaks. That was the first time I'd offered two names, and Fade shot me a surprised look, but he smiled. I needed to tell him that Mama Oaks had given her blessing for him to use their name too. Pleasure, ma'am. I guess you know, but you run a right remarkable group. I'm sorry for your losses, but I don't know when I saw a more impressive battle. I acknowledged that with an inclination of my head, and he continued, We'll be ready to go in less than an hour. I took that opportunity to use the sanitary facilities one last time, so I jogged over to the lab and banged until the scientist appeared. Dr. Wilson was happy to let me in, and for a minute, I thought he might follow me all the way to the wash closet. He stopped in the hall, fortunately, and said, Come and see me before you depart, all right? With a distracted gesture, I agreed, and then washed up. It felt wrong to start a new journey with grave dirt still smeared on my skin, embedded beneath my nails. When I came out, damp and clean, I felt renewed. For a few moments I considered ducking out because I was in no mood to chat with the scientist. But in the end, I kept my promise and headed to the lab to speak with the old man. "What's on your mind?" I asked. He had 2 cups of tea steaming on the table, along with some buttered toast, so I joined him. On the road, I missed bread, and while this wasn't fresh, the melted butter made up for the rest. The drink was pale but strong with a medicinal scent. It tasted better than it smelled, however, with a gentle tang of mint. I drank mine because it was wet and hot, pleasant in a dry throat, and then I devoured the food. The scientist watched me in silence, but once I finished, he said, "Your friend Tegan is quite extraordinary." "Tell her, not me." "I'm appealing to you as her commander. A mind like hers shouldn't be wasted on the life of a common soldier. Let her stay with me. I could use an assistant, and I've been looking for someone like her my whole life." I laughed. "You don't know Tegan if you think I have any say over whether she stays or goes. But I'll fetch her, and you can put the invitation to her yourself." Leaving the dregs in my mug, I left the lab and went looking for Tegan. She was sitting alone in a patch of spring sunlight. The men gave her a wide berth, probably because of the tear streaks down her dusty cheeks. Dr. Wilson was right. She wasn't cut out for this life, but she was lucky in that there was no reason she couldn't cry when she felt sad. "The good doctor would like a word," I said, offering my hand. She seemed glad of the distraction, and we walked back to the lab together. Once inside, the scientist stated his case with more eloquence than he'd offered me, outlining all the opportunities for study and the wondrous things he could teach her. He concluded with, "It's long been my dream to pass on my knowledge, but until now, I'd encountered no suitable candidates. But you, my dear, you're perfect." Tegan considered, her lips parted in astonishment. "It's a kind offer, Dr. Wilson, but I'll see this through. Company D relies on me for healing, and the men will suffer without my care." "I see you were right about not being her captain," Dr. Wilson said to me. She frowned. "Deuce is my friend. She didn't order me to follow her. In fact, she tried to talk me out of it. Should I survive, then I'll gladly come back to study with you." "I'll endeavor to wait until that day," Wilson said dryly. A hot flush colored Tegan's cheeks, and I smothered a smile. "I'm sorry. That sounded presumptuous, didn't it?" "I did ask you to stay. It's not wrong to assume I'd like you to come back someday." "Then I thank you for the opportunity, Dr. Wilson. I hope we meet again." That seemed like the cue for us to leave, so we said our farewells and met the men in the town square. The wagons were loaded, and I was ready to see the last of Winterville. Despite their cowardice the night before, the townsfolk saw us off, and a few asked if I'd let them enlist. I was tempted to refuse, as I had with Rex, due to their inexperience, but I could tell by their guilt-racked expressions that they wanted to make up for their inaction. And in truth, we needed the bodies. I looked the 3 men up and down. "Any of you know how to shoot?" They shook their heads, but one of them said, "Please, I'm a smith. I can keep your weapons in good repair. Surely that's worth something." He was a burly sort with broad shoulders and scarred hands. So I beckoned them all on. Since we had wagons to protect, this journey would take much longer than it did when the men ran at a hunter's pace. More time on the road meant more chances for trouble, and we were all weary. But if we delivered the supplies safely to Lorraine, other volunteers might join our cause. John Kelly was spreading our story, and I suspected Vince Howe would add to it as well. These things took time. We were on the road for over a week, and Stalker's scouts did most of the heavy lifting. Sometimes we fought preemptive battles against the freaks, so they had no chance to lay an ambush for the wagons. As I'd predicted, it was slow going, and there was little time to spend with Fade, apart from the way I treated the rest of the men. From his occasional looks, he was missing the way it felt when we were together. But the job came first, as it ever had. This was familiar from our time in the summer patrols, but I minded more than I had then. For the first time, I could imagine a quiet life with Fade, a little cottage like Mama Oaks had shared with Edmund in Salvation. I was tired of smoky campfires and nights spent alone in a bedroll on the ground. I'd learned to grow things, and he could find work that didn't require killing. On a starry night like this, those were dreams too distant for building. On the 8th night, I woke to pure chaos. The mules were screaming, freaks were all around us. My men recovered as fast as they could, and the traders aimed their rifles, shooting into the dark. Between the crack of gunfire and cries of pain, I had no idea where anyone was. Gavin, the brat from Winterville, had climbed on top of the crates and was lying on his stomach, firing with complete calm. I spotted Fade fighting some distance away, but I didn't see Tegan or Stalker. There was no time to search further, because 3 freaks were on me. I whipped out my knives and whirled into the fight. As my vision sharpened, I spied Tegan on the other side of the wagon. Morrow fought madly toward her side, his blade a silver arc in the dark. By his worried expression, he didn't like how they were surrounding her. I didn't care for it either, but Stalker was closer. Another freak charged her back. She was already blocking with everything she had. Though she was good with her staff, she wasn't infallible. In a few more seconds, she'd go down. Stalker stopped defending and took 4 slashes across his back. He sprinted. I registered the precise moment when he realized he could save Tegan or land the killing blow, but not both. Not in time. A second later, he threw himself between her and the freak that would have torn out her spine. He took both talons in the chest before Morrow and I reached them. The freak who went after Tegan from behind had a vicious scar across its face, received in some prior battle with human soldiers. It looked like a knife wound, and when it saw us, it loped off, more evidence that they were growing more cunning. This one preferred to live to fight another day. The rest of the monsters spun on us, but Fade and Morrow were there, fighting like wild things to keep them away. They died in piles beneath their furious blades. Kneeling beside Stalker, I sealed my palms against the wounds. Blood bubbled up from between my fingers. The dawn showed signs of brightening into a sunny day, and he shouldn't be dying. Tegan sobbed, calling for her medicine bag, but by his crooked smile, he knew it was no use. Stalker pulled my fingers away and clutched them tight until our skin was slick and red. His breath grew wet and harsh, his eyes winter pale in his stark face. I drew him up into my arms, as if I could force him to live if I held him tight enough.
You said I could never make it right. But this helps, doesn't it? The world's getting the better deal. Her, for me.
Unable to speak for the tears thickening my throat, I stared down, memorizing his features. Though I couldn't care for him like he wanted, he had been my friend since we made peace in the ruins. He'd fought brave and true by my side. His ideas, his genius, had helped me build Company D, and I didn't know how to win without him. Stalker squeezed my fingers, his voice harsh and labored.
Promise. Promise. You'll finish this for me.
By everyone I love, I swear it.
I choked out. "I'd ask you to kiss me goodbye," he whispered. "But..."
Before he could finish the wheezing words, I leaned down and pressed my lips to his cheek. He smiled, and it felt as if he were already gone, his body lighter in my arms. My heart broke over and over with each of his wet, rasping breaths. His lashes fluttered like butterfly wings.
"I could have made you happy, Dove."
"You did," I whispered. Not in the way he'd wanted, of course. But I had loved sparring with him, loved his pragmatic outlook, and his loyalty when he granted his trust. But he didn't hear. The spark that had made him stalker had gone, leaving a limp body in my arms. All around the campsite, Company D protected me from the straggling freaks, but the battle felt far away. I was gone too, weeping in silence. It wasn't the way a leader behaved, but I was only a girl, mourning a fallen friend. So the battle raged on, but I had no fight left in me. My daggers lay useless at my sides. "Let him go," Tegan said softly. When she hugged me, I went into her arms, my eyes smeared with blood and tears. We wept together, and I felt Tegan shaking. She'd hated him so much, then she forgave him, and now this. Though I'd believed him when he said he regretted so many things, and that he'd changed, I never would have expected such a sacrifice from him. Until the moment when he decided her life was more precious than his own, I'd have said he was foremost a survivor. Like me. But in the end, Stalker chose to be better still. And I had promises to keep. Pledge. Company D rallied and carried the day, and there were no more casualties. Remembering Fade's words about being a strong leader, I pulled myself together and dried my tears. Yet the men had no trouble meeting my gaze, so I guessed they didn't judge me lacking because I'd grieved for a friend. It seemed unlikely anybody could sleep. Too much blood and death, too much danger lurking just beyond the wagons.
"We're hours from Lorraine," Vince Howe said. "Let me load your fallen man, and we'll see him buried when we're safe."
I acceded. That was a miserable march with sorrow gnawing through my backbone. Tegan wore a dead, awful look, one I recognized from when Rex lost his wife. She didn't mourn Stalker like that, but shock had a hold of her, as if something this awful couldn't possibly be true. I moved without thinking about where I put my feet, and 6 hours later, despite wagon speed, Lorraine rose ahead of us. In the morning light, it looked different from the first time we visited. Lorraine was a pretty town, a combination of Salvation and Soldier's Pond. The houses were made of wood, but the ramparts surrounding it were made of stone, like a picture I saw in a book once. Edmund had called it a castle. They had a standing militia, but they didn't patrol much. It was a common theme in the territory. People didn't go out looking for trouble if they had a choice. They'd let the freaks push them back until they feared the wilderness like drinking poison. "Better we stay safe," they said. "Better that those trained to do so go out to do battle with the monsters." If not for the men willing to brave the trade routes, these towns would be dead already. But for sheer appearance, Lorraine got high marks. It was more polished than Otterburn, less divided than Winterville. The buildings were old but well kept, of timber and stone. The roads leading up to town were made of dirt, but once the guard waved us past the gates, they had been swept, neat lines in the dust contributing to an orderly feel. People wore functional clothing here, both men and women. There wasn't a lot of variation in the dyes, but working with Mama Oakes had given me some idea about fabrics, and they had skilled weavers. Arranging a proper funeral took most of the day. Vince Howe paid the fees and found Stalker a spot in the town cemetery. The undertaker took his body from us, and the next time we saw him, he was encased in a wooden box. There were men hired specifically to bury it, and people came from town because Howe asked them to. But I had the hardest job, for it fell to me to speak the right words in saying goodbye. My throat tightened. Stalker wasn't always a good person, but he was a fierce warrior, and he died well. Good hunting, my friend. The men echoed it with one final battle cry, and then the gravediggers shoveled dirt on his casket. Howe set his hand on my shoulder. I owe you. I doubt we'd have made it back in one piece without your men. So let me show you to your lodgings. The last time we were here, they left us to fend for ourselves, but today we received a hero's welcome. The townsfolk offered us the town hall for our barracks, and ladies of all ages promised to deliver warm crocks of food before the sunset. Before that, however, the local pub sent us jugs of watered wine. I didn't want drunks on my squad, as they tended to be loud and uncoordinated. But if any occasion called for some indulgence, it was this one. It had been a devil of a week. Once we were settled in the great room, I gave the orders in a monotone. Get comfortable, men. Try not to think about the ones we lost. They died as they chose. Not every man gets to say that. True enough, Thornton answered. I hope I go out half as well. I'll drink to that, Spence said. They all raised their mugs, and I went over to Tegan, who still wore that odd, frozen look. Anything I can do? She covered her face with her hands. I shouldn't have come. That invitation from Dr. Wilson was a sign, and I ignored it. If I'd stayed in Winterville, Stalker would still be alive. You can't know that, I said firmly. Fade joined us, folding down into a cross-legged position. Deuce is right. Tegan clenched a fist and banged it on her knee. There was a time when this was all I thought about. I wanted him to hurt. I wanted him to understand how much I suffered at their hands. Sometimes I fantasized about his death, but I never imagined it would be for me. I couldn't decide what to say, but before I made it worse, she went on. I'd appreciate it if you gave me a little time to make sense of things. I'll be all right. Since that was obviously a dismissal, Fade stood and pulled me to my feet. I went over to Thornton and said softly, I need some air. You're in charge until I get back. The older man nodded. I doubt these boys are going anywhere. They're tired and hungry, waiting on the food we were promised. I'm sure it'll be here soon. Vince Howe seemed serious about looking out for us. We did him a good turn, and he knows it. If honor means anything here in Lorraine, he won't go back on his word. I was counting on that. Hurt expanded in my chest until I felt like I'd choke if I didn't get away for a while. Away from promises and expectations. Away from death. Fade followed me out of the town hall, his steps echoing after mine. I ran through the twilight, attracting strange looks from the people going about their business, until I arrived at the graveyard where we'd left Stalker. The men were gone, and the hole was filled in. They had planted a rectangular stone, which they promised would bear his name soon enough. A man with a chisel would cut the rock away until he shaped it just right. Dropping down beside his grave, I cried as I hadn't, even when I held my friend's body in my arms. The sobs tore out of me, loud against the quiet night. Fade knelt and wrapped his arms around me, so I sealed my face against his shoulder, hoping to muffle some of the noise. He didn't try to quiet me, offering only silence and warmth. When I calmed, I noticed his hands stroking down my back. "Better?" he asked at length. "Not really, but I can handle it now."
"I didn't like him,"
he said quietly.
"But I'm sorry you lost a friend."
"He won't be the last, I fear. And I couldn't stand it if you—" Fade silenced me with his mouth. This wasn't a hungry, taking kiss, but one that gave back comfort and tenderness, soothing my inner ache. This wasn't the place for such things, however, so I struggled to my feet and dusted off my knees. The ache might never go away, but I was strong enough to swallow it down and remember how a huntress should respond. Lately I was more girl than huntress, and it was making my job more complicated. Down below, I would have reacted less emotionally, factoring our chances of success or failure without much regard for loss of human life. Together, we left the graveyard and headed toward the town hall. At night, people stayed indoors, so the dirt lanes were deserted, and the windows shone with golden light. Guards manned the stone walls with rifles and crossbows like the one Tully carried. If any human settlement stood a chance of survival, Gaspard and Lorraine did. Appleton was lost, and I didn't think Winterville had much longer, unless they made some drastic changes. When Fade and I returned, the men were eating. I had no appetite, but Fade persuaded me to drink some soup. Morrow sat beside Tegan, whispering in her ear. She wasn't smiling at his nonsense, but from the light in her eyes, she was no longer feeling quite so heavy-hearted. Once the food and drink were gone, we all rolled into our blankets and went to sleep. In the morning, as promised, Vince Howe came to take me before the council. I hadn't even managed a meeting last time before they laughed me out of town, and that failure burned as I accompanied him to the restaurant. They didn't have those in Salvation or Soldier's Pond, but apparently it was a place where you could buy prepared food. Inside, there were tables covered in pretty cloths and chairs with cushions. I attracted a few looks because, despite my efforts in Winterville, my appearance was ragged. My plates were disheveled, and my plain brown road gear showed signs of hard use. But I lifted my chin and strode past the onlookers like I had a right to be there. 5 people sat waiting, 3 men and 2 women, all in late middle age, I guessed, according to topside lifespans. The men stood when I approached and gestured me to a seat. I glanced over my shoulder at Vince Howe, who sat beside me. He spoke all their names, but I didn't bother learning them. If any of them proved a worthy ally, then I would.
"This is the leader of Company D."
Remembering my manners, I extended a hand to each of them and gave my best, I mean business, shake. Then Howe went on.
"Last night, I mentioned how much her men helped us, and what they sacrificed to see our goods safely here. What would you like in recompense?" a fair-haired woman asked me. She expected me to request money to trade in town, possibly provisions, or the right to our current lodgings for as long as we liked. But I surprised them. "Volunteers," I said bluntly. 2 of the council members exchanged a look. "For what?"
"You promised, Stalker, you'd see this through." "The army."
We lost good men defending Winterville, and more on the way here. The only way we can defeat the Horde is to build a force capable of meeting them on the field. Lorraine's a strong town with good walls and sound defenses. You can spare some men for the fight."
"I understand the urgency," the councilman said. "We've had reports about Appleton, and I've been expecting to see muties on the march for days now. But what if men don't step up?" "Then we draft them," Howe snapped.
A young woman took requests for food. I let Vince Howe choose mine. Soon after, she delivered our plates, along with fresh bread. The speed and luxury of it amazed me. I ate while they debated the morality of such a course. It was something like the lottery in Otterburn, only the men chosen would end up joining Company D instead of being sent out as sacrifices. To my mind, this was better, as they had a chance of coming home. The discussion raged all through breakfast, and I didn't hurry them along because I was enjoying the food so much. Fluffy scrambled eggs and hot buttered muffins, warm tea, and a dish of fruit. It reminded me of the feasts Mama Oakes used to make. If I succeeded out here, maybe one day she'd have her own kitchen again. Between my desire to give my family a new home and my promise to stalk her, there was no way I could quit this task. I'd see the freaks defeated or die in the attempt. By the time I ate my fill, the council had made up its collective mind.
"We'll call all able-bodied men."
"No," I cut in. "Not just men. Everyone over the age of 13, male and female. If they're willing to learn to fight, we'll teach them. They only need to be brave enough to come with us. Company D will handle the rest." That sparked another round of argument, but Vince Howe gave me an approving nod. I guessed he didn't see a problem. While they bickered, I had seconds on eggs and muffins, and wondered if the townsfolk had fed my men this well. Eventually they decided I was right, and that the call to action might even go better if they permitted my request. So, an hour later, we gathered outside the town hall, with men running through town ringing their bells and shouting, "The council requires all citizens to gather at once." It didn't take as long as one might imagine, so I figured they weren't used to this kind of commotion in Lorraine. I let Vince Howe speak for Company D since he was known, and his account of our deeds and sacrifices had the crowd rumbling in awe. When he tilted his head at me, that was my cue. "You've heard what we've accomplished and what we intend to do. If you want to give your families more someday, more than just 4 walls, then join us." At first, nobody moved. But then Fade stepped forward with the banner Mama Oakes had made. The rest of the men began their drills, showing what our joint training had taught them. A surprised murmur stirred the townsfolk. And then the impossible happened. What I had been working toward from the beginning. Men and women, boys and girls, all of those old enough and bold enough to meet our needs, rushed forward, eager to take their place in our ranks. More willing bodies here than I'd dared dream. This is for you, Stalker. This moment, and every battle henceforth. Somehow, I hid my startled exultation. "Then line up," I said, "and give us your names. There's a war on." 3. Terminus. "For then," he said, "the king himself can't part us." George MacDonald, The Day Boy and the Night Girl. War. That day in Lorraine, we more than doubled our number. Company D remained in town for 2 more weeks while we offered rudimentary training. It wasn't enough for the dangers we'd face in the wilderness.
but scouts reported activity in Appleton. Part of the Horde was on the move, so we had to march, though our war band was still too small to face them. By nightfall, we were camped alongside the river. I wished Stalker were here to offer tactical advice, but I'd left him planted in the ground, and I owed him a decisive victory. While the rest of the men tended to mundane tasks, I called a meeting. Fade, Thornton, Tully, Spence, and Morrow. They were my most experienced warriors, so it made sense to ask their advice. Of all the recruits, you've seen the most combat. What's the best move?
You're in charge, Thornton muttered. I'm just here to kill muties.
But you acted like you knew what you were doing the night we covered the retreat to Soldier's Pond. And it was true. He wouldn't get out of strategic planning by claiming ignorance. I'd seen too much of his skill over the past months.
We can't fight them head-on,
Tully put in. Spence nodded his agreement.
Shands told me that 300 strong set out from Appleton. My guess is they're heading for Lorraine. It's the next nearest town for plundering.
But the rest of the Horde is settling in? Morrow asked. I wondered the same thing. We've assumed that they were all soldiers, but what if the Horde's numbers are swollen by non-combatants? The warriors might have been searching for a safe place to leave them while they sack our towns. Like the village in the woods near Salvation. Fade's voice was soft, but etched in bitterness, as if the memory aided him. How does that impact our strategy? I glanced between them, willing them to volunteer some insight. Stalker had known the most about planning assaults, yet I had to push forward. Thornton wore a tired look.
If you're right, then the ruthless thing to do would be to circle around to Appleton and hit their weak point.
The females and the brats, I breathed. Silence fell, as we all contemplated the value of such a strike. Greater numbers wouldn't matter so much then, as we'd be facing weaker opponents. Nursing freak females and offspring weren't exactly defenseless, but they couldn't compete with trained soldiers like us. The brutal nature of the attack might break the enemy's fighting spirit, but it might also fuel their hatred, making them determined to exterminate humanity at any cost. Ultimately, I shook my head. I can't wage that kind of war.
Even if it's the only way to win?
Tully asked. The decision hurt, but I stuck to it. No. We'll find another way. Fade said,
We don't know that much about mutie culture. All of them might be trained to fight, so we could hit Appleton only to find the females and brats are every bit as ferocious as the ones pillaging our towns.
Spence nodded.
Plus, I've seen some mama bears defending their cubs, and believe me, you do not want to mess with them.
In some ways, I said, muties are more like animals, so it stands to reason they wouldn't react like humans if we attacked territory they've claimed. A hit-and-run campaign would serve best, like in a book I read. Morrow wore a thoughtful look, as if he were trying to remember more details. We have to keep our units lean and mobile. We'll move faster since our squad's still pretty lean. So we rely on Stalker's scouts to provide us with good intel, then we strike, kill some, and disappear. We use the land around us, the darkness, every advantage we can muster. Because this will be a long fight. I gave a quick nod. Excellent. You're in charge of tactics. Morrow stared at me. I'm just a storyteller. You're not. One of these days I'm going to ask you where you found all of these books you've read, but right now, we need to plan. Everyone agreed with that, and Morrow shared everything he could remember about that tale. Unlike the Day Boy and the Night Girl, we didn't have a copy of the war strategy book, so I had no way of knowing whether the smaller army achieved victory in the end. But it was the best idea we had. In the morning, we broke camp. To my annoyance, it took longer than it should, and I vowed to work on that. The men needed to pack their gear in less than 5 minutes. I couldn't have them wandering around complaining about a night on the ground. So I set Thornton on them, as his thunderous scold was far more impressive than anything I could produce, and I had no experience yelling at people anyway. I sought Morrow before we moved out. Would you take over the Scouts? They need a leader, and I think you'd serve. But only if you're willing.
You put a lot of faith in me, Deuce.
Are you saying I shouldn't? I had noticed his silent movements, his careful grace. While he might not be as adept at slinking in and out of the shadows as Stalker had been, Morrow would be a fair replacement. With a wry smile, he shook his head.
It's an honor. I'll do my best to keep them safe.
I know. Now go get me some intel. We can't move far until we know for sure which way the muties are heading. It was a tense wait by the riverbanks. Company D occupied the time in drills. I put Fade, Tully, and Spence to supervising the sparring sessions. It was odd seeing normal townsfolk learning to fight, but they were all willing. Gavin worked particularly hard, hanging on every word Spence uttered. The brat had incredible heart to make up for his lack of size. Each time his partner knocked him down, he came up swinging, and occasionally he surprised somebody with his ferocity. I could tell he had a grudge to work off against the freaks, and his anger troubled me, not because he was upset over the loss of his parents, but I feared it might get the best of him at the wrong time. Rage would get him killed. I pulled him out of his current match and sat him down. He glared at me with green grass eyes, furious in his dirty face.
What? I was holding my own, and he's bigger.
This boy couldn't be more than 14 years old, and his small size made me wonder if he was younger. How old are you?
I'm over the recruiting age. You set that at 13.
I know. Just tell me.
I'll be 15 in a few months, he muttered.
He seemed so young. Maybe because the topside world tried to protect its young more than they had done down below. It felt like much more than a year and a few months separated us. I guessed his world had been very different before the freaks changed so much. Winterville panicked, and Dr. Wilson spread his poison. I made my tone hard, because I knew he wouldn't respect me if I was tender with him. He didn't want that, and couldn't handle it. This boy was after blood, not kindness. If you get yourself killed fighting like a cow with 2 left hooves, you won't live to see the muties in the ground. Is that what you want?
No, ma'am.
Sir, I corrected. In this army, it doesn't matter what people have in their pants. Now get back in there and use your head, not just your fists.
Yes, sir.
Tegan came over to me as practice tailed off. He reminds me of someone. She had been less obvious about her anger, kept it locked up inside her. But I'd seen her fury when I first found her in Gotham. She'd let it out with each blow of the club. Tegan hadn't fought smart back then either. The staff suited her better. You stay back, I cautioned. I know. I'm second line of defense and full-time medic. I won't be in the vanguard. She stared into the fields, watching the wind blow across the leaves. It's unnerving to be out here, isn't it? Not knowing exactly where our enemies are. I knew what she meant. The wilderness was quiet apart from the chirps of birds and the chitter of insects, the burbling rush of the river behind us. Springtime had greened the grass as far as the eye could see, but just over the next rise could lurk violence and death. Despite myself, I shivered, hoping the scouts returned soon. By noon I had my wish. They had done their work well, and Morrow made the report. They're moving northeast of here. From what we can tell, they're heading for Lorraine. Then we need to follow them, wait until they camp, and strike when they're asleep. Let's fight fire with fire, Fade said.
Did we bring any liquor?
Tully asked. Since drinking left soldiers sloppy and careless, the answer should be no. But when we searched the packs, we found 6 jugs. I left Thornton verbally reaming the men who had violated the code of conduct, while the others carted off the contraband. Tully popped the cork on one and sniffed it.
It's strong, she said. This will do nicely.
For what? I asked.
We can make fire bombs. And with some rags, I can set my bolts on fire. These will scatter the muties, induce panic, especially if we strike when they're asleep.
The remainder of that day, we marched according to the scouts' directions. At Morrow's orders, they were constantly running back and forth, carrying messages about this portion of the Horde. It wasn't the whole army I'd seen camped in the fields outside Salvation, but they didn't need all of their forces to take smaller towns. It made sense for them to protect the territory they'd already claimed, and at the moment, I didn't have sufficient numbers to take back Appleton, but I could keep them from overrunning Lorraine. Come nightfall, we were 3 miles from our intended target. Tonight, it's critical that you follow orders. Kill on the perimeter and fall back. Make them chase you. Anything that increases confusion and decreases visibility, do it. And run if you need to. I raked away the grass until I had a patch of dry dirt to serve as a map. Then I etched some directions. This is where we'll regroup. They may follow, trying to force a fair fight. We won't give it to them. This is where our forest starts, and if necessary, we'll fight in retreat. Ideally, though, we're going to hit them, kill as many as we can, then vanish. That's the plan.
Any questions?
Thornton asked. There were a number, and he fielded them as I strode away. I hoped I sounded confident and prepared when my heart was pounding like a drum. So much depended on my instincts being right. I had no doubts that this needed to be done, but maybe I had no business attempting it. Who am I to lead these men?
I'm with you,
Fade said softly. I wanted so badly to turn into his arms, but I was afraid he'd recoil, and it wouldn't be a good way to behave in front of the men either. No doubt Tully and Spence were deeply in love, despite the fact that she was a good 10 years older. But they never touched, never kissed where anybody could see. I just saw it in the way he gazed at her, like he'd fall over and stop breathing if she ever quit looking back.
It's normal to be scared, he went on, and I'm glad you are. It makes me feel better about the butterflies in my stomach. This will be the biggest battle we've ever fought.
Thanks. Though his arms remained at his sides, Fade whispered, This is me holding you, and this is me kissing you for luck. That put a smile on my face. Maybe a battlefield was no place for such attachments, but I couldn't put away those feelings. He was part of me like my shadow. This is me kissing you back.
Deuce! Morrow shouted. I need you!
My eyes met Fade's and clung, and that look said so many things, and then I strode away to handle last-minute inquiries about troop deployments. The camp the freaks had chosen offered us higher ground on a ridge above, so that was where I meant to plant our riflemen. Tully planned to start the fires, and 6 soldiers would carry the fire bombs, which could be lobbed as far as somebody could throw them. Just after moonrise, Company D moved out. A silver sliver in the sky. The moon cast barely enough light to keep the rest of the men from stumbling over their feet. For me, it was fine, and I could have navigated with my eyes closed, which meant I was on point with the scouts to make sure the ambush went off smoothly. I crept up over the rise, my stomach in knots. I hadn't seen so many freaks gathered in one place since I ran from the Horde, saving Fade. Fear boiled up in the form of bile, acid in my throat, but I swallowed it down. You've taken enough, I told the monster silently. This is all you get. This is where the end begins. After spotting the best vantage points, I set the riflemen in place. Once the fires started burning down below, it should help with targeting. After all, it didn't matter where they shot the freaks. Bullets never felt good going in. Once Tully was in position with the gunmen, I crept down to join the others. "Thornton," I whispered, "you have command of the infantry. Don't let the inexperienced ones get swept too far into the mob." "I'll do my best," he said, with Longshot's familiar salute. Thornton wasn't the only man I'd seen use that gesture. It was common in the territories, a way of showing respect without acknowledging any superior rank. Yet it was inexpressibly poignant to see that just before the fight of a lifetime, a sign that Longshot was here, watching over me. Maybe that was nonsense, but I'd take the hope of it because then I could imagine being united someday with the people I'd lost. If nothing else, it bolstered my courage, so I was able to give orders in a tone firm enough to make them believe we would triumph. "The enemy's sleeping men. Bring the pain." Escort. From the first fiery bolt, the battle went according to plan. We got a bonus when the field caught, creating an inferno of snarling panic. The freaks fled from the blaze and ran straight into our blades. Between the dark night and the bright fire, they hardly saw us as they died. The firebombs exploded in the center of the camp, immolating a number of the monsters. On the ridge, riflemen picked them off as they scattered. In the chaos, we killed them with impunity until they realized how few we were, and then they charged. I couldn't let them surround us. My men didn't have the experience to win at such steep odds. "Sound the retreat!" I shouted. Morrow piped out the notes warning the squad to fall back to the agreed location on the forest's edge. The men responded, aware our tactics didn't allow for a stand-up fight. We meant to kill as many as possible before luring them to more advantageous terrain, where we'd fare better against superior numbers. Fade was nearby, so we fought together as we gave ground. I stabbed and slashed, careful not to turn my back on monsters that might impale me from behind. Thornton shot one over my shoulder, and I turned. Fade ran with me, full out, until we put the war zone behind us. I counted as the soldiers stumbled in. In the end, we lost 10 men. Well enough. I hadn't expected to defeat them in one ambush. "How many did you get?" I asked the men, once they reached our rendezvous point. The tally was close to 100, and I smothered their urge to cheer. It was a solid achievement, 1/3 of the enemy's number. We fell back into the forest thereafter, and these freaks apparently weren't bound by the deal we'd made with the others, which confirmed they were part of the Horde. They hunted us through the trees, but in such terrain, they couldn't fight as a mob, so we picked them off. Company D fought in constant motion, never letting them rest. On the 6th night, the freaks fell back to set up camp in the grasslands beyond. There were only 100 of them left by then, but I had no plans to offer them a fair fight. 2 weeks into the conflict, other problems plagued us. Between the freaks in the area and our own men, it was difficult to find game. Fishing helped a little, but time spent on provender, as Thornton called it, left less time for evading their attacks and for planning our own. The situation had to be addressed before it got worse. Before I could resolve that crisis, Morrow brought grim news. There's a trade caravan heading from Gaspard to Soldier's Pond. My scouts think the muties we've been harassing intend to hit it for supplies, before circling back to Lorraine. "We can't let that happen," I said. "Let's move." That began a hard march east, with little food and less sleep. Company D was thin and exhausted when we met the traders on the road. I expected them to greet us with rifles, but word of our exploits had spread, and they actually recognized the banner Mama Oaks had made. Most days, Gavin carried it proudly, the pennant flying in the wind. "Oi, Company D!" the lead driver called.
"You intend to hang us too?"
I joked. Laughing, the man shook his head.
"The guards are still talking about that, you know. I wouldn't expect a warm welcome in town anytime soon, but stories are different on the road. Vince Howe and John Kelly have only the best things to say."
"We'll get you to Soldier's Pond," I offered, "but you'll have to help feed us." I hoped they could spare us something in Soldier's Pond, since a good number of our men came from there. If not, we could surely share the trader's rations while we protected them. The trader nodded without hesitation.
"I can make the meal stretch to porridge if you can augment with fresh meat."
There was some grumbling from his men because they'd expected skillet cakes, not gruel, but he leveled a stern look on them.
"Do you want to live? This area's crawling with muties."
He was right. Only the skill of our scouts had let us reach the caravan before the enemy, and to get to Soldier's Pond, we had to circle the forest because of the wagons. There would be ample opportunity for them to hit us before then. A knot formed in my stomach, because the last time we'd guarded supplies like this, Stockard died. I couldn't handle losing anybody else, but I put my fears aside and informed the men that we had a new goal, and at the end, there would be some rest in Soldier's Pond. That roused a weary cheer from warriors who had been subsiding on plants and berries. I didn't know about them, but I was starving, and so weary of wild leek and mushroom soup. It had been days since I'd eaten more than a scrap of meat, choosing to give my share to the soldiers instead.
"You're too thin,"
Fade had said, when he caught me doing so.
"You can't keep up your strength if you don't eat."
"I am," I'd muttered. There just wasn't much to be had. Between constant fighting and laying ambushes, then moving fast enough to stay out of reach, we didn't have time to hunt properly or bring down big game, assuming the freaks had left any. There should be moose and deer, but it had been a week since the scouts saw any tracks. There was only smaller game like rabbits and squirrels, less worth the trouble of catching because it took so many to feed the soldiers. Sometimes we skinned them and put the meat in the pot for flavor, along with the leeks, potatoes, and mushrooms, but it wasn't enough nutrition to keep us strong.
"I can't wait to see my family," a man said.
"Me either." I left them to talk of happy reunions, as long as they fell into formation when Thornton barked the order. And they did. My soldiers were young and old, male and female, but they all had courage to spare. We marched alongside the wagons with the Company D banner flying high, and it was dusk when the monsters came. This was their first chance to strike at us in the open, a risk I'd known we were taking when I decided to protect the caravan. But if they got hold of these supplies, people in Soldier's Pond and Gaspard might starve. Plus, it'd strengthen the enemy. I couldn't let that happen. I recalled what Dr. Wilson said about how hunger made them digest their own brains. If we kept them from finding new food sources, they'd get dumber and easier to kill. They came at us in the loping run now so familiar to me, but there was no smell at all, except the sweat of unwashed soldiers and the general reek of the mules.
"Formation C!" I shouted.
Thankfully, our drills had prepared the men for a number of contingencies, and they arrayed themselves with foot soldiers in front and riflemen in back. Tully vaulted on top of a wagon, then pulled Gavin up beside her. From on top of the crates, they opened fire, gunning down 2 to start the bloodshed off right. The animals screamed in terror, but the drivers sawed at the reins and didn't let them bolt in panic. I waited at the front, braced to receive their charge. I had Tegan on one side and Fade on the other. She knocked one down for me, just like she used to do for Stalker, and I stabbed it through the neck. Tegan smashed one in the face as Morrow ran it through, and on my other side, Fade fought with economical grace, his moves a dodge and weave that never left my flank vulnerable. I stayed tight, too, my blade spinning in the purple light. I lost count of how many I killed, but I heard Tully shout she was out of quarrels. A few riflemen said the same, and they pushed forward to fight with their knives. Blood gushed, like spilled wine across the pub floor in Otterburn. The monsters knew they had to win this fight, so they never broke and ran, not even when Fade slew the last one with a blade straight through the heart. The victory cost us 20 men, however. Before we moved, Company D dug another mass grave to keep scavengers away. Tully spoke the words on our behalf because I was too tired, and I had nothing to say. As we shoveled dirt on their bloody faces, I noticed how young some of them were, a few barely meeting my age limit. You did this. You took these boys and girls away from their mothers. But I didn't kill them, I whispered. The words didn't assuage my guilt. When we moved on, we were a bleak, unhappy group, and the thin gruel we ate for supper didn't cheer anybody up. The scouts found us a clear path to Soldier's Pond thereafter, and while we saw smaller groups of freaks prowling the hills nearby, none of them dared to attack. I was exhausted beyond description when we saw Soldier's Pond on the horizon. A weary huzzah came from the men, but they didn't look good. Many had developed sores. Their shoes and boots were in rags, so their feet bled as we marched. My dream hung in tatters, and though we were doing some good, I was failing at keeping my men safe and healthy. I didn't have the experience for this, but the problem was, nobody did. Humans had cowered in their settlements for so long that they had forgotten how to fight without terrible potions and mysterious poisons. The only information we had came from Morrow's stories, and I still needed to ask him about those. There should be time in Soldier's Pond. The guards came out to meet the wagons, offering safe escort, and that was just as well, as I didn't think my men had any fight in them. The townsfolk might complain about us appearing to gobble up their provisions, but they wouldn't have these trade goods from Gaspard without us, and Soldier's Pond was far from self-sufficient. "Thank you," the trader said, as the caravan passed the town's defenses. "We'd have died on the road if not for your men." His name was Marlin Bean, and I expected him to add his story to the one circulating from Vince Howe and John Kelly. In the long run, their goodwill might save Company D, but for the moment, I merely nodded and led the soldiers to a much-desired homecoming. The guards had all kinds of questions, but I hushed them with an impatient gesture. It wasn't until I saw Tegan's brows go up that I realized how used to command I had become. I frowned at her as I called, "I'm giving all of you 48 hours leave. The mess is over there. Stick with a local if you don't know the way. Once you've eaten, find the bathhouse. Then locate a bunk and get some rest. Some of you need your wounds wrapped or bandages changed. I don't think anybody's likely to die overnight, so see Tegan and me in the morning. We'll fix you up. That's all. And enjoy the break." The men surged off, grateful to be out of the wilderness. I knew how they felt. Fade beckoned with a stern look. "That order to rest goes for you, too." Since I was dizzy by this point, I let him tow me toward the mess. If we were off schedule, I'd make the cook open the kitchen myself. Fortunately, however, Colonel Park was on top of things. She met us in the hall, and she had 2 extra workers in tow so they could make more food quickly. As usual, it was tasteless, but we were all so hungry I would have happily eaten a bucket of the mushroom porridge they gave us down below. As we ate, I realized belatedly that we'd sat in a cluster of officers. Nothing so formal had ever been declared, of course, but I always turned to Fade, Tegan, Thornton, Tully, Morrow, or Spence when I needed something. And here we sat, nobody else at our table. I wouldn't have sent anyone else away, but I guessed the others figured this was our inner circle, and we had clever plans to make. Or maybe they just wanted a break from the lot of us. I listened to the conversation with half an ear. It was an important issue, but I lacked the drive to tackle the problem straight away when I had 47 hours of freedom.
"We have to ask all towns in the territory for a tithe," Thornton was arguing.
Morrow protested.
"But we can't make them give us supplies."
Spence scowled, gesturing with his spoon so that he was in danger of losing the stewed poultry and dough he'd scooped up.
"We can refuse to protect them if they choose not to."
It sounded hard, but maybe he was right. If they weren't willing to tighten their belts and donate to the soldiers keeping the Horde at bay, then they could deal with the consequences. In so many ways, I'd bitten off more than I could chew. Some days, only pure stubbornness kept me pushing forward when I felt so stupid, the least suitable person to be leading Company D. Morrow shook his head, however.
"Fear and intimidation won't serve long term. They'll only come to see us as tyrants, the reasons their families are going hungry. There's also the matter of hauling provisions," Fade said. "If we have wagons full of supplies, rather than just what we each carry, it slows our movements, and we lack the numbers to face the Horde head-on."
He was right about that. Before we joined up with the Gaspard traders, we'd sent scouts to Appleton, trying to get a handle on the actual number, and there were still too many to count. It was impossible to send someone all through town, but from what Sands told us, the freaks were living in the town, not ransacking it. They hadn't damaged the buildings. They were moving in and out of the houses like people, and that alarmed me as much as anything I'd heard.
"We won't solve this over dinner," Tully said at last. "Why don't we talk to the Colonel tomorrow and see what she suggests? Her family has always been in the military, and she's got a lot of old books full of historical campaigns."
I leveled a look at Morrow. The last time we were here, I'd noticed how he kissed the Colonel on her cheeks, though he wasn't her husband. With a single raised brow, I invited him to elaborate, but he held his silence, and I made up my mind that I'd unearth his secrets before we moved out again. Council. After a bath came a joyous reunion with my family. Each time I returned, they seemed a little surprised, as if they had secretly resigned themselves to my loss. Mama Oakes was thrilled with how the company had taken to her banner, but she wept when she heard about Stalker. I hugged her tight, fighting tears, and Edmund patted my shoulder, awkward as he always was with strong emotion. "Where's Rex?" I asked, stepping back.
"Still at the shop,"
Edmund answered. Mama Oakes bit her lip. "He's a tad angry with you." There was nothing for it but to get the confrontation out of the way, so I headed down to the workshop where I found Rex pulling a needle through some leather, trimming it. He glanced at me with a face like a thundercloud. No greeting.
"I saw how many new men you've taken on. Are they all trained warriors?"
Since that had been my objection to him joining up, I winced. "No, but they're not my brothers either."
"Do you have any idea how it feels to be refused by your mother?"
"No, because I never had one until I got yours."
"Ours,"
he corrected, losing a little of his righteous indignation. But he soldiered on.
"You should have told me in person, Deuce. Instead, you slipped off without facing me."
He was right about that. I'd told myself I was in a hurry, but I just hadn't wanted to look into his eyes and say, "No, you can't fight. Stay home and make your mama happy." Which was ridiculous, considering he had been married and living away from home for years. "I didn't want anything to happen to you," I said honestly. "It would break her heart, and I can't guarantee your safety out there. You can't in here either." That was true, especially after what happened in Salvation. "Do you still want to fight?"
"I do. The orders have slacked off, and I can tell Pa's just inventing work for me, trying to keep me busy. You're not looking to die to be with Ruth or something stupid like that. Rex shook his head. I want to avenge my wife. It's a sin and goes against our ways, I know. But as many of those monsters as I can kill, well, I'd consider that a good day's work. I understood this motivation. It shouldn't involve reckless heroics either. Because he couldn't slay a bunch of freaks if he got himself killed. Go see Thornton about weapons, and ask Mama for some fighting gear. Edmund will need to fix your boots, too. We could use a lot more of them, come to think of it. I contemplated my men with their bloody feet and thin faces. If Company D was to thrive and grow, I had to get better at providing for them. So I went back to the bunkhouse and caught the Oakses in a rare private moment. Edmund was holding Mama Oakes while she wept silently into his shoulder. Sucking in a soft breath, I crept away, not wanting to interrupt. Confused, I sat on the damp ground until I guessed it had been long enough for them to finish whatever it was. I had no idea if she was happily weeping because I'd come back, or if she missed salvation. Half an hour later, I returned, and a glance inside told me that Edmund must have gone to the workshop. I caught up with him there and made my request. He nodded. I'm happy to make whatever you need, provided I have the supplies. I've outfitted all the men here, and now I'm making surplus in common sizes. You're welcome to them, though if you have men with extra large feet or small ones, they'll need a custom fit.
Thanks, Edmund.
I'm glad to do my part for the war effort, he said quietly.
His sincerity moved me. My father believed I was doing something important, and he took me seriously. I had to hug him, even if that wasn't usually my first impulse. He looked surprised as I came around the counter, but he wrapped his arms around me like it was the easiest thing in the world. For him and me, though, it never was. For a few seconds, I enjoyed the warmth of his hold. Then I stepped back and told him about Rex. He flinched far inside his eyes, but he nodded. I saw that coming. I'll break the news to your mother. I didn't correct him, even in my head. They weren't my foster anything. These folks had become my family, along with Vade, Tegan, and maybe, to a lesser degree, Company D. In the morning, I went to see the Colonel before breakfast. I found her in the HQ, listening to reports on freak movements on the other side of the forest. Though they didn't go out looking for trouble, Soldier's Pond always had good intel, but the Colonel erred on the side of caution. Deep down, I suspected she felt unprepared for her position, just as I did, so she was reluctant to send men out to die. But while humans cowered, the Horde grew. Colonel Park, the scout was saying, there's no activity in the forest, but there are hunting parties circling around. It's only a matter of time until they reach us. If you want us to help defend the town, we'll need more men, I murmured. Good morning to you too, the Colonel said. You don't believe in small talk, do you? Not so much. We also need provisions, whatever you can spare. I'd ask how many times you intend to make me turn you down before you give up, but I suspect the answer is infinite. Because you don't give up. I smothered a smile. I'm not known for it. I'll talk to the quartermaster and see what we can spare without running the risk of privation this winter. Thanks. Have you given any thought to your command structure? She asked. When I shook my head, I received a lecture on the necessity of running a tight ship, whatever that meant. She laid out how a proper army should be run, stressing the importance of a clear hierarchy. Colonel Park scanned the room as if checking for unfriendly ears. Then she added, low, I wish I could do more to help you, but my advisors are frightened, cautious men. They think if we maintain a neutral attitude, the muties won't engage. I've seen that proven false, time and again. Salvation did nothing to provoke the monsters, just went about their business. Same with Appleton, so far as I know. I believe you. I just hope it doesn't take a tragedy here to motivate them. Why don't you overrule them? Because, when my father died, he left me only provisional power. What does that have to do with anything? Colonel used to be an earned title, but I inherited the role from my father. Since I was younger than anyone expected, due to the bleeding fever, when I took over from him, there were conditions set on my administration of the armed forces. Likely she could tell I didn't understand, so she clarified. My authority is subject to checks and balances from my advisors, so they can gainsay you. That's too bad. With a few more polite words, I let her get back to meeting with the scouts. In that moment, I felt a bit sorry for her. It would be awful to be in charge, but not really, with people second-guessing every move. She had information and resources at her fingertips, but she didn't have the freedom to use any of it as she deemed fit, at least not without arguments and endless voting. Sometimes disasters required quick, decisive action. We stayed in Soldier's Pond more than 2 days. It took longer for Edmund to outfit all the men, and Mama Oakes convinced the quartermaster to let her have multiple bolts of unused cloth. So while Edmund made boots, she was madly stitching uniforms. In that time, the colonel procured cornmeal, dry beans, and Morrow dug up a recipe for hardtack, which consisted of flour and water, baked multiple times until the ingredients were like small bricks. "What are we supposed to do with this?" I asked, when the storyteller brought me to the mess to show me what the cooks had created. At this hour, the room was empty apart from the harried workers who had been experimenting with the recipe for hours, and us. Morrow frowned, likely at my lack of imagination. "If you crumble them, they thicken a stew. Crushed and mixed with milk or egg, they become pancakes. Or we can eat them like this if there's nothing else. They last forever." With each soldier carrying his allotment of beans, cornmeal, dried meat, and hardtack, we should all do well for the rest of the campaign, at least until the cold set in. Soon there would be tubers and fruit on the trees, more berries and wild greens. My concern was the scarcity of game, with the Horde hunting in our territory, but we couldn't stop fighting for fear of hunger. "You think we'll run across cows and chickens in the field?" I teased. "That seems likely. I bet we'll have pancakes in the skillet every morning." "You're cruel to a man who spent hours paging through dusty old books for you." I raised a brow. "For me? Or Tegan?" It was no secret, the way he looked at her when she was helping the men. I'd also observed how he sought her out during quiet moments, and that he seemed to enjoy their training sessions a whole lot, maybe because he got to be close to her. I didn't think Tegan had noticed how he felt, but I had gotten better at paying attention to such details after the misunderstanding with Stalker. My heart hurt when I remembered him, but the alternative was forgetting, and that was the final kind of death, when nobody told your story anymore. "I'd like her to eat more," he admitted. "She's too skinny." "So are you." "That accounts for everyone in Company D." With a small, sly smile, Morrow offered, "Well, I'm more concerned about the eating habits of some than others." "Me too. Thanks for your effort on this." I turned to the cooks. "The colonel wants you to bake 500 more of these." They grumbled, but it was a measure of my status that they just went back to work. Morrow seemed impressed as we left the mess together, but I didn't let him run off. I wasn't done with this conversation yet. "You've had access to all kinds of books," I said, "more than we've seen in any town or village we visited. Gotham was the only place I ever saw that had so many. A lot of them were ruined, but plenty more could still be read. Have you been there?" I knew Morrow was a wanderer, that he wasn't from Soldier's Pond, but he had been oddly reticent about his past. He sighed as he shook his head and started walking. I had no idea where he was going, but I didn't mean for him to leave me behind, so I quickened my pace. We ended up in the cowshed we'd used for training. There was nobody there, just the animals, so at least it was private.
No, I'm from the west, a village called Rosemere.
I'd seen it on Longshot's maps, but I couldn't place it. Though it was listed, it wasn't on the trade routes he'd drawn. Where's that exactly?
On the Evergreen Isle.
That was why he hadn't traveled there. Longshot only covered land routes, and you had to cross the water to get to Rosemere. You don't talk about it much. Was it bad there?
No, Morrow said softly. It was heaven.
Then why did you leave?
The usual story. I loved a girl who didn't feel the same, so I vowed to see the world and make her sorry I left.
Did it work? I asked. He shrugged.
I don't know. I haven't been back.
Tell me about it. The storyteller was in his element, painting a picture for me in words. He spoke of a jewel of a village, with white stone cottages and charming gardens in bloom, of the market where all manner of lovely things were sold, of a sturdy dock where men went out in small boats to cast their nets, and women in headscarves hung out their washing, while calling cheerfully to one another. Of the Evergreen Isle, he said even more.
You have to see it to believe. Forests all around, green as far as the eye can see. It's lush and unspoiled, no other ruins, and there have never been any mutants.
That seemed odd. Why not?
They can't swim. I'm not sure why, but I've seen them try a few times from the ruins on the other side of the river, and they always sink like stones.
I bet Dr. Wilson would have a theory, but there was no time to detour to Winterville to ask him. With the delay for provisions, we had lost our momentum and needed to get back to the fight. But I filed that information away as a weakness I could exploit, provided I figured out the way to do it. Since the freaks got smarter and more knowledgeable with each generation, they doubtless would be wary when it came to water. That doesn't explain all the books, or your fancy knife work, I pointed out. Morrow seemed annoyed that I hadn't been distracted by his eloquent descriptions.
You're pushy, you know that?
I usually accomplish what I mean to.
The first adventure I ever went on didn't lead me far from home, he said. But it was dangerous. See, on the other side of the river, we have ruins, similar to what I imagine Gotham is like. So I swam across to explore, and in my wandering, I ran across a building full of books. You can't even imagine.
I can, actually. We found a place like that in Gotham. It's called a library.
I know that, Morrow said. I suspected you didn't.
I so enjoy it when people assume I'm stupid. He shook his head.
Not that. Just very focused on killing.
Go on, I prompted.
I barely made it out. The ruins were crawling with muties.
That sounded like a story I'd like to hear, and maybe it was even akin to Fade's and mine. But I needed answers so that all the pieces added up, so I didn't ask him to elaborate. Morrow went on.
I was in bad shape when I stumbled out of the river, and my father was livid. As soon as I recovered, he dragged me to a man in the village who was teaching his sons to fence, a family tradition. And my father insisted I learn. He said I had to be able to defend myself if I meant to take foolhardy risks.
You took to it, I observed.
Yes, well, I had the proper build and I like the elegance of it, though I enjoy the bloodshed less.
I've noticed. And the stories? Morrow nodded, slightly annoyed with my impatience.
I couldn't forget all those books. So I went to my father, and I demanded the use of one of the boats. It took me weeks, but I recovered as many as I could and brought them to Rosemere. Now, we have the only library in the territories.
Books people can borrow any time they want? I asked, impressed by the notion.
Yes, I've read more than anyone I know.
It wasn't a boast, just a statement, and that explained much about him, why he was so in love with stories and so set on writing his own. Thanks for telling me. I think I'd like to visit Rosemere someday.
No offense, Deuce, but I hope you come as a traveler, not a huntress.
I smiled at that. None taken. I don't wish war or hardship on the only peaceful place in the territories. I'd like to see something like that. That's all. I was wondering. For the first time since I'd met him, Morrow seemed bashful. You teased me, but I'm recording all of our adventures. And someday, I'd like to hear your story in detail. Everything you can remember from down below, what life was like, how you came to salvation, and then Soldier's Pond. Really? Truly. I need your permission, though. It doesn't seem right otherwise. You have it, I said. Campaign. In addition to provisions, boots, and uniforms, we picked up 40 more men, including Rex, before we left Soldier's Pond. I heard her advisors haranguing Colonel Park as we marched past HQ, but there was nothing they could do, short of rummaging through each man's pack. This time I was better equipped to provide for so many men, and with warmer weather and better forage, the soldiers should stay healthy longer. It hit me hard that I didn't have Stalker as my scout leader anymore. He had hand-picked the scouts according to some private criteria, and I missed his expertise. Morrow did his best, but he lacked my friend's instincts. Their information was critical, however, so we all had to press on. I remembered what Colonel Park had said to me about structure, now that we were substantially larger than 12 men. Hold up. Tegan, Fade, Tully, Spence, Morrow, Thornton. I called their names as soon as we left town, and they came over to see what I needed. I've looked to all of you repeatedly. It's time to make it official. I talked to the colonel about rankings, and she said a company as large as ours needs command infrastructure, so the men know who to talk to and who's in charge. Thornton nodded. I wondered when you would get around to it. You didn't see the need to clue me in? Nope. I laughed. Though he was bigger and blunter than Longshot had been, sometimes Thornton reminded me of him. You're staff sergeant, and I'm putting you in charge of provisions. If we need something, let me know. If you see a soldier going without or who's not taking care of his gear, tell me about that too. Does this mean I get to scream when I see infractions? Yep, I said, mimicking his delivery. He actually cracked a smile. Then thank you for that. Tegan, I'm officially making you company medic. Keep an eye on the soldiers, because they may not come forward if they're feeling off. I know it's a lot to ask because there's so many of us now. Do I get a fancy title? She cut in pertly. Doc Tegan isn't enough? She smiled. No, it'll do, and it's nice to have my talents recognized. I'm told I need a squad leader for every 30 men. At that point, I looked at Fade, Tully, and Spence. I'm dividing the men up between the 3 of you. You'll have more like 60 men each at this point, but we'll have to make do. You're not taking a squad? Tully asked. I shook my head. The colonel tells me that the captain, or whatever I am, has to be apart from keeping the peace like you 3 will. Should I have them count off? I studied the men standing in formation. At last, we looked like a proper army, no longer ragtag or mismatched, and with Gavin flying our banner proudly at the front of the column. A tremor of pride ran through me. Mama Oakes made this possible. She sewed until her fingers bled to get the uniforms done fast enough. Because it was my dream. These men weren't bound to any town. They all shared a single cause, to defeat the freaks, or die trying. I did this. I didn't quit. And I will not fail.
That would be easiest, Tully said, responding to my question.
I shouted for the men to sound off in threes. Once they finished, I called.
Squad 1, if you need anything, see Fade. He is the boss of you. Any problems he can't handle will be brought to me, and you do not want that.
Not a single soldier snickered, probably because I was borrowing Mama Oakes's sternest voice.
Squad 2, you're with Tully. Threes, look to Spence. If we separate for any reason, these are the leaders you follow. Understood? Yes, sir. If you forget your number, you'll dig latrines, even if we don't need them. Questions? No, sir. Then let's move out.
Thus commenced the summer of blood. We fought freaks from the other side of the forest all the way to Gaspard and back again. The men were brave, even the inexperienced ones. The battles ran together, day after day, while we kept the trade routes clear. Company D got proficient at packing up their gear to move on to the next fight. The last time, it took less than 2 minutes, and I was counting. Now and then I caught Rex eyeing me, but I couldn't read his expression. I treated him like everyone else, but I was happy to see him in one piece as time wore on. As for me, I had new scars and healing wounds, bruises on bruises from sleeping on the hard ground. I had seldom been so weary, but the freaks never seemed to run out of bodies to throw at us. Each night, I dreamed of bloodshed and violence, of freaks pillaging Soldiers' Pond, as they had Salvation and Appleton. We kept the wagons moving, but accomplished little else because the Horde wasn't stirring. Instead, they sent out hunting parties to test our abilities, and the survivors fled to report back with our scouts nipping at their heels. The impasse made me nervous. The days were hot and sticky. Flies buzzed around the fields full of their dead. We burned the monsters when we could, and left them to rot otherwise. I wished I could dream of Morrow's stories about Rosemere, but my mind was a dark and awful place. Sometimes it seemed that the killing would never end, and because they could breed faster, reach fighting age sooner, I didn't see a happy ending. My naming day came and went unnoticed. This year, there were no sweets or presents, no party. Instead, I stood knee-deep in mud with a summer storm bearing down. The sky was all snaps of lightning, booming thunder, while my feet slid beneath me. It was hard to fight, tough to see with the rain sluicing through my plates and into my eyes. But the weather didn't deter the freaks, so we stood our ground. This was the biggest hunting party yet, close to our number, and it horrified me that the enemy could send so many, while the bulk of the Horde squatted in Appleton. It seemed like such a horrendous waste, but maybe the monsters had some plan my human brain couldn't fathom, and that possibility scared the devil out of me. I stabbed another, then another, its blood spilling away into the rain. My hands were cold, clumsy, and I lost my grip on the wet dagger. It sank into the mud, and I couldn't kick it with the earth sucking at my boots. Fade slid in with a smooth strike, saving me, and I lifted my head in a weary, silent thank you. He dug out my dagger, and we pushed forward to help the rest of the men, all bogged down and stumbling. We lost 16 soldiers that day. For the sake of my men, I hid my despair over those deaths, and the increasing intelligence of our enemy. Because we were winning our fights, mostly, Company D's spirits stayed fairly high as the summer crept toward fall in a haze of multiple engagements. In the end, the scouts brought us dismal tidings as the days cooled again. The air was sweet with the scent of ripening apples. I had people in the trees, picking as many as they could carry. The last battle was 2 days behind us, and the men were ready to go again. Sands delivered the worrisome news.
"There's movement in Appleton at last. I think the Horde's decided to engage."
So while we fought like mad to hold our ground, they'd rested, fattened up, and tested our strength. Now they knew our strategies and were ready to crush us. And I was out of ideas. I'd done everything I could think of to recruit enough men to face the monsters, and at the current count, we had slightly less than 200 with recent losses. Even when Company D won, soldiers lost their lives. "Then we have to pick the battlefield," I said. We set up camp by the river. We had come a fair ways west of Soldier's Pond, and I checked the maps, locating landmarks we'd passed. Appleton lay to the southeast. If we marched toward the Horde, there was a forest we could use for cover, but it would be impossible to hide 200 men as we'd done on a smaller scale. Therefore, that tactic wouldn't work again. According to the routes, we were nearly to the Evergreen Isle. I tapped a finger against the paper, staring at it. There had to be a way to use the river against the Horde. Fade sat down beside me, looking as tired as I felt. Despite better provisions and good boots, life in the field took its toll, even in fair weather. He had to be tired of the lack of privacy and poor sanitary facilities, though men had it easier in a number of regards. Tully, Tegan, and I had complained more than once about how much more work it was for us, while the male soldiers could urinate against a tree, and often did. "Planning our next onslaught?" he asked with a half-smile. There had been so little time to be with him, and I missed it. I ached from top to toes to be a girl as I had in Salvation, all softness and smiles. For the first time in my life, I imagined hanging up my daggers in a place like Rosemere. I'd never seen it, but the way Morrow described it made me long to experience that peace for myself. "I wish I could," I said tiredly. I repeated what the scout had told me. Fade laced our fingers together, and I remembered when that gesture required a mental pause. "You've done so much, with relatively little." "It's not enough. If we can't break them, then it won't matter what we've achieved." "Call the rest of the officers. Let's figure it out over dinner." I bit back a sharp retort. There was no solution. The Horde had too many for us to count, and even with our best fighters, they'd overwhelm us. I might be able to kill 4 or 5, but the new men couldn't. Once our boys started dying, others might break and run. So far, the battles had been against equal numbers, a tactic I suspected had been employed so the freaks could inform their elders how we reacted. Or maybe their children. It made sense that young ones might be in power, devising strategies, while the elders served as grunts. If that was the case, then we could expect smarter counter-moves in the future. This insight sank my spirits further. But I couldn't just ponder our inevitable defeat, so I invited the others to join us. They brought their stew, thickened with powdered hardtack, and gave us inquiring looks. In a few words, I shared all the details of the latest report. Part of me hoped they were smarter than me. Tegan definitely was, and probably Morrow. They might offer immediate suggestions. Instead, Morrow put down his plate and sighed. "Heroic stories aren't supposed to end this way. The monsters never win." "No ideas?" Fade asked. "I've been thinking about what you said." I tilted my head at Morrow. "About how the muties can't swim, but I'm not sure how to use that." "We can't fight in the river," Tully said. The current would drag us down, too, and make it hard to maneuver. I wish there was a way to lure them into the water, I muttered. Spence grinned. That would be a fantastic trick, but I don't know if the river is big enough to drown that many monsters. It would need to be the ocean, Fade said. Somehow I doubt you'll get the muties to go along, Tegan said. Thornton had been quiet all this time. When he finally spoke, I hoped it meant he had something serious to contribute, as he wasn't known for wasting words.
You might be on to something with that idea.
Drowning them? I asked, doubtful.
If we retreat to the big river to the west, we can fight with the water at our back. That means they can't circle around behind us, and if need be, we can swim for the island when they hit us in force.
He caught a look at Morrow, asking,
Would Rosemere welcome us? I know how your father feels about getting involved with outside affairs, but he's never been known for turning away travelers.
200 men is more than a few visitors, Morrow said quietly. Your father runs Rosemere? I asked.
He's the governor,
the storyteller answered, looking uncomfortable.
Of the town?
Tegan looked fascinated.
The whole island, but Rosemere is the only settlement.
I pored over the map a second time, letting my dinner get cold, and finally said, I can't find better terrain to face them. Water at our back is the best we can do. Tegan nodded. I'll go ask the men if they know how to swim. Tribulation. The Horde found us before we reached the river. Stalker's scouts carried the warning that saved us. Though Company D was full of brave men and women, we couldn't beat the enemy at 10-to-1 odds. I called the retreat at the top of my lungs. Morrow echoed it on his pipes. Then we ran for our lives. It wasn't brave. It wasn't glorious. But with 2,000 monsters snarling less than half a mile behind us, I did what was necessary to keep my soldiers alive. Last night, we'd considered a last stand here, but when I saw their sheer numbers sweeping down toward us, I made a snap decision. There would be no battle against terrible odds. I wouldn't give my men's lives away. When we faced the Horde, it would be on my own terms. Rosemere represented safety, and while the Horde was here, stymied by the river, they wouldn't be attacking any other settlements. Move! I shouted. Gavin, leave the banner if you must. Just get across. I will not, the boy called back. He was as stubborn as I had been, thinking that compromise was the same as losing. The Winterville brat waded into the water and hung on to the pole with one arm. Shaking my head, I watched him paddle. The current was swift, and I fought fear and despair that the water would drown half my forces. Still, they preferred that fate to being torn apart by monsters that intended to eat them, so Company D pushed on. My officers and I held the line on the shore, braced for the worst. I met Fade's eyes, and he smiled, like the memory of my face was all he needed to steel him for the long walk. Deliberately, I crossed to him and whispered, With my partner beside me, I fear nothing, not even death. His answering look felt like a kiss. Behind us, men waded into the water. The monsters were nearly on us, and I felt the breeze from their snapping teeth and raking claws as I dove. I'd never learned how to swim. Like the men struggling ahead of me, I preferred to choose my fate. I mimicked the motions of those who looked like they knew what they were doing, using my hands and feet to paddle. But the current sucked me under. The river hated me. It dashed me against the rocks and cast me back up again to torment me with a gasp of breath, only to pull me under again. My vision went dark, and I knew no more. I didn't expect to see the world again, but I was on the opposite shore when I awoke, with Fade pounding on my chest. A gasp, a splutter, and I vomited up half the river in a retching gush. Then I fell back onto the damp dirt, curling my fingers in it. I hadn't expected to make it. Shakily, I pulled myself up and spotted Tegan circulating among the men. I couldn't tell yet how many had made the swim, but it seemed like a fair number. Fade pulled me into his arms. He was sopping wet, shaking, but not with cold as the sun shone bright overhead. The island was close enough to the bank that I could see distant freaks over his shoulder. They came a few steps into the water, and then retreated with bared teeth. They wouldn't survive the crossing. If only they were stupid enough to drown themselves chasing us, that would solve our problems without the need for more dying on our part. But the monsters had become a clever, inexorable enemy, and their destruction wouldn't come so easily. "How many did we lose?" I gasped. 22, Tegan said gently. The officers arranged themselves around us. Then Thornton said, "Some of them might wash up farther down." I caught Morrow's eye, and he shook his head. He was an island native, and he knew the currents. If he believed it was unlikely, then I had to be realistic and count the men lost. Breathing hurt, probably from all the water I swallowed, but also from getting my soldiers killed. "Find out their names," I told the storyteller. "Write them down. I want you to be able to tell their families where they fell." He got out his journal, wrapped in a treated cloth, and it was mostly dry when he opened it. "I'll get started right away." "Before you go," I added, "how far are we from Rosemere?" "It's a few miles to the east, all forest. I'd keep to the shore. As long as we do, you can't miss the village. It's built for fishing and sailing. If you catch a boatman on a good day, he'll carry you up the coast to settlements that aren't even on your maps." Tegan brightened, her eyes sharp with what I'd come to think of as her hungry-for-knowledge expression. "Would you take me sometime?" "Someday," he agreed, moving off to fulfill my request. I addressed Tully, Thornton, and Spence. "Tell the men to dry off and rest up. I want them all in solid shape before we look for the village." "Understood." Before moving off, Tully put her hand on my shoulder. "Glad we didn't lose you." Against my ear, Fade made the sound of inexpressible pain. "Me too. You should have told me you can't swim." "When would I have learned?" I asked quietly. He seemed to consider the question, sorting through what he knew of my past. Then he sighed and rubbed his cool cheek against mine. "I should have stayed close to you. When you went under, my life ended. I don't think I breathed until you did." "You can live without me," I said. "I don't want to." I feared a love like this, that made us incomplete without each other. It was beautiful but treacherous, like snow that looked white and pure and lovely from the safety of your window, but when you stepped out to touch the softness, the cold first stole your breath, and then your will to move, until you could just lay down in it and let the numbness take you. Yet, I didn't want to be without him either, so I didn't chide him for the statement. After all, I'd braved the Horde to bring him back, even if Fade had believed he was broken beyond fixing. He kissed me then, in front of everyone, and I didn't mind at all. I lost myself in his arms and his lips, his heat and his presence. This man was everything I needed, my best and brightest dream. He tangled his hands in my hair, and I dug my fingers into his shoulders without thinking. "Sorry, I forgot." Fade pressed 2 fingers to my mouth. "Stop. There is nothing I want more than your hands on me, anywhere you care to put them." "Maybe you want to save that for later," Spence observed. Heat suffused my cheeks, and I buried my face in Fade's chest as the men laughed. In an hour or so, the soldiers recovered enough to move, and Morrow completed his census. He took down all the names of the fallen and showed them to me. After the war ended, if I survived, I would take this paper to all the towns across the territories and inform their families myself. It was the least I could do. "Thank you," I said to the storyteller. "Can you lead the way to Rosemere?" The storyteller nodded. "What will your father say when he sees you?" Tegan asked. "James, what have you done now?" I smiled at Morrow's answer. The trip took 2 hours, according to Fade's watch, which had survived the river and was still keeping time. Morrow was right, I thought. It's beautiful here. Of the Evergreen Isle, I could honestly say that I had never seen a more tranquil place, though part of that came from knowing no freak had ever set foot here. I wondered if all islands were the same, havens of safety that the monsters couldn't reach. Pale, raucous birds dove after fish and insects along the rocky coast, which gave way to dense and mysterious forest farther inland. We came around a curve to find Rosemere perched like a perfect secret. The village stole my breath. My chest ached in a way that I experienced only when I looked at Fade. Just as Morrow had described, the place was pure beauty. Neat cottages with flowers growing in boxes beneath the windows. The roofs were painted tiles in colorful contrast to the milky stone of the cottages. Though the buildings weren't tall, they had a sweetness I couldn't explain, as if they beckoned me to come explore the tidy, cobbled streets and see the shops and markets. Everything the storyteller had said was true. In the streets, people greeted us with friendly smiles. Many of them had coppery skin, more like Tegan's, though that could be a result of the sunshine. Their hair came in all shades from fair to dark, and the women favored headscarves and baggy trousers wrapped multiple times around their hips. Here, the men treated the women with respect, but I heard no deference on either side as they greeted one another. There were no fences or gates or bars. The river kept these people safe. At the far end of the village, I saw the dock Morrow had mentioned, with boats tied and bobbing in the current. Further on, there was a grist mill for turning grain into flour, and a long rectangular shop that the storyteller had said was for building boats. "It's incredible," Tegan breathed. She spoke for all of us. The tired faces of the men around me reflected the same wonder. I had never seen a place before that was so bright and full of joy, so utterly without fear. In a small, scared corner of my mind, I wondered if we were all dead and in a better place, as Mama Oakes believed. "Head for the market," Morrow said, pointing. "It's straight down that way. I need to find my father and arrange accommodations. We have an inn for travelers, but it's not big enough to house everyone. You heard the man." I led the way, and the villagers seemed interested to see so many armed soldiers marching through their square, but not alarmed by it, possibly because they recognized Morrow. If not, they were the last trusting souls left in the world, and I would die happily to protect them. Along the way, Company D took in the sights, and I felt overwhelmed. It was so hard to imagine that the end of everything was camped across the river. Down the street, the market was busy and colorful with stalls selling all manner of things. The vendors brightened when they spotted us. They'd be disappointed when they discovered we had no local currency, but we all enjoyed examining what they had to sell. Grilled fish folded in flat bread, wood and bone carvings, hooks that I imagined were best used for fishing, bolts of fabric dyed in bold, bright patterns, ready-made clothes and shoes. The thing I noticed first, there were no weapons, just knives I guessed were used for eating. What's it like to be born in a place where the people don't need to be armed? I understood more about Morrow's odd fighting style, why it seemed more ceremonial and graceful than the purposeful killing the rest of us had learned. He came from a village where they fought for sport and to show athletic prowess, not for their lives. It was a distinction I'd never conceived until this moment. "Have you ever seen anything like this?" Tully's normally hard expression gave way to awe as she gazed around. I couldn't ever remember seeing her without her lips pulled into a taut line, expecting the worst. But she was smiling now. "We could just stay," Spence whispered. I wished the thought hadn't occurred to me, too. We could all be happy here, and the island was big enough that the village could expand. Trees could be felled to make room, and Morrow had told me there was a quarry on the far end of the island where they dug their stones for the cottages. We could all plant gardens and fish in the river, learn to build boats and carve things out of wood, and paint the clay tiles on our houses. But Tully was a stronger woman than I was. She shook her head. "I wouldn't be able to enjoy it, knowing I let everyone else die. I'm in this fight to the end." With those words, she sealed my fate. I turned to find Fade watching me. He read the renewed commitment in my eyes, and for a few seconds, sorrow darkened his. Sometimes I suspected he wished I would turn away, choose a different path, but like Tully, it would haunt me if I just gave up. Mama Oakes and Edmund were in Soldier's Pond. They had given me a home in salvation, and I wouldn't rest until I could offer them the same. Aloud, Fade only said, "It's beautiful here." I nodded, and when Morrow returned with his father, a lean older man with gray-shot dark hair and silver temples, I said softly, "I will never understand why you left." Reunion. The logistics took several hours to sort out. First, Morrow introduced us to his father, Geoffrey, the governor of the Evergreen Isle. Then there were a number of pertinent questions like, "What the devil do you mean by arriving with a small army?" At that point, I explained about the Horde on the other side of the river, and the governor paled. "You brought them here?" "Not on purpose," Morrow said. "But they would have come eventually, Father. Somehow I don't think you want to be the last settlement standing." "Not at all," his father said soberly. The older man sprang into action then, organizing the hospitality for his unexpected guests. He sent runners all through the village, seeking volunteers to host a soldier or two. Soon, the replies came back positive. So many people were willing to help, no questions asked, and it told me I was right about the spirit of this place. When the families came to show the men to their temporary homes, they glanced at me for permission. "Go ahead. I'll send a message if I need you to assemble." One of the men asked, "Should we treat this as leave time, Captain?" I nodded. "That's fine. Be respectful to the locals." It was an unnecessary request. Company D was full of honorable soldiers who would remember their manners and be thankful for the kindness offered. Before I got my house assignment, however, Fade stepped closer, making it clear we wouldn't be separated. Tully and Spence had the same idea, and I think Morrow wished Tegan would look at him the same way, but she had wandered off to admire the bone carvings at a nearby stall. I went over to see what had caught her eye, and Fade followed, a quiet shadow at my back. "It's called scrimshaw," the vendor informed her. "My daddy taught me, his before and so on. We've been working at this craft for a long time." Tegan touched a gracefully carved spine. "What is this?" "It's a dolphin, miss. You find them in the open sea. In good weather, the sailors head that way." The man leaned forward in a confiding manner. "I went on a whaling voyage once. Never was so scared in all my life." "I'd love to see it all someday," she said dreamily. That was where she differed from me. With this war behind us, I could see myself happy here and never wanting anything more. But Tegan had a big, hungry mind that soaked life in like a sponge. She was the smartest person I'd ever met, and one of the strongest. She was also pretty as a spring day with her dark hair and coppery skin, her big brown eyes, and her sweet smile. The vendor was clearly charmed as he pressed the carved bone dolphin into her hands. "It's a gift. Keep it." I couldn't, but her fingers were already curving around the pretty thing. "She has great skill at doctoring," I told the man. "If you need any help while we're here, she'll be glad to tend you or your loved ones." Tegan gave a grateful nod. I knew her well enough to understand that she'd love to keep the carving, but she didn't feel right about offering nothing in return. This let her salvage her pride, and for the vendor to enjoy the generosity of his gesture. I stepped away from the stall to let them continue their conversation, and as I moved off, I heard her asking about whales. A few minutes more wouldn't hurt anything, I decided, so I passed among the stalls, admiring the shiny items. One woman made adornments like the necklace I had borrowed from Mama Oaks, and all of them glimmered in the sun. I touched a short coil of silver wire, interspersed with brilliant stones. "That's a beautiful bracelet," the vendor noted. "It would look lovely on you." Fade murmured agreement, something about it being perfect for my wrist. That was his way of telling me what I was supposed to do with it. I didn't know whether he'd noticed my weakness for sparkly things. I smiled, aware I had no chits to buy it. But I wanted to. Quietly wishing I could, I turned away to find the governor, as I'd wandered off before he could tell Fade and me where we'd be sleeping. My clothes were sticky and uncomfortable, and I hoped our hosts would be kind enough to let me bathe. It was surprising how awful river water felt, drying inside your shirt. From across the market, someone shouted my name. I knew that voice. Knew it. But it wasn't possible. It wasn't. I broke away from Fade on a burst of impossible hope. I shoved through the crowd, running, because I heard it again. "Deuce! Deuce!" Then I saw him. Stone was tan, like the rest of Rosemere, and his shoulders seemed even broader. He carried a small boy on them, striding toward me with an eager expression. In the Rosemere sunlight, his blue eyes shone brighter, contrasting with his mop of brown hair. Carefully, he set the brat down, and then he swept me into a tight hug, smashing all the breath out of me. He'd always been as exuberant as a puppy, unconscious of his own strength. Telling the boy, "Don't move, Robin." He spun me around until the market was a blur around me, just movement and color, and my stomach felt sick. But on top of everything, I knew only the fiercest and most incredible joy, as if a secret wish had come true. "Is Thimble with you?" I asked, hardly daring to hope. She'd been one of my closest friends in the Enclave, a builder who was always inventing clever things. Stone nodded. "She's at home. I came to offer our loft when I heard there were soldiers in need of shelter. I never dreamed I'd be lucky enough to find you." He let me go long enough to pick up the boy gazing up at me with huge blue eyes. Close up, I noticed the resemblance to my bratmate, who had been a breeder down below. "Yours?" Stone's look turned shy as he cradled the child closer. "Yes." "How in the world did you end up here?" I wondered aloud. "It's quite a story. An adventure, you might even say." His handsome face turned serious. "And along the way, I wasn't sure we'd survive, but Thimble always figured it out. I'll tell you everything over supper." Beside me, Fade cleared his throat, glancing between Stone and me. He didn't say more, but I heard the unspoken question. Am I invited to this party? If he wasn't, then I wouldn't be going either. "Do you remember Fade?" "Of course. I don't know if we ever talked down below." Stone offered his hand, topsider fashion, and they shook. "I'm Deuce's friend. Or, I was. I'm not sure how she feels about me now. I've figured she must hate me and wish me dead, if she survived." The pain and anger of his betrayal felt like a long time ago, so I joked, "If I'd known you were this resourceful, I'd have let you take your own punishment." He flinched. "I know. I've been wishing all this time that I could explain and say I'm sorry. Come with me and give me that chance." "That sounds good," I said. I felt oddly light-hearted as I followed my old friend through Rosemere. Along the way, he greeted the villagers, and a number of them had small gifts and smiles for the boy, who alternately giggled and tucked his face against Stone's shoulder. He acted more like I'd seen topside sires behave with their brats than anything we'd learned down below, which meant he was better at adapting to circumstances than I had believed. Clearly, I hadn't given him enough credit when I martyred myself, thinking I was the only one strong enough to survive the exile. More hubris, Mrs. James would say. Stone and Thimble's cottage was perfect, snug and small, built of the stone they quarried on the island and framed in raw timbers. Their roof was painted mossy green, in contrast to the copper of their neighbors, and the front door stood open, with my dear friend in the doorway. When she saw me, she dropped the box of tools she was holding and ran. Either her foot was better, or she had crafted something to make it appear so, because I hardly noticed her limp. We hugged tight and long, and the sun itself seemed to shine brighter, glowing on the white petals of the flowers growing in her window box. "How?" she demanded. Then she seemed to think better of the question as she let me go. "Food first, I think, then explanations." Thimble looked more mature in her tidy brown skirt and white blouse. She wore an apron to protect it from whatever she had been working on. With busy hands, she beckoned us into the cool shade of the cottage. I came first, Fade next, and then Stone with the brat. Inside, there were wooden chairs with brightly sewn cushions and a sturdy table, a box full of toys near the door. A ladder stretched to the loft they had promised, while a doorway led to the back of the house. There was a fireplace for cooking, and windows cut on either side to let in the light. Shutters would protect them from the elements. For a few seconds, I just admired their home. While she hurried around setting crocks on the table, Stone performed the introductions, in case Thimble and Fade didn't remember each other. Then I said, "Is there some place we can clean up? The river isn't as refreshing as it looks." "I should have offered," Stone answered, handing his brat to Thimble. He led us to a wash house out back, where Fade and I tidied up. Afterward, we enjoyed their hospitality, the best meal I'd eaten in weeks. Thimble fed us soft cheese and dark bread, fried fish and sliced apples, fresh greens and chopped nuts. Fade and I tried not to be greedy, but after field rations for weeks, we quietly accepted seconds and thirds. As we ate, I told our story and explained how we'd arrived in Rosemere. They were interested in everything Fade and I had to say, and concerned about the Horde. But with the river as a buffer, the immediate danger seemed remote. "I suppose it's our turn," Thimble said, once I finished talking. Stone covered my hand with his, tentative, as if he expected me to pull away. I didn't. "Me first. You gave up everything for me, and I let you leave thinking I blamed you. I'm so sorry, Deuce. You have no idea how much." I set down my spoon. It would help if I knew why. "Robin," Stone said. The brat glanced up from his place on the floor, where he was stacking wooden blocks. "Yes, da?" "He's why. I wasn't supposed to pay attention to him after I did my part, but I always knew he was mine, and I loved him. When they said I was guilty of hoarding, I could only think that I'd never see him grow up, never be there for his naming day, and I would have done anything to stay with him. Even let a friend suffer in my place." Thimble picked up the story, seeming to sense that Stone wanted her to. "And we were both frightened of what was happening in the Enclave. We hoped we'd escape reprisal if we pretended to condemn you along with everyone else. It was cowardly. I'm sorry, too." "Did it work?" Fade asked coldly. I had never seen such sorrow in my friend's eyes as she shook her head. Then she told us of the massacre down below, how my exile, along with Banner's death, led to open insurrection, Silk put down the rebels, but by that time, it was too late, and the freaks took advantage of the weakness and disorder to sack college as they had Nassau. She shared the rest of their tale then. After she laid the traps and Stone played bait, they escaped to an old-world shelter, accessible through the tunnels. For a time, they stayed there, letting Thimble's foot heal and Robin recover from the ordeal. He seemed like a happy brat, so it must have worked. That was when we named him, Stone concluded. I didn't want to wait until he was older. That seems like you're asking the world to take your child away. Pain blazed through me when I thought of Twist and Girl 26. I'd left people behind, and until this moment, I'd tried not to remember them. Looking at Stone and Thimble, I couldn't help it. What happened to Twist? Stone bent his head. He fell in the initial fighting. Hunters cut him down. That seemed worse than dying to freaks. For a moment, I remembered the small, weak builder who had saved our lives by providing forbidden supplies. We were supposed to leave with no food, no water, but unlike the others, Twist hadn't been so cruel. Without him, Fade and I wouldn't be here. And our benefactor was gone. Were there any other survivors? Fade asked. I heard some as we were leaving, but we couldn't save them, Stone answered. I was afraid a larger group would draw too much attention. Thimble's expression hardened. They didn't help when the freaks were chasing you. They hid and cried. If not for my traps and your speed, we'd be nothing but bones by now. So others might have made it out, I said. Maybe. Stone shrugged as if he didn't care. I shouldn't, but Girl 26 had no say in how the elders had run the Enclave. So I clung to the possibility that she was like Fade, that she'd hidden from the freaks and crept away quietly. To what, I don't know, as by then the ruins were likely overrun. But a smart girl might find a way to survive, as Thimble had proven. So, how did you get from the shelter to Rosemere? Fade wondered. I was curious too. Thimble was clever and Stone was strong, but neither had any experience defending themselves, so I couldn't believe they'd made such a long journey. Yet here they were in their own cottage, settled in the prettiest village I'd ever seen. Stone took up the story. Eventually, the tinned food ran low, and we felt strong enough to venture out. So we climbed up. Topside couldn't be worse than the darkness and filth, we thought. It was so bright, Thimble said, remembering. It hurt my eyes, and I was so scared. With easy affection, Stone scooped her into his lap. We both were. For a time, we wandered and hid. I killed birds and we ate them raw. There were packs of freaks fighting humans, most of whom wore the same colors. The gangs, Fade guessed. Stone continued without prompting. Eventually, we went into a building, and Thimble found a useful paper. A map, he added, as the word came to him. I knew we needed fresh water, so I guided us toward the blue on the page. And that was when we saw the boatmen. Thimble smiled in recollection, and I grasped how relieved they must have been with food scarce, a brat depending on them, and the ruins alight with violence. Fade touched my hand. We'd gone to the water too, but there were no boats bobbing on the waves. If we had come earlier, or later, our path might have been so different. But maybe our journey happened as it was supposed to, so I could meet my new family and learn to love Fade as he deserved. Stone said, I called out, and the fisherman heard me. He told me he couldn't risk the shallows, and that I'd have to swim to him. So I put Robin on my back and got into the water. A shiver rolled through me. It's a miracle you survived. Only because of Thimble. She found a piece of driftwood and called me back. We used it to float out to the boat. And then
We sailed with them up the coast and down the river to Rosemere. They promised us it was safe.
And we've been here ever since," she finished.
"That's quite a story," Fade said. "It's the best kind," Stone told us, smiling, "because it has a happy ending. And I brought the monsters here."
Unprecedented. After dinner, I stepped outside to clear my head. Fade was eating another slice of Thimble's honey cake, but I couldn't stop thinking about the evil on the other side of the river. Stone and Thimble's story was incredible, and I envied the happiness they'd found in Rosemere. I was tired of killing. I wanted to build, too. "Wait," Stone called from the doorway. It was dark by then, moonlight shining down. "I won't go far, and I'll be back soon." "No. Before you go, please, say you forgive me, Deuce." Such a small thing. Of course. You love Robin so much, and that's the way a sire should feel about his son. I've come to realize that the Enclave was backward in so many ways. He hugged me tight. "Thank you." "Tell Fade and Thimble I'll be back soon." "I will. It's safe here, so feel free to explore." My head whirling, I walked through town, admiring the pretty cobbled streets and the lamps that lit them. Morrow had been right. This was the most peaceful place, and you could see it in the children's faces as they played. They didn't know how it felt to be hungry or frightened. I want the world to look this way, or at least the whole of the territories. My path led me down to the sturdy pier, where the boats were moored. Men fearlessly sailed up and down the river, casting their nets. During the day, the area was full of fresh fish and people arguing about its worth. By night, however, it was quiet, so I was unprepared for the touch on my shoulder. Reflex took over. As I whirled, I drew my knives and dodged back a step. In the moonlight, I made out only a shadowy, hooded figure. It was impossible to glimpse his features, but when he spoke, shivers of dread ran over my skin.
"You're the huntress."
I had heard freaks rasp out words before, but never with such fluency. Their voices always sounded broken and garbled, as though it hurt them to speak our tongue. But this... How can he be here? My thoughts scattered like frightened fish. At this point, terror should grip me fully, but numbness crept over me instead. My hands trembled and sweat beaded on my brow, but I couldn't let him have the upper hand. So I feigned calm. "I am. Push back your cowl so I can see you." He moved slowly, but as he did, his sleeves fell back to reveal gray skin and taloned hands. Starlight illuminated sharp, savage features. His eyes were inhuman, glowing amber gold like a cat's. He might even see in the dark better than me, possibly part of their continued evolution. He appeared young, his body lean and strong. "What are you doing here?" I demanded. Outwardly, I displayed anger, but I was quaking inside. If the monsters had worked out how to cross the water and were mounting an invasion, I couldn't bear it. Company D had scattered with my permission. I'd thought it best to give them a few days of peace while I decided what to do about the 2,000 freaks camped across the river. But now, I had no way to summon them fast enough to defend Rosemere, should that become necessary.
"I came to talk,"
the freak said. My grip slipped on my knives. Given my history against these monsters, I'd expected this was an assassination attempt, but if it had been, he could have ripped out my spine from behind. Touching me to alert me to his presence ran completely counter to any hostile aim. Since coming topside, The skills I'd learned as a huntress down below had served me well, and despite my misgivings, I sensed this freak was different from the rest, mostly because he chose words over violence. His fluency with our language also marked him as special, and I'd regret it if I didn't find out what he wanted. Hands shaking, I sheathed my blades. Maybe this was madness, but I'd hear him out. "I can be armed again in 2 seconds," I warned.
"Your speed is well known to us, Deuce the Huntress."
"How did you find me?" I was proud of how steady my voice sounded, as if you weren't turning my world upside down with each moment we stood with the river flowing behind us in the moonlight.
"We followed your banner. It, too, is well known."
Mama Oaks would be pleased to hear it. Gavin had kept the pennant safe through summer and fall, until the freaks recognized it and charged in rage, or avoided us, depending on their goals and allegiances. I had so many questions, but they wouldn't coalesce in my brain. Conflicting emotions warred for dominance, leaving me dull. "I thought your kind couldn't swim," I managed to say, as fear rushed in. If these freaks had found a way across the river, it couldn't be long before the Horde followed. Rosemere would be decimated. Sickness roiled in my stomach, churning the rich food I'd eaten moments before at Stone and Thimble's table. I had to think of a way out of this mess, and there was nobody here to help, just my inadequate wits against endless weight.
"No," he replied, "but we can build."
That is not good news. "Boats, you mean?" He inclined his head.
"They are not so fine as yours, but they suffice."
Now I pictured them lashing logs together, as we had for the primitive town we built in the forest, constructing rafts that would carry them across the river. Please don't let the Horde have seen them. They don't need any help to destroy us. Taking a deep breath, I reined my dread. "Say your piece quickly." I can't believe I'm not attacking this strange creature.
"I am Zarok. In your tongue, this roughly means he who dreams."
Astonishment stilled me for a few seconds. I'd never imagined that freaks named their brats, or that their language could translate with such elegance. Before this moment, I saw them only as monsters to be destroyed at all costs. Cold prickles crept up my spine as I considered how many of Zarok's brethren I had slain. "You speak it well," I whispered. He acknowledged the compliment with what I'd take for a smile in a human face.
"I studied. I learned. This is the way of the young."
"Why? Killing us is your favorite pastime."
"No. This is all our forefathers know because they remember too much about the hate and pain of their creation. But the last-born see farther. We have memories of kindness."
"Kindness?" I asked.
"Will you take my hand, Huntress?"
I couldn't credit how peculiar this seemed. If this was a trap, it was too bizarre for me to fathom. Maybe this creature knew it couldn't defeat me in a fight, and it had some new trick in mind, some new ability I'd never seen, like venomous skin. Yet I heard Tegan whispering in my ear, as if she were standing here. She had become the new voice in my head, replacing Silk. Trust has to begin somewhere. For peace to take hold, one person must first stop fighting. I pushed out a shuddering breath. "Go ahead." Zarok's hand was strong and warm. The claws prickled as he wrapped his fingers around my wrist. Impressions flickered through my mind. I had nothing to compare it to, but I saw a young freak wounded and near death. A child in Otterburn tended it. She was too small to understand they were enemies. She saw only pain, not ugliness, and she healed the creature. And that beast fathered Zarok. I saw the connection in blood and bone, and I realized he could spin these memories in his mind, just as Dr. Wilson had predicted. When he let me go, I reeled back, not in hurt, but wonder. What's it like to be able to trace your path back so far?
Beautiful. And ugly. The world is always both.
These words resonated with me. It is. Are the memories you carry from your forefathers always that sharp and clear? Can you call them at will?
Yes, he said. It's blessing and curse, I think, as you can see in the old ones. They cannot forget or forgive. They cannot move past the pain.
I imagined the mad jumble of images the freaks in the Horde stored in their heads, marching all the way back to their human origins. No wonder they hated us. People never raged so hard as against the flaws they perceived in themselves. The feral freaks weren't smart enough to understand their instinctive antipathy, but I did, and it saddened me. You said your name means he who dreams. So tell me yours, Zarok.
I dream of peace, and a world where neither side judges the other by their skins.
It sounded like a worthy goal, if an improbable one. What did you have in mind?
An alliance.
I gaped at him, as that was possibly the most startling statement in a night already fraught with more shocks than I could process. You can't be serious.
We've spent the last year keeping the Horde in check, Huntress, arguing with them about the wisdom of their course.
He leaned forward, seeming skilled at reading my reactions.
You didn't avoid them out of luck. My clan is why they stayed in Appleton so long, sending only a portion of their strength against you. But the old ones will listen no longer. Most have less than 3 years left, but before they die, they will wipe your kind from the territories. There's no time for peace to flourish as it will. We must make it so.
That explains so much. But Company D would never accept this. I don't think... But Zarok made an impatient gesture, one familiar to me from other angry men. In that instant, I saw him as a person, not a monster.
Do you think this is easy? We must join our hated enemies to slay our mothers and fathers. But this is the only path. They cannot stop killing, so we must make them.
Are you so sure I can be trusted? I had murdered an awful lot of his people, after all.
You kept to the terms of our agreement before.
Just when I thought I couldn't be more surprised, he produced another shock. The emissary came from you? When we fought in the woods near Soldier's Pond?
It was my suggestion to see if you were open to peace, he admitted. Many tribes met and discussed the best way to handle your war band. My clan has always been opposed to human extinction, and we didn't want to make livestock of you either, unlike some. After the slaughter at Appleton, I proposed many solutions, but the old ones would hear none, and so the young split from the Horde. Tonight, I offer you 500 warriors willing to die because one of your people was kind. Can you say the same?
I started to say I'd never met a gentle freak, but then I realized I was looking at one. The pain he must feel at betraying his own people to make the world a better place. I understood it, because I was facing the same dilemma. Company D would see this alliance as perfidious, and they might hate me for it. I hesitated, seeing the unmistakable benefit, but unsure if I could make it work. I have less than 200 men. Even if we join forces, it seems like a lost cause.
Other allies will come, he said mysteriously.
Who?
I will tell you nothing further until you agree to my terms. My men are camped on the far end of the isle. Meet them, and decide if together we can make the world better. That's what the young Uruk want.
Uruk? I repeated. Who?
Zarok seemed to grasp what I was asking. It means the people, and it applies to my clan, those willing to fight our kin to end this war.
He paused, as if weighing whether he should say more.
That's why I'm willing to work with you. We can learn from one another.
How astonishing. I marveled at the complexity I had never imagined. That Zarok's tribe had a name. At that point, I suspected I must be dreaming, to hear him echo my own desires when I'd killed so many of his brethren. For peace to begin, someone must lay his weapons down. But that was a choice the huntress could never make. My whole body trembled. The risks were so high, and this could be the biggest and last mistake of my life. You could be leading me into a trap, I said.
Zarok tilted his head in challenge. And you could call down the whole village upon me. Yet you have not.
When the enemy chooses to talk instead of fight, only a fool rejects the overture. In my mind's eye, I touched 2 fingers to my brow in a farewell salute to the merciless warrior they'd trained me to be down below. I wasn't a huntress, not even close. I'd chart a new course from here, guided by the gentleness I'd learned from Tegan and Mama Oaks. I'll go with you. No! To my astonishment, my brother Rex ran down the dock toward us, knife drawn. I was waiting for you to gut this lying monster. Don't trust it! What are you doing here? I asked softly. Zarok stilled, but he didn't take hostile action. From what I could tell, he was leaving this complication in my hands. In the taut silence, broken only by the rush of the river behind us, I waited for Rex's reply. He burst out. I had some ideas about how to handle the Horde, and I came looking for you. When you went walking after dark, I followed, thinking I'd get to play the protective big brother for a change. And it's a good thing, too. I never dreamed you could be so gullible. When he delivers you to the Horde, Company D will surrender. The war will be lost. Rex lunged then, and I threw myself between Zarok and my brother. He glared at me, knife upraised. Get out of my way, Deuce. I vowed to kill every last one of these bastards for what they did to Ruth. I shook my head, desperate. Don't. Ruth wouldn't want this. It's wrong to blame him for what someone else did. You wouldn't hold all men accountable for the crimes of one. Rex snarled. But this isn't a man. It's a monster. Zarok said softly. You hold a knife poised to strike your sister down, beloved of your mother and father. Who is the monster here? My brother stumbled back with a cry of horror, the blade falling from his fingers to clatter on the ground. I hugged him tight, and he was shaking. Over and over, he whispered, What have I become? For long moments I held him, and Zarok was wise or kind enough to hold his peace. Eventually Rex stepped back, picked up his blade, and sheathed it. I'm sorry. That was madness, but I won't let you do this thing alone. I glanced at Zarok in silent inquiry, and he responded, If your brother can promise civilized behavior, I have no objection to 2 visitors in our camp. It went unspoken why. He had 500 warriors on the Evergreen Isle, and if we proved aggressive, It would be easy to dispose of us, and any misbehavior on our part might result in death sweeping down on an unsuspecting Rosemere. On its own, that was more than enough to keep me in line, but I believed Zarok's offer was sincere. He had not come lightly to the decision to fight his own people. As we left, I whispered to my brother, "You seem to be taking his eloquence awfully well. I'd expect you to be more shocked." Rex aimed a rueful look at me. "I was at first, but remember, I was listening to you two for a while, before I stepped in." It took most of the night to reach the western corner of the isle. As we approached, I spotted multiple campfires, small enough that they wouldn't draw attention. Out here, I detected only the wet silt scent of the river and the crushed pine aroma from the bed of needles where the Urok camped, along with smoky wood. Zarok led us through his soldiers with complete confidence, and though they stared, none of them moved toward us. Fear quaked through me. I'd never been so close to my enemies with no defensive measures in place. Memories of my flight through the Horde threatened to drown me.
"You see?"
he said when we reached his fire, tended by a young Urok.
"They fear you, for you have killed so many of their mothers and fathers, but they will not harm you. We want the same thing."
"A better world," Rex said. I was flummoxed by the idea that these powerful creatures feared me. Was I the terrible story that Urok mothers told to their brats in order to persuade them to behave? I sank to my knees, unnerved by the way the world had spun tonight. "I don't want to be the monster that haunts a child's sleep," a small voice added. "And neither do they." Zarok nodded.
"Do you wish to converse with them? If you speak your tongue as I do."
Freezing, I had an awful thought. "My man was taken a while back, treated like an animal, and he suffered greatly. Did you learn our language from human captives?"
"I'm sorry," he said. "A number of the old ones saw humanity as a useful food source. We argued, but when only a small minority supports your view, you cannot always stop awful things from happening."
That I understood too well. With a pang of regret, I recalled the blind brat Fade and I let the hunters kill down below. "You didn't answer my question, though. Sidestepped it at best."
"They weren't captives when they taught us," Zarok said.
"You freed some human hostages?" Rex sounded surprised.
"One night on the plains, there was a disturbance," the Urok explained. "We saved as many as we could when the old ones gave chase. But your people were weak. They required care before they could return to their homes. As we looked after them, they taught us your tongue."
My mouth hung open. I'm pretty sure you're talking about the night I saved Fade." I'd finally startled Zarok. From his wide-eyed reaction, he hadn't known I'd crept into the Horde and opened the slave pens.
"How extraordinary. It seems as if our paths have been converging for some time."
I agreed, and until dawn broke, I talked with the Urok warriors. Zarok had shown them the Otterburn girl who saved his father's life, and unlike their parents, the young Urok could choose another course. Hatred was not emblazoned in their bones.
"I want to learn to plant things,"
one young Urok whispered to me.
"To put seeds in the ground and make the greenings grow."
"So do I admitted. That was the skill I coveted most. Last summer, I had envied the planters who knew what to do with the earth, how to treat the plants, and make them strong. I wanted to grow food people could eat and flowers they could admire. It was one secret I'd never admitted aloud, because it was so silly for a huntress. Yet I told this Urok with eyes clever as a cat's. Rex moved amid the camp too, his hostility fading. I recognized the moment when he accepted that these weren't monsters, but another people. With the proper support, he and I could pave the way to peace. My spirit lightened when I imagined an end to the war that might not result in complete annihilation on our side.
"Do you accept the alliance?"
Zarok asked as dawn broke. Though I trusted my instincts, I couldn't be sure this wasn't a trick, and I still had to persuade my men to work with their former enemies. Exhaustion flared in a headache, tightening my temples. I don't want to make such a big decision, but there was nobody else. It will take some convincing, I said, but I'll bring the men around. Your warriors will need to wear armbands or something, so there's no confusion when we attack. And if you betray me, I'll die trying to make you sorry. Yet I was willing to gamble everything on the promise of a lasting peace. If I was wrong about Zarok, that'd be a sad thing for someone to carve on my grave marker. Here lies Deuce Oaks. She was gullible, but she tried.
"I'll find a way to distinguish us from the old ones."
He offered his hand, and I shook it. This time no images or memories came with the contact, so he must control that ability. The Urok were fascinating when they weren't trying to kill you. He released me with a tip of his head, and I had seen enough of the way they interacted with one another to take that as a sign of respect. Since I came up from down below, I had gotten skilled at recognizing other people's customs, mostly because I learned them anew everywhere I went. You mentioned other allies, I said. Between his 500 and my 2, it was hard to fathom the battle ending well against 2,000 feral freaks. And they squatted on the banks of the big river, poised to destroy the last bastion of peace in the territories. Rosemere. They come no farther. It ends here. Zarok nodded.
"I've made contact with the small folk. They live in the caves and tunnels, and they too have suffered from the endless fighting."
"The small folk?" Rex asked. I thought of Jengu and his kind. Then I described them to the Urok leader, who said,
"Then you know of them. They call themselves the Golger."
"How many are there?" I asked.
"Willing to fight? 100 or so. They're few but cunning, masters of remaining unseen. They'll slip in while the old ones sleep and poison their meat."
"Can you be ready 2 days from now?" That would give me time to make arrangements and persuade the men. Zarok nodded.
"I'll coordinate with the Golger and ensure they carry out their role."
"My men will attack from the east. You strike from the west. And let's hope it's enough." If the Horde was weak and sick from the tainted meat, 800 of us might be able to defeat them, and we would take heavy casualties. I shared a glance with Rex, who said, "It's time to tell the others. We can win." Resistance. The village was in an uproar when Rex and I returned. I was reeling with fatigue after so long without sleep, so my head was fuzzy as to why. For obvious reasons, we left Zarok in the Urok camp, and as we strode into the village, I saw that Company D was already assembled, and listening to orders shouted alternately by Tully, Spence, and Fade. Thornton had our smith checking all the weapons. It was like they'd decided to go to war overnight. "What's going on?" I called. After hearing my voice, Fade spun and covered the ground between us in 3 strides. He crushed me against him, shaking. For a few seconds, I couldn't breathe, and I was confused about his reaction. Then I knew. Before he spoke, I knew. I thought they took you somehow. Like they did you. With everything that had happened, I hadn't considered how worried he must be. I go out for a walk and I don't come back. Stupid. You should have sent Rex with word. Shock from the night's events had driven all other considerations out of my head, but I couldn't get enough breath to speak, let alone apologize. I realize you're glad to see her, Rex said, but you're crushing my sister's ribs. I didn't fight to make Fade let go, though. Instead, I hugged him back as tight as I could. The rest of Company D, currently watching, could wait. It took a while for him to calm down enough to release me, and when he stepped back, his dark gaze glittered with fury. I could expect a proper quarrel later. Since I wasn't injured, his eyes said, and clearly I hadn't been taken, there was no excuse for putting him through that much grief. And he didn't have Stalker to help him figure out the way I went either. He must have felt so helpless. Personal matters had to wait, however. There's been a most unexpected development, I said, loud enough for everyone to hear. If you'll come with me, I'll explain everything. Since we were standing in the middle of the market, I thought it best not to talk about the Urok camped on the western part right then. The villagers might panic, and that was the last thing we needed, 2 days before engaging the Horde. Company D was well-trained, luckily, so they fell in and followed me past the docks, along the coastline to the east. I marched until it was safe to talk. The only fishermen I saw were out on the river, not working from shore. I'd sure like to know why I gave up a night's sleep searching for you, Thornton said, when you're clearly fine. Taking a deep breath, I answered, I'm glad you asked. You may not like what you hear, but don't say a word before I'm done. There will be a chance to talk afterward, not during. I scanned all the men's faces and added, That's an order. Rex put a hand on my shoulder in moral support. Then, I explained where I'd been all night, and with whom. Shock and rage governed most faces, although Tegan and Morrow looked intrigued rather than angry. That was about what I expected. When I wrapped up the story, Company D exploded with outrage, protests, and disbelief. I didn't address their collective fury until it started to die down. Once they realized I wasn't arguing with them, the men paused and glanced among themselves, as if wondering at my tactics. Since it was our only chance against the Horde, I didn't much care what they thought of the idea. I don't expect you to like them, or even trust them, but your goal hasn't changed. You're still tasked with defeating the Horde. The only thing I ask is that you don't harm the Urok. They'll be fighting alongside us, and if you reckon they can't think, feel, and hurt, well, you'd be wrong. They're people. Not like us, true, but they're not monsters. The fact that they're willing to fight their own to save us proves it. We don't get a say, one soldier shouted from the back. You can walk, I said, but then you have to live with knowing you were too much of a coward to complete your mission. It's your choice. I won't make anyone fight, but I'll be awfully proud of those who do. My brother stepped forward. Last night, I almost stabbed my sister rather than listen to reason. I hope you won't make the same mistake. I was there with her. I talked with them too. They may not look like us, but they're not violent, unthinking beasts. My men will stand, Tully said, fixing a hard look on the crowd. A rumble of assent greeted her words. Fade was ominously silent, but I thought that was because he was angry with me for scaring him. He might also have a deep objection to cooperating with the Uruk. I just hoped I could make him understand that the young ones weren't the same as their parents, just as he and I weren't like the elders in the Enclave. It was crazy that I had become an advocate for the monsters.
"Tully doesn't go to war without me," Spence said. "And I'll make sure my boys are ready to bring the pain." Morrow added, "I wouldn't miss this for the world."
Thornton spoke up then.
"Company D may not like your orders, but we follow them. When does the assault commence?"
Relief surged through me. At least I hadn't lost my officers. "I need everyone assembled here, 3 hours before dawn, 2 days from now. Before then, I'll speak with the boatmen about ferrying us across. We can't strike if we're all exhausted and waterlogged from the swim."
"Good call," Tegan said.
"The Uruk will be wearing something, I'm not sure what, to help us tell them from the elders. It may be hard to track in battle, but a good rule of thumb is, if they're fighting other muties, they're on our side, so leave 'em alone." That sparked nervous, uncertain laughter from the men. I imagined it was hard for them to accept this idea. Fortunately, they would have almost 2 days to digest the new reality. If some of them left the unit or refused to fight, so be it. I went on. "One last thing. Not a word to the villagers. There's no need for them to worry. All the fighting will happen across the river, and they might panic. Understood?"
"Yes, sir,"
the men answered as one. "Dismissed. I'll see you day after tomorrow, 3 hours before dawn." As the men went about their business, some discussing the incredible idea of the Uruk helping us, others saying they'd rather kill muties than fight alongside them, Morrow pushed through the men, looking troubled. I thought I understood what was bothering him, but I let him start the conversation. He paced as most of Company D headed back toward town. "This is my home. I don't know if I can let this go without telling my father. He's the governor, responsible for people's safety. He needs to know about the army on the other side of the island." "Can he handle the information?" I asked. If the Uruk meant to hurt Rosemere, they'd have attacked last night. Zarok wouldn't have crept into town quietly, looking for me, so he could build an accord. That's probably true, but silence feels like betrayal. I nodded. "Follow your conscience, then. But if the situation blows up, your father informs the town council, and they panic, and a mob of villagers descends on the Uruk, it'll be a bloodbath. You know that." Tegan stepped up and put a comforting hand on his arm. "Maybe we could meet them? I must confess I'm curious, and it might set James's mind at ease to verify that these muties, Uruk, are everything you claim." Morrow gazed at her as though she were the answer to every dream he'd ever known. "That way, I can be sure they're not moving against Rosemere. Would Zarok agree to that?" "I'm sure he would." Glancing around, I found Rex nearby. "Would you mind guiding Tegan and Morrow to the camp?" My brother smiled. "Not at all. I'm glad to finally feel useful. I'm the worst in the company with any weapon, apart from a skinning knife." Tully and Spence had been listening to the conversation, and at that point she said, "We'd like to go with them. I have some questions for our new allies. Not that I don't trust you, Deuce, but if I'm ordering my men to fight alongside them, I want to satisfy myself on some issues." "Just do me the kindness of being polite," I requested. They all nodded, like that was a given. A small party, made up of Tegan, Morrow, Tully, Spence, and Rex, shouldn't alarm the Uruk, so I gave the expedition my blessing with one condition. "I'd prefer that you return by midnight before the attack. My officers can't be wandering the shoreline when they're supposed to be here." "Done," Tully agreed. They moved off, leaving me alone with Fade, who had been seething at my side for the last 15 minutes. His silence was like a sunburn. The rest of the men were halfway back to Rosemere, but I thought it best to let him yell at me in private, if he ever spoke to me again. I swallowed hard to get my apology past the lump in my throat. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to scare you." His reply, when it came, was a low snarl. "Do you have any idea what last night was like for me? What I imagined they were doing to you? We thought the Horde had you. Company D was ready to go to war, even though we had no chance of winning. They were all ready to die for you, and if you had been half an hour later, we'd have been across the river." My heart dropped all the way to my toes. In disbelief, I said, "Even if I had been taken, none of you should react that way. I'm one person. I'm not irreplaceable." Fade grabbed my shoulders, as if he couldn't help himself. His fingers bit down, not quite enough to hurt, but I felt the ferocity coursing through him, his pulse hammering in his wrists. "You are! How can you not know that?" I started to answer, but his mouth took mine, and his kiss was hard and hungry, angry and voracious, until my mouth felt swollen and tender. But I held on to him, sparked by the need he had always hidden. Fade tried to be gentle with me, but that wasn't the whole of him. He was furious and starved, desperate, and I felt it too, until we were both trembling. His breath mingled with mine when he eased his head back. Against my lips, he whispered, "Sometimes I could almost hate you because you don't understand how much you mean to me, how dark and empty I was before. Sonjishko moyo." I didn't think I'd ever heard those words, but I was wobbly from exhaustion as well as his anger. "What does that mean?" "It's in my father's tongue. I can't remember more, but I used to say that to my mother. Sonishko moyo. It means, my son." Fade leaned his brow against mine, closing his eyes. "Each time Stalker called you Dove, I wanted to hit him. Because you're not a little gray bird. You're all the light in the world." "So are you," I said, flattening my hands on his chest. He jerked at the contact, but not in a bad way. His breath hissed through his teeth, and he opened his eyes to gaze at me with desire blazing like a signal fire. "And I do understand. You're all that's kept me going when it seemed like this was hopeless. It's also why I did whatever was necessary to bring you back. You're my beating heart, and without you, I cannot live." "Now? You say that to me now?" Fade seemed peculiarly indignant as he gestured at the empty, rocky coastline. "Here, when we've both been up all night, Stone and Thimble are waiting for us at the cottage, and there's not a bed in sight." Ah, heat washed my cheeks when I understood what he meant. "There's a mossy bank." He sighed at me and pulled me closer, gentle this time. "Let's get some rest, and tomorrow we'll talk to the boatmen." "I was afraid you wouldn't." "If you swear they're different from the rest, I believe you. I can't pretend I'm happy about it, but if the alternative is having our settlements destroyed, then I can handle it." Fade ought to rant at me some more because I deserve it. I hadn't meant to frighten him, and the consequences could have been so grave. I shuddered as I envisioned my soldiers dead on the wrong side of the river, all because I hadn't thought to send word that I was safe. "I'm sorry," I said again, as we strolled toward the village, too tired for a faster pace. "I'm still angry, but I'll think of a way for you to make it up to me." I angled a teasing grin at him. "I'll let you beat me the next time we spar."
Not what I had in mind,
Fade muttered. Back in town, I made up a ridiculous story about walking along the coast and getting lost. By their dubious expressions, Stone and Thimble suspected I was lying, and I didn't know whether to be pleased that they thought better of my abilities or dismayed that my deception disappointed them. Still, they put aside their qualms and invited us back to their home, where they fed Fade and me. Talk was scant and stilted while my former bratmates held whole conversations with their eyes. Finally, Thimble said, "You're exhausted. Don't mind us. Get some rest." With her blessing, we crawled up into the loft without delay. Downstairs, Stone set to household chores and played with Robin, while Thimble went to her workshop. Fade pulled me close and settled me against his chest. For a few seconds, I listened to his heart. "When did you know?" I wondered sleepily. "What?" "How you felt about me."
"I always admired your skill," he said, sounding thoughtful. "You were so intense about your training that I wondered if you'd focus so fiercely on somebody you loved."
"And do I?" Fade kissed the top of my head.
"More than I could have imagined. That's part of why I asked Silk to partner us."
That astonished me. "Truly?"
"She didn't want to waste you on me, you know. I spent weeks convincing her I deserved a second chance."
I shivered, imagining how different my life might be if he'd failed to persuade her. I'm glad she agreed, but that's not what I asked.
"I'm prolonging the suspense."
Smiling, I set a hand on his chest, which made him draw a sharp breath. "Tell me."
"For me, it started when you let me put my arm around you on the way back from Nassau. So many girls in the Enclave treated me like I was a filthy savage, one step away from killing all of you in your sleep."
"You must have wanted to sometimes."
"Not after I met you. I felt—"
He paused, as if struggling to find the words.
"Like you needed me a little, as if you might let me in. But as for the moment when I really fell, we just opened a can of cherries, and you licked them from my fingers. Then you looked at me like I was every wonderful thing in the world, and I thought I'd give anything for her to feel that way forever. It just about killed me when I imagined that you preferred Stalker."
I shook my head quickly. "I'm sorry, I didn't understand, whereas you remembered your parents and how they were together. I wish I hadn't hurt you while I was figuring things out."
"I hurt you too."
Fade was referring to his harsh words on my naming day, when he told me everything was over between us. To convince him that was all in the past, I scooted up and brushed my lips against his raspy jaw. I had a fuzzy idea that we might manage some quiet kissing, but oblivion took me before I did more than nuzzle his cheek. We were so weary that neither of us stirred all day. Some point after dark, I woke, and Fade nudged me down the ladder, where my bratmates fed me. Blearily I acknowledged him helping me to the facilities out back, then upstairs again. He stayed close, a warm comfort in my sleep. All told, I was out for almost 18 hours. Given that I'd been living rough for weeks, had nearly drowned, then hiked to the west side of the island and back, staying up all night, it was no wonder I was too tired to function. When I roused next, it was time to prepare for battle. Meld. I spent the day dealing with last-minute details, making sure we were ready for the fight. That included various errands, begging a few items from the vendors, and dealing with the boatmen. Morrow asked his father to smooth our way, and the governor was willing to help, even without knowing why. I liked him more for that, It meant he trusted his son's judgment. But it was a good thing I'd slept most of the prior day, because I wouldn't rest again before the appointed hour. The villagers didn't know what was going on, only that the soldiers they housed were saying thanks and farewell. That night, after I wrapped up my work, I met the officers of Company D at the Cup and Bowl, Rosemere's only pub. It was nicer than the one in Otterburn. The furniture was finished, and the people were friendly, not frightened. But that came from their safety due to the river more than any natural tendency. As a girl approached our table, I wondered if all islands had fared so well. It comforted me to imagine pockets of joy and security around the world, untouched by chemicals, freaks, or violence. "Nothing for me," I started to say, as I didn't have any local chits. Morrow spoke over me. "I'll pay for the group." I shrugged. If the storyteller wanted to buy our drinks, that was fine. In response to his request, she brought us a pitcher of ale, which I privately thought was disgusting. The smell should persuade a person not to drink it, but the others seemed pleased as Tegan poured. They'd just returned from the Uruk camp, their expressions stunned and hopeful. While they drank, Morrow and Tegan talked non-stop about Zarok, their voices pitched so nobody but our table could hear. "I trust him," Tegan murmured. "He seems sincere about the alliance." And I was surprised by how many physiological differences I noted between these and the older ones. She elaborated on that, but I wasn't interested in the properties of their blood or other distinctions. When she paused for breath, Morrow added, "I find their culture fascinating. Did you know they share memories with a touch?" Zarok showed me. A girl in Otterburn changed everything. "What do you mean?" Spence asked. In answer, I told the story about how one little girl, saving an injured freak, led us here. Once I finished, Tegan was teary. At first I didn't understand why, until she said, "If we survive, it's because of her. And she'll never know." "She might still be alive," I suggested, hoping to cheer her. Since I plan to ride around notifying the families of our fallen men afterward, I'll look for her too. She nodded. "That would mean a lot to me." Tully seemed less moved by the story. Her mind was clearly on the battle ahead, not what came after, and that was wise. "I don't know how this arrangement will work long-term, but we need their numbers." Spence downed his ale in a gulp. "No question. I still don't like the odds, but it's the best chance we're likely to get, provided those Golger do their part." "Did you see any when you visited the camp?" I asked. Morrow broke into a smile. "A group was arriving as we left. I spoke with them for a few moments. Funny little fellows, aren't they?" Nodding, I contemplated the coming battle. There were so many variables. The fight might turn into a massacre, but without help, Company D was doomed. I carried them as far as I could on our own. There was no way to produce soldiers from thin air, so we had to accept aid from strange sources. Briefly, I wished I could say goodbye to Edmund and Mama Oaks in case things went wrong at the river, but at least Rex was here, and I'd do my best to protect him. Tegan pulled something out of her bag and offered it to me. When I unwrapped it, I held an odd artifact. It had a long, slender red tail, a small cylinder at the top, wrapped in paper, then a string hung down. "What is this?" "Zarok said they're useful for sending signals. When we're ready to attack, plant the stick in the ground, light the wick, and step back." I studied the strange item for a few seconds more, then shrugged and stowed it in my pack. "If he says it'll work, then we'll try it." He said to wait to a count of 200 once we light it, and then begin the attack. They will do the same from the west. "They're smarter than I expected,"
Spence said. And better spoken, Morrow added.
Fade was quiet. The idea of working with the Urok must be bothering him, after what their brethren had done to him. I touched his leg, and he nudged it closer to mine, so our thighs nestled while the others talked. It hit me hard that this could be the last time. For any of this. Any of us could fall tomorrow. There were no guarantees. And my heart hurt with the finality of it. I raised my glass. I just want to say, it's been an honor to know you all.
I'll drink to that, Tully said.
Does anyone have questions? I asked. There were a few, and I answered them. Once we finished the ale, we agreed it was time to get some rest, as we'd soon be meeting the boatmen at the dock. Since there were so many soldiers, they'd make multiple trips. Once we crossed, there was no turning back. But I'd passed that point when Tully said she couldn't live without knowing we'd let everyone die so we could live, if we gave up and stayed in Rosemere. Morrow stopped me as we left the cup and bowl. You were right about the Urok, and the villagers too, I think. Alarm sputtered to life. What happened? Nothing, but when I saw them encamped, I knew how people here would react. It would have been terrible, and so completely avoidable. Did you tell your father anything? Morrow shook his head. He wouldn't thank me for keeping the secret, but the council would have insisted on some imprudent, hastily concocted defense strategy, and instead of new allies, we'd be fighting on two fronts. We can't afford that. True. He smiled, glancing down the lane. I should get on. Tegan's waiting for me. You took her home to meet your parents, did you? The storyteller ducked his head. Not like that, but yes. And she doesn't realize? I guessed. Give her time. I'm made of it. He flourished a mocking bow and strode off to where she stood beneath a lamp. When she took his arm, I glimpsed the future, and it beckoned like the wind blowing through a field of wildflowers. The moon glowed overhead, though its curve was waning. I liked it best when it was a slice of silver in the night sky, not so full that it overwhelmed the stars. Here, they shone like chips of ice, so bright that the darkness seemed almost blue by contrast. The sky over Rosemere might be the loveliest I'd ever seen. Fade walked back to where I stood, staring up. Then I realized I hadn't told him what might make this pact easier to swallow. Quickly, I repeated Zarok's explanation for how they'd learned our language. I concluded, So, what you went through? It mattered. If I hadn't come for you, the Urok would never have slipped away with the other captives. They wouldn't have been able to communicate, even if they'd wanted to. I took Fade's hand. You're the reason we have any hope of winning. He stood very still, as if listening to the stars. That's not true. You've carried us this far, my son. But yes, it helps, knowing I didn't suffer for nothing. I'm glad. It's hard to believe we're finally here, I said softly. On the eve before the reckoning? At my nod, Fade trailed his fingertips over my wrist, his eyes glimmering. It's a night for taking risks, I think. I gazed up at him. And for not leaving things undone. The memory of his last kiss swept over me. I had been too tired then, but between all the sleep I'd stored up and the looming battle, there was no way I'd close my eyes tonight. In that moment, I wanted only Fade. I bet Stone and Thimble are asleep by now, he whispered. Likely. They kept early hours, driven by Robin. We'll need to be quiet."
"I hope that's possible."
Fade's grin held a wicked edge, and I shivered, because he was so obviously talking about more than creeping up the ladder. My fingers tightened on his, and we were running. Fortunately, there were few people about to see our urgency and question it. When we reached the cottage, the door was unlatched. I slipped in, with Fade close behind me. The fire was banked low in the hearth, all the supper things put away. There were 2 rooms at the back of the cottage, one where Stone and Thimble slept, the other for Robin. Just inside, I bent and removed my boots, then carried them with me to the loft. Fade followed soon after. Above lay a cozy space with a feather mattress, just big enough for me to sit up at the tallest point. Fade and I had nestled here together, but I remembered only bits and pieces of it. Tonight, I'd memorize every moment. Fade knelt at the edge of the pallet, the hearth downstairs lighting his features enough for me to see his uncertainty.
"Do you want this too?"
"I can wait if—" "No." I swallowed hard, aching, nervous, and excited all at the same time. "I don't want either of us to regret that we never did." That was as close as I could come to admitting how scared I was that he wouldn't be around when the fighting ended. The prospect of my own death didn't bother me as much, except for how it would hurt Fade. I'd come up with the expectation that I might die protecting others, and my nature hadn't changed entirely, though I was now able to perceive the beauty of living without a knife strapped to your thigh.
"No regrets," he whispered.
I opened my arms, and Fade came to me on his knees, but only because that was what the low ceiling required. There was no begging between us. He kissed me in soft, delicate glides of lips and tongue, as if I'd become fragile. I sank my fingers into his hair and fell into him. That was enough for a while, until he got brave, and his hands roved down to my hips. Since I wasn't a breeder, nobody had ever told me how this worked, though I'd figured out the gist from noises down below and being close to Fade. I wished I wasn't nervous, but it was tough, especially considering how little I knew. He pulled off his shirt, probably guessing that would spook me less. I didn't know if I was ready to be naked with him, but I didn't want to wait either. "Can I touch you?" When my fingertips found his chest, he shivered.
"Anywhere."
It helped that he let me lose myself in his lean body, learning his lines until he was shaking. He pressed his mouth into my shoulder, breathing fast, especially when I raked my nails down the nape of his neck. To test his reaction, I did it again, and this time he groaned.
"You like that?" "I'd like anything you did to me."
While I doubted that was true, it made me bolder. I pulled him down on top of me, and we kissed some more with my hands roaming up and down his back. Soon, he was moving on me as if he couldn't help it, and it felt good, even the parts that were new and strange.
"Fade."
His voice deepened, his words ragged and choppy with longing.
"You feel so good. Need to... Just let me..."
Feeling brave, I wriggled out of my shirt, and that drew another pained sound from him when he lay down on me again. He explored with lips and hands. Then I lost track in the squirming and touching, so I didn't notice when the rest of our clothes went away. The night was all heat, firelight, and Fade, breathing hard into my skin. He pressed my hand to him, but it didn't take long until he was gasping. There was madness born of need in his eyes, but I wasn't afraid, never of him. He had restrained himself more than once, and I knew if I asked, he would stop. Instead, I urged him on. It hurt a bit, but I'd had worse. As he held me, kissed me so deep, I tasted nothing but him. The rest turned beautiful. I figured out my part pretty fast, and when we finished, we were both sweaty and smiling. He cuddled me close, and I decided I didn't mind being naked with him. With the wrong person, this would be awful. But I loved Fade with all my heart. "So that's how brats are born," I said. He propped up on an elbow. "We might have made one." "Is it possible the first time? Maybe there was a learning curve." "I think so. I'm not clear on the details." Fade kissed my temple. "Was it all right?" Teasing him, I pretended to consider. "I'd do it again. It's probably like fighting, and we'll get better with training. I don't know if I should be sad it wasn't perfect, or excited about the practice." "The last thing," I advised. Fade reached down, pulled up the covers, and settled me against his chest. We had lain like this together before, but never without clothes or blankets between us. To my mind, this part ran a close second to the touching and kissing. "Are you scared?" he whispered. I closed my eyes against the inexorable tick of time. "Very." "We have a few hours yet," he pointed out. As it happened, there was a lot to discover in that time. The second effort was better, and I understood why Mama Oak spent so much time cautioning me. It was probably a good thing most hunters were kept ignorant, or there would have been more brats than we could feed. In silent accord, we gathered our clothes, dressed quickly, and crept out to the bathhouse to clean up before we met the rest of Company D. I'd never felt closer to another person in my life, as if breeding had destroyed the barriers between us. He waited while I took my turn, then I did the same. When Fade stepped out, I couldn't resist kissing him. It seemed unthinkable that a night like this must end in death. "Not his," I begged silently. "Not Fade. Please, don't take him from me." Onslaught. 3 hours before dawn, we assembled on the shore as agreed. The boatmen met us and ferried us over in shifts. I ordered the men to sit quiet and wait. I wasn't sure how good the enemy's hearing was, and this attack didn't start until I gave the signal. It took about an hour to get everyone safely across. On arrival, I counted and realized we were short a few men. Apparently, they couldn't live with their orders. And I understood. "Is everyone ready?" I asked. "Yes, sir." Fade drew me aside. The men turned away, and I appreciated their discretion. We weren't the only ones who had just-in-case goodbyes to say, however. Around us, other people paired off. Maura with Tegan, Tully and Spence, and a couple of men, too. My heart hammered in my chest, so hard it hurt, and those moments of sweetness and safety up in the loft felt so far away. I went into his arms without asking if he wanted me there because I knew he did. His breath stirred my hair, and for a moment, I just listened to his heart beating. "The odds still aren't good," I said softly. I fought back tears, as I had to be strong and brave at this moment, everything I didn't feel. Fade loosened his arms enough so he could tip my face up to his, and I could have drowned in his eyes. "For us, they never were. Look where we found each other." He had a point. It was pretty awful down below. I'll never be sorry that we went topside together. I'll never be sorry about anything, including what we did tonight. I left that part unsaid, but Fade knew. He always did. Back when Silk partnered us, he seemed to understand me better than I did myself, sensing what I wanted and things that could make me happy. I remembered how he'd comforted me with an arm around my shoulders, and that was the first step toward a world where he meant everything to me, and his touch was as much my home as any cottage could ever be.
If this is the last time, let me say it so you never forget. I will always love you, Deuce. No matter where souls go, mine will be looking for you. Solnishko moyo.
Those words tore me in two. No, I want to promise instead. Promise you'll fight like you never have, so when the dying stops, you'll be on your feet, looking for me here.
I swear,
he said. But there were no guarantees. I knew that, even as I extracted the pledge. So I kissed him, because if the end came for me in the form of fangs and claws, I wanted to die with the taste of him on my lips. There should be a speech for a moment like this one, but it was chilly, and we were all ready to have the fight done. So I held out my hand to Fade, who put his sire's lighter in it. I jammed the artifact in the ground, as Tegan had said, lit the wick, and then we all backed up. Sparks flew, then the thing shot straight up in the air, in an orange arc, making a popping, whistling noise. Then it exploded in a cascade of colors. For a few seconds, we all stared up in awe, because none of us had ever seen anything like it.
I'm counting,
Morrow said. As he hit 200, an answering light rose on the other side, just high enough that we could see it. I took a deep breath, scared as I never had been. I didn't believe that I was a huntress anymore, and therefore destined for a great and glorious death. If I died in battle, it would hurt as much as it did for anyone else, and there were so many things I'd never do. But courage wasn't an absence of fear. It was fighting despite the knot in your stomach.
That's our cue. Good hunting, Company D.
The men echoed it back to me, and in the faint pre-dawn light, I saw all of their fear, all the uncertainty. I had no remedy for it. Morrow took his scouts while Tully, Fade, and Spence rallied their soldiers. Thornton stuck close to Tegan, hanging back, and I was glad he meant to protect her. I wanted to grab Fade and beg him not to be too brave or too reckless. Instead, I led as I'd always done, by rushing the enemy with my knives drawn. The camp was mostly asleep, though some of the freaks were retching. I'd never seen them vomit before. It was disgusting, the way bile funneled to either side of their fangs. They hardly had a chance to raise the alarm before we were on them. Company D ran straight into the heart, and then stabbed it for good measure. Tactics that served us before worked again. The men were armed with all the liquor the pub owner was willing to spare without knowing why we needed it, and we lobbed 10 firebombs into the horde. Rifles barked, and I heard the smooth shing of Tully's crossbow. In the confusion and snarling bodies, I lost sight of my lieutenants at once. The beasts were all around, so many that I couldn't breathe, but they were sluggish and clumsy as promised, which meant the Golger had kept their part of the bargain. The air thickened with smoke, until it was hard to see who we were fighting. I stabbed one freak, then another, as it stumbled toward me. Another burst out of the miasma, but he wore a white strip of cloth around his arm, so I raised my blade in salute, and we attacked the next enemy together. I hurt for him. It might be his sire or dam suffering beneath his claws, but he didn't falter. My ears echoed with the screams and curses, snarls and cries of pain. There were corpses everywhere, gunshots cracking out, the coppery tang of blood heavy in the wind. I had no sense for how my side was doing, only the certainty that if I stopped fighting, I would die. The horde was huge, their numbers formidable, even with poisoned meat churning in their guts. 10 of them surrounded me, and beyond them there were 10 more, and 10 again. far past what the night and the smoldering reeds permitted me to see. Bodies splashed in the river nearby. Fighting or fleeing, I couldn't tell which. The Urok near me slashed a freak that tried to lunge past him to get at me, and I finished his kill. These monsters were puzzled, unable to grasp why they were fighting their kin. I parried and sliced until my arms ached and the dead piled up around me. Still, they came on as the dawn broke. It should have been an inspiring sight, sunlight on the water, but instead, it only illuminated how long our odds were. The combined might of Company D, the Uroks, and the Golger didn't seem to be enough. We'd killed so many, but as many of our soldiers lay injured and dying on the bloody battlefield, and they had 1,000 more to throw at us. Across the way, I heard Tully screaming at her men to regroup, while rifle fire came slower and slower. The men were running low on ammo, I guessed, as I swiped sweat and blood from my brow, and fought on, focusing on my immediate danger. A freak impaled the Urok beside me, and I was too slow to save him. Blood bubbled from the young one's mouth. Then he fell, never having said a word, and I was alone in the middle of the horde. I need Fade, but my throat was parched and tired from the hours of fighting. Calling out was a waste of breath. Freaks surged as far as the eye could see, and they were exultant despite their weakness because they sensed how this fight ended. With a burst of renewed energy, I struggled on, powered by the memory of all the people I would never see again if I gave up. My shoulders burned, my arms twin columns of fire. Another wave of the monsters rushed me, and I was engulfed, unable to see, just the snarling mass of claws and fangs lashing at me. With sheer determination, I brought up my knives, but willpower wasn't enough. My body had limits, and I'd reached them. More of their strikes got through. It was just a matter of time until one of them got lucky and struck the killing blow. Heart, throat, thigh, one of those places, and I'm gone. A freak sank its teeth into my forearm. Another scored my shoulder. With a move Stalker had taught me, I cut the first one's throat and spun low, slicing at their legs. If they can't stand, they can't fight as well. It also made me a smaller target. I sliced the veins in their legs and nearly puked at the rush of blood that caught me in the face. How many more? Too many. 3 of them died at my feet, and I stared, unable to grasp what I was seeing. But Tegan had broken one of their skulls. Thornton accounted for the other. And the third, well, Gavin of Winterville stood with our banner in his hands, the flag flapping in the wind. He'd impaled the freak with the pointy end. Before I could thank them, Thornton's head snapped to the side, and his neck gushed red. The veteran fell before I could react, and then there were 8 more monsters on Tegan, the brat, and me. He jerked the banner from his victim and used it like a polearm, but the kid didn't have the strength to do that for long. Tegan and I covered him as best we could, but I was so tired, and from her movements, her leg was paining her. A doctor shouldn't fight on the battlefield, but there was no time for her to treat the wounded. One of our men screamed for mercy, and anguish flickered across her face because she couldn't break from the battle and do her job. "I'm sorry," I tried to say, but I had no breath. The stitch in my side came from a complex blend of exertion and pain, both emotional and physical. I'd never fought in a conflict that had no end, but this felt as if there were nowhere to go, and no conclusion except the grave. Tegan stumbled, and I grabbed her. Somehow we held on as freaks shoved toward us. Gavin was so gallant, flapping the pennant as if its power alone could drive the monsters away. Tegan knocked down a freak, and I stabbed it, while Gavin impaled another. He was actually pretty good with that blasted banner. But there were too many. "I'm not dying!" Gavin shouted. "I promised my mom!" His defiance gave me the strength to kill one, then another. Tegan appeared to take heart as well, and we pushed past the pain, until we had a pile of bodies so tall before us that I could stand on them. And I did. I climbed the corpses and stumbled down the other side, through the smoky air. There was more fighting farther along the river. I spotted knots of Uruk battling their brethren, and the Gulger slinging stones with leather straps from the fringes of the battle. When a freak turned to give chase, the small folk darted away and were gone, and in that time, the monsters took more damage from behind. Exhausted, I paused to catch my breath, while my two comrades did the same. "Are we winning?" Tegan asked. I shook my head. "Don't know." Then hope appeared, incredibly, unbelievably. From the south and east, men came marching. I recognized Morgan at the head of one column, so I identified them as Soldiers' Pond men. I saw people I had met in Gaspard, Otterburn, and Lorraine. They had tired faces, but they all wore identical expressions of determination. Most were poorly outfitted and equipped. They had no uniforms, and some were armed with hoes and shovels, whatever they could grab quickly. Marlin Bean lifted a hand in greeting, as did Vince Howe. John Kelly rode at the front of the lines, and when he saw me, he called,
"You started without us, Huntress. Do you mind if we take some of these muties off your hands?"
"Don't attack the Uruk or the Gulger," I yelled back. "They're with us." Quickly, Tegan called out the description of our allies, and Kelly looked astonished, but he acknowledged with a nod, relaying the instructions to their men. Nobody argued. There was too much movement for me to get any idea how many people had come to join the fight, or how many freaks were left. But hope flickered deep within me. Catching my second wind, I ran at the remaining freaks with renewed fury. As I fought, I searched for Fade. Sometimes I thought I heard his voice calling out orders, but I couldn't break off to search for him. I did see Spence, out of bullets, and using his shooting iron to club the monsters in the head to stun them before he stabbed. He smiled at me, teeth white in his filthy face, and it heartened me to see that he'd made it this far. His men surrounded him, the 20 that were left, out of the 50 he had before, and their deaths hurt. But I couldn't stop. Not when we were so close. In the melee, I lost track of Tegan and Gavin. Then I saw the boy raise his banner high and jam it into a freak Tegan had flattened for him. "That's for Stalker." I didn't know how he could be so sure, but I sliced my way toward them. When I looked at the dead thing on the ground, I recognized the scar cutting through its left eye. Maybe it shouldn't matter, as it didn't bring my friend back, but I nodded at the brat. "Good work." Within minutes, the tenor of the battle changed. These weren't soldiers, but they were brave men, and the rest of us fought as hard. It could have been an hour or 5, but eventually, the horde broke. The freaks tried to run, but riflemen from Soldiers' Pond had been practicing for years for this day, and they cut them down. On the enemy side, there were no survivors. Death. Ravens and crows swept down on the dead, even as I tried to tend the living. Tegan was distraught. We had no plan in place for victory, no facilities for the wounded. She shouted at people to help her carry litters away from the killing field, and men responded to her call. Tegan found a capable-looking woman to serve as her nurse, and they discussed the best way to save as many lives as possible. As for me, I was looking for Fade. I walked among the corpses, staring down into their bloody faces. Each time I saw a lean young man or a shock of black hair, I lost my breath and my courage. It took all my willpower to keep searching. I found Zach Bigwater cut down, and I hoped he'd found peace, redemption from his conviction that he was a coward. To me, it looked like he'd fought hard, and I whispered, "Thank you." A few minutes later, I rolled Harry Carter over. The older man was smiling, as if he'd seen something lovely before he died. Fear took deep root in my belly. Fade promised. He's fine. You just have to find him. I stumbled across Spence by accident. He was half hidden by a rise above the river, bodies all around him. The beady-eyed black birds crept closer on forked feet, and his screams sent them scattering in a flutter of wings. Too late, I saw Tully cradled in his arms. The container that held her bolts hung empty, and her knives were nowhere to be found. Her blood had clotted, going brown in the sun, but he didn't let go of her. He just held her and rocked. His eyes opened when he saw me, and he seemed too young for such grief with his ginger hair and freckled face.
I couldn't find her.
His voice was a song born of pain.
I was too late.
Dropping to my knees, I put my hand on his shoulder. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
She always said I'd get tired of her. She never...
Tears sprang to my eyes. Maybe she didn't say it out loud, but she knew you loved her. I could see it between the two of you.
I can't do this.
Without warning, he dropped her body and went for his gun. Terrified, I grabbed his arm and wrestled him for it, using all my strength to pull the barrel away from Spence's body. He actually hit me, hard enough to make my vision sparkle, but I dug my fingers into his arm and didn't let go. We rolled in the mud, end over end, and I came up on top, barely hanging on. I couldn't let this man die. Fortunately, his burst of fury didn't last long, and when he yielded, I hurled the weapon into the water.
I can get another,
he said dully. Do you think she'd want this for you? His blue eyes went hard as ice.
No, but she's dead, and she doesn't get a say.
Pull yourself together. People among the living still need your help, and I haven't given you permission to quit. Spence offered a terse suggestion as to what I could do with my orders, and if I wasn't so worried about Fade, I might have cracked a smile. Instead, I shoved to my feet and pointed. Pick her up. Move Tully to where the medical team can look after her. Once we take stock of who's left, we'll see to our dead. He argued a little, but in the end, he swung his beloved into his arms, and he was weeping unashamedly when he delivered her to Tegan. She registered at once who he carried and what she'd meant to Spence. Tegan waved frantically at Morgan, who had some carts. His men must have gone across the river to ask Rosemere for help. Tegan said, I need you to take care of her for me. I will. Morgan had already proven he was steady as a rock, so his word was good. How the devil did you get here just in time? I asked.
Thanks to your traders. They've been haranguing all towns in the territories to send men for weeks. On their last trip, which they made without your protection, they swore there would be no more supplies unless we all manned up and did our share.
We owe them our lives. I pitched my voice low, casting a glare at Spence, who stood like a ghost beside Tegan. He's not all right. Keep an eye on him while I search the battlefield. I'm missing some men. Fade, Morrow, and Rex. I couldn't speak of the ones I'd lost. Morgan agreed with a ready nod.
You know, Colonel Park wants to speak with you as soon as you get the chance.
It was funny to me how formally he referred to his own wife, but her position made their relationship a quiet, private matter, glimpsed primarily in a subtle look. I have a lot to take care of first, but I'm heading to Soldier's Pond when I'm done. With no more conversation, I returned to my mission. I found Rex soon after, and my stomach lurched when I saw him lying there. Mama Oaks would never forgive me for taking another son from her. But when I put my fingers to his throat, I felt a pulse. I searched him from top to bottom and uncovered a flesh wound on his chest and a bruise on his jaw. He was bloody enough, however, that the poison-fogged freaks had thought he was dead. Shaking him gently, I set a jug to his mouth and poured. At first, the water just trickled down his neck, but apparently that was enough irritation to bring him around. He slapped my hands away and struggled upright, his eyes fuzzy at first. I knew the second he focused on me and realized he was still alive. "That's a bit of a surprise," he said. "A good one. On your feet. I need you to help me find Morrow and Fade." Actually, I was more interested in seeing if he could get up, which should help me gauge how badly he was hurt. With my help, Rex clambered up, and he looked around, his face going green. "This is—" "Yes," I said softly. "It is." Though Rex was unsteady on his feet, he seemed sound enough, so he stayed with me as I sorted the living from the dead. 3 times we found men who looked as if they were done, but I found a heartbeat and called Tegan's workers to treat them. It was terrifying and exhausting, there among the wounded. Somewhere past midday, Zarok found me. His sharp features were familiar in a way I found strange, considering we'd only spent 1 night talking. Rex stepped closer in reflex until he remembered that the monsters were dead. "Your soldiers fought well," he said. "As did yours. One of them saved my life." "I wish there was a way to take the memories from the dead," he said somberly, "so they're not lost." Before I could reply, another Uruk approached, and they hissed and growled a conversation. Then the other hurried away. "I've been reminded to state my terms for our alliance. We keep Appleton. While it's regrettable the way we acquired it, I doubt any of your people care to settle there now." "I don't have the power to—" "The devil you don't," Rex cut in. "You led this army. You united every able-bodied person willing to fight in the territories. You beat the Horde. So if you offer Appleton to our allies, nobody will argue with you." Could that be true? I suppose it was. "All right. Appleton's yours. This isn't the time to talk about such things, but there will need to be—" I didn't even know the words. "Treaties," Rex supplied. "Trade agreements. And the Uruk will probably want to wear those armbands, at least until the last of the old mutants are gone." A flicker of pain registered in Zarok's golden eyes. Those were his people Rex was casually dismissing. We hadn't killed all of them. There were to be stragglers in the forest and field, but if we were careful, they'd die out in a few years, and their legacy of violence with them. But I couldn't help wondering, can the few remaining old ones breed and start the cycle all over again? Zarok shook his head. "They're past the age of reproduction. The future of my people rests in our hands now." "That's good to hear," Rex muttered. The Uruk favored him with a sharp glance before saying, "We are returning to Appleton now. These bodies are nothing to us since we can't collect their memories, so the crows are welcome to them." That was a way in which we differed, but I didn't judge him for it. "Might be best. I don't know how the men will react now that the fighting stopped." Rex nodded. "Peace takes time." Zarok went on. "The Gulger have returned to their burrows. They told me to ask you to bury their dead along with your own. I don't know if they're interested in treaties or trade agreements, but they're pleased it's safe to come into the light, if they so choose." "I'll take care of it. "Thank them for me," I said. With a lift of his taloned hand, Zarok turned and signaled his surviving warriors with another of those exploding things. They loped away, along the river and out of sight, leaving me to continue picking up the pieces. With each body I turned over, and each face I searched, my hope grew fainter. The sun was past its zenith when I found Morrow. "Tegan!" I shouted, knowing she'd drop everything to tend him. He was covered in so many wounds that I didn't know how he was still breathing. 2 men came with her, drawn by my sharpness, and we carried him to the tent set up away from the bodies. I figured it, too, had come from Rosemere, and I silently thanked them for their help. There were fires burning and water boiling in huge pots, and women from the village moving among the wounded soldiers with bandages that looked like they had been torn from sails. "Someone should fetch his father," I said, "in case he doesn't make it." I wish I'd let him inform the governor, as he'd wanted. Then they could have had a just-in-case farewell. But Tegan fixed a look of such ferocious denial on me that I stumbled back to the tent's entrance. "Nobody is going anywhere. Get me a damned pan of water, some clean cloth, and my medical bag." I did as she demanded. Then Rex and I washed up and assisted her as she cleaned his wounds and then prepared the tincture that had saved Harry Carter. With steady hands, she poured the noxious mixture into the bites and stitched Morrow's wounds. His men heard about his condition, and 15 of them paced outside the tent. We'd suffered such losses before reinforcements arrived. I cut the thought as I daubed away the blood leaking from his side. I couldn't afford to let fear and impending grief distract me. A friend's life hung in the balance. It seemed like it took forever before Tegan finished working on the storyteller. He was so pale that it didn't look like he had any blood left in his body. She dropped to her knees and pressed her cheek to his, and that seemed like my cue to back out of the tent. Along the way, I stumbled, but there was nothing to trip me, only the smooth roll of grassy ground. Rex steadied me with one arm and said, "You have to eat something." "I can't. I have to find Fade." "Eat," he demanded gently, "or I'll tell Mama that you don't listen to your brother." Shakily I assented, but only because I'd never locate Fade if I collapsed. If he was wounded and unable to call out for help, buried in a pile of corpses, I shook all over just thinking about it. This battle would never end for me if he didn't keep his promise. Rex led me to a fire where village women were warming soup. I took a wooden bowl of it and drank in a few furious gulps, anger because pain would drown me without the protective shell. Then I downed some water and glared at Rex. "Happy now? Can I go back out there?" Even as the words spewed out in that tone, I knew my brother deserved better than this. To his credit, he only nodded. "Let's keep looking." More bodies rolled beneath my hands, more dead faces to haunt my dreams. Beside me, Rex was grim and silent, but I was glad to have him. With Tegan tirelessly treating patients and the men looking for their own friends and loved ones, I'd be alone otherwise. And without his calm determination, I might be screaming and tearing out my hair. We'd been searching for some time, and it was starting to get dark when Gavin rushed at us. The brat was so breathless he could barely talk, so the words juttered out in fits and starts. "Juice! This way! Please! Hurry!" His urgency was contagious. I pushed to my feet and stumbled after him, the riverbank a mass of bodies. So much death. There were small forms, the Gulger, and larger ones, Urok wearing armbands, townsfolk with hoes beside them, and the fallen men of Company D. The stench was becoming dreadful. If we didn't do something about the corpses, they'd poison the river, ruining the tranquil beauty I'd so admired. Rex ran behind me, steadier on his feet. I hoped with all my heart for good news. Ahead of us, Gavin led the way with the bloody banner still flying in the wind. The brat ran lopsided, but if he was capable of moving on his own, then he was low on the list of people Tegan needed to see. There were so many who wouldn't last the night, maybe including Morrow. My own injuries cracked and stung as I churned the earth, trying to keep up. When the boy stopped, he stood beside a lean figure sprawled upon the ground. And there was so much blood, so much, all over his face, that I was afraid to look closer. As I braced to scream, Fade opened his eyes. Relief drowned me, and I lost my breath. You promised you'd be on your feet. Memorial. It took 32 stitches to put Fade back together. While Tegan sewed, I hovered and paced, shadowed by Rex, who seemed to think I might do something drastic. Mercifully, Fade passed out before she finished. Her eyes were bleak as she raised her head. This wound could be tricky. Give me everything that Doc used on you. I'll take care of him and fight the infection. Without another word of protest, as she had other patients to tend, Tegan handed me a collection of dried herbs and bottled remedies. I listened to her instructions, memorized them, and then turned to Rex. I need your help getting him to Rosemere. We can't stay here. In reply, my brother swung the man I loved up into his arms, and we left the medical tent, leaving Tegan to hover over Morrow and wait for the next soldier to be carried in. Gavin went with us, and I was eager to escape the smell of death. Flies were thick in the air, buzzing in the reeds and laying eggs in something I didn't want to see. Rex shouted to a boatman. They were in constant motion, ferrying supplies and wounded back and forth across the water. I was desperate for the sanctuary Rosemere represented. Though there might not be any danger on the mainland, I needed to get away from the battlefield. The fisherman came in response to Rex's call. He couldn't come all the way to shore, lest his boat founder, so we waded out, and I helped my brother lift Fade into the boat. Gavin clambered in on his own, the banner still in his hand. It looked more like a rag, smeared with mud and blood, but my symbol was still discernible in the center. Wearily I climbed aboard myself, and the man sailed us silently back to the Evergreen Isle. On the docks, the fishermen chattered about the battle, and more volunteers had assembled to help with the wounded. Our boatmen went back out, along with 2 more, in case they were needed. Villagers peppered me with questions, and I answered in a monotone, thinking only of getting Fade to safety. Just when I was about to lose my temper, Stone shouldered through the crowd, his handsome face lighting with relief when he saw me. I can take him, Stone said, but my brother shook his head. It must have been a matter of pride, since Rex had to be as exhausted as I was. With Stone leading the way, I trudged to his cottage, where Thimble stood with Robin balanced on her hip. She stepped back and made room, her face creased with worry. How bad is it? She asked. There was no answering that yet, so I kept quiet, and she turned her attention to Gavin and Rex, who seemed pleased by her care. If you'd like to wash up out back, I'll feed you, then you can rest in the loft. Stone carried Fade into Robin's room. It was small, little more than a nook, but large enough for a narrow bed with a feather mattress. He laid him down and said, Robin will be fine with us for a few nights. Do you need anything? Some soap and water? Clean bandages? As he left, I stripped Fade out of his torn and ragged clothes. He had a number of less serious slashes on his shoulders and chest, none as serious as the wound on his side. My stomach clenched when I thought of Tegan pinching his muscle together and sewing tight. before stitching another layer in his skin. Stone returned with the supplies I'd requested, and I washed Fade from head to toe. Mercifully, he was still unconscious. It never occurred to me that he could die, even when his fever spiked later that night. He sweated and thrashed while I bathed him and plied him with the treatments Tegan had provided. There were special teas and poultices to draw out infection before it deepened. While I tended Fade, others buried the dead, burned the freak corpses, and cleared the battlefield. I didn't sleep much. A blanket on the floor beside his bed didn't offer much comfort, but I had to be close enough to hold his hand. I was convinced as long as I didn't let go of him, his fever would break and his body would heal. I might have been delusional by that point from lack of sleep and food, but there was no budging me. Thimble tried, but I snarled at her, and she backed out of the room. On the third day, Thimble came to the doorway again. "How is he?" "Better, I think. Have you heard anything about Morrow?" "Tegan's with him at the governor's place. He nearly died in the night, but she opened one of his wounds and brought him back." "Multiple infections?" That explained why she hadn't checked on us. She nodded soberly. "Why didn't you tell us about the battle, Deuce?" "Because I knew you'd fight. So would Stone. You both feel like you need to make amends with me, and you have Robin to think about, which is more important than guilt." "Topside's been good for you," she said, smiling. "You're smarter than you used to be." "I understand more how people think now. It doesn't always make me happy." I thought of Stalker when I said it, and melancholy twisted my heart. Fade moaned then, and I spooned some water down his throat. Thimble tiptoed out. Fade's lips were dry and pale, his cheeks flagged with color. Knowing it would hurt him, I changed the dressing on his wound. It was seeping a little as Tegan had warned, but the poultices kept it from swelling up and turning red. I made more of the black goop and smeared it down the stitches. It didn't look clean or healthy, but she'd promised that was what Doc Tuttle had said saved her life. And after it dried, it smelled horrible, like it was really drawing out the impurities. I washed it off and started all over again with the bandages. My monthly started the next day, which Mama Oakes had told me meant I wasn't breeding. That was a relief, and I made a mental note to ask her how to prevent brats when I saw her next. It wasn't that I was against the idea, but I wanted us to be ready when we had our own. With him so hurt, it sure wasn't the time. 5 days passed in more or less the same fashion, but that night his fever broke, and when he opened his eyes, they were clear as the night sky, and he knew me. I wasn't even surprised, just overcome with love and satisfaction, as if my stubbornness had any impact on his health. His beautiful mouth curved into a smile. "You look awful," he whispered. "Then we're a matched set." "My side feels like somebody's branded me with hot irons." "I'm not surprised. A freak talon opened you up." He pushed out a breath, then reached for me. The movement prompted a cry of pain, so I scrambled onto the edge of the bed. "Stop, I'm here. I haven't left you for a single minute." I remember the battle, and seeing the Golger dodging around, slinging stones. They're not fierce, but they're annoying. I killed a lot of freaks who were dumb enough to chase them. I nodded, smiling. They pulled their weight. I wonder if Jengu's still out there. I hope so. He winced, probing the stitches with his fingertips, and I stilled them by covering his hand with mine. After our reinforcements arrived, I got careless. I tried to reach you, but I must have blacked out. Gavin found you. I'd been looking all day. I owe him then. Fade shifted to favor his injured flank and drew me close. I must have smelled awful, but compared with the stuff slathered on his wound, maybe he didn't notice. So do I. For the first time in days, I curled up and went to sleep. He improved steadily after that, enough to stay awake for hours at a time, eat on his own, and drink endless cups of herbal tea that Thimble claimed would hasten his recovery, and Fade said tasted like weeds. I relaxed enough to take a bath and brush my hair. "How's Morrow?" I asked the first time Tegan came by. "Healing. Slower than Fade." The deep shadows under her eyes said she was nursing him with the same care I'd granted Fade, but she probably didn't realize what that meant yet. I wondered how long it would take for her to figure out that she loved him. She had help from his family, however, whereas I was like a mother bear with a single cub. I'd snarled and threatened to take the hand off anyone who came near my man. "How many are left of Company D?" "I've been going through Morrow's journal while I tend him." "Less than 70. I bowed my head for a few seconds. "I need all their names. I'll put Sans on it." Soon after, Tegan left. Only one of Stalker's original scouts had survived the battle. Since he'd been with us from the beginning, Sans would likely know the names of the dead and where they'd come from. Time for me to keep my promise. A little food and sleep had worked wonders, especially since I knew I could cross the river, and there was nothing much to fear anymore. The next day, Fade protested when I kissed his forehead and said, "I'll see you soon." He tried to follow me, but he wasn't strong enough. A blue streak of cursing ensued, quickly staunched when Thimble stuck her head in the room wearing a ferocious scowl. "If my son picks up that language from you, Fade, there will be a reckoning." "Let me come with you." Fade's desperate voice followed me, and I turned. "You need to heal, and I need to get this done before the first snow. Don't worry. This is the last time we'll be apart. That's my promise to you." He didn't like it, but he settled against his pillows. I ran back and kissed him properly, just to give him some motivation. Then I hurried out of the cottage, knowing I couldn't linger or my resolve would falter. I didn't look forward to this task, but my conscience would plague me if I didn't give these families the news about their loved ones. They deserved to know what happened, why their sons and daughters were never coming home. After a little searching, I found Rex in the pub with Spence. Morgan had taken my request seriously, and before he'd left, he assigned my brother to look after Spence, because he wasn't even half sane after Tully's death, and he still sought ways to do himself harm. I hoped his grief would ease in time. "When Fade's better," I said to them both, "I need you to take him to Soldier's Pond. Wagon is fine. I'll come as soon as I finish one last thing." Carrying word. Spence's blue eyes were flat and sad. I agreed that was so. "Will you?" "We'll take care of him," Rex promised. Thimble met me at the cottage door with my pack. She was every bit as resourceful as I remembered from our days down below. She must have figured I'd be heading out as soon as possible. Better to get the grim journey out of the way. I hugged her tight, but I didn't say goodbye. Now that I knew they were here, I'd be back. I just had some traveling to do first. To my surprise, Gavin met me at the docks. He still had the Company D banner, but he'd taken it off the pole, and he wore it around his shoulders like a cape. I didn't have the heart to tell him he looked ridiculous. He seemed so proud of the dirty, disreputable thing. Maybe Mama Oaks could sew him a proper cloak when we got to Soldier's Pond, possibly with our emblem, if it would make him happy. "I'm going with you," he told me. I didn't try to talk him out of it. "You know it'll be a long, sad trip." He shrugged.
I don't have anywhere else to go."
The survivors of the company had split up while I tended Fade, leaving Rosemere in 2s and 3s to return to their homes. Part of me wished I could have given them something worthy of their courage, but they were only words, and I had never been skilled with those, so it was best they went before I could ruin whatever good thoughts of me they might carry away. A boatman took us across with an oddly deferential air, and when I stood to clamber out of the boat, he kissed the back of my hand. I pulled away, eyeing him in abject confusion. "Why?" I asked. "Because you're the huntress," he said, "and you won the War of the River. You made the territory safe again." I hadn't done so without a lot of blood and pain, many sacrifices from people smarter, braver, and better than me. But I was so flummoxed by his words that I let Gavin drag me out over the side, into the water, and all the way to shore. I cast a look back, but the man was already trimming his sail and turning the little boat back toward the Evergreen Isle. When Gavin and I returned to the battlefield, it had become a graveyard. Row after row of wooden markers stood neatly commemorating where brave men and women died. I stood for a few seconds, my throat too tight to breathe. The brat's fingers stole into mine, and I squeezed them. It seemed so wrong that we were here when Stalker wasn't, when Tully and Thornton were probably buried beneath these fresh black mounds. "Do you ever wonder why them and not you?" Gavin asked. "All the time." The trade routes were oddly clear. Breaking the Horde had driven any straggling elders into hiding, where they would doubtless hunt small game until they died. If they grew bold again, the Urok would send word. Now and then we saw our allies on the road, going about their business. They wore white armbands and lifted their clawed hands in greeting. I wondered if I would ever get used to that. So blasted strange. Gavin and I traveled without trouble, and in the fall it was easy to find forage, berries and nuts, ripe fruit on wild trees, and fat hares lazy from eating all summer long. In that fashion we traveled from town to town, carrying our tidings. Gavin stayed with me as I found the families and told them, one by one. In Gaspard there weren't many, but the weeping was fierce in Lorraine. We stayed there for 2 days, telling stories so that grieving relatives could comfort themselves with the knowledge that their loved ones had been heroes. And they were, of course, every last one of them. It didn't require daring deeds, only the courage to stand when everyone else was running. In Lorraine, I also visited Stalker's grave. As promised, the stone marker had been carved with his name, Stalker the Wolf, and I touched the letters with reverent fingertips. Gavin watched me in silence for a few moments. "Do you miss him?" he asked. "Every day." "We won, my friend. I wish you were here to see it." We went to Otterburn next, and it surprised me a little because I hadn't expected them to send anyone, ever. The counterman had been so definite about the tithe and their determination not to get involved in the war. But there were 15 names on my list, men and women who decided they'd rather fight than cower. "This is an ugly town," Gavin said as we approached. Though I agreed, it wasn't polite to say so where the residents could hear. I shushed him. People were already gathering. At first, I didn't understand why, but then John Kelly called. "I wondered when you'd get here." As he had before, the trader must have carried word about my mission, so the people were already braced and waiting. Without further delay, I read out the names, and 2 women fell to their knees crying. Others comforted them. I was tired of walking, tired of bearing bad tidings, but I still had Winterville before I could return to my family in Soldier's Pond. Rex, Fade and Spence should be there by now. I hoped so anyway. Thank you, I said, striding through the dispersing crowd to meet the trader. The only reason we won at the river is because you blackmailed the towns into sending help. The trader grinned. Not just me. Vince Howe and Marlon Bean got in on the action, too. We all did some shooting that day. Haven't felt so alive in years. It was a day to remember, all right, I admitted. Not just in good ways, but I wouldn't spoil the moment with my dark memories. Where are you headed next? Tomorrow we're off to Winterville, I said. Then Soldier's Pond. I'll buy you a round at the pub if you like. I shook my head. There's somebody I need to find here. Who? I might know him. Otterburn's a pretty small place. I tried to picture the girl Zarok had put in my head. Then I did my best to describe her. I'm not sure of her name, and she'd be older now, maybe by as many as 10 years. There aren't too many black-haired, blue-eyed girls living here. Let me ask around. Before I could say this was my responsibility, John Kelly took off. And honestly, I was weary enough that I didn't mind. I opened my pack and ate some nuts and berries we'd picked on the way to town. Sitting nearby, Gavin devoured his share. I'd noticed how he always stayed close enough to touch me. Nothing obvious, just a bump of his foot or an awkward jab of elbow. At some point over the last few weeks, we'd become family. A bit later, John Kelly came back with the news. There are 2 girls that could be who you're looking for. Should I send for them? If you don't mind. Confluence. One look, and I recognized the child from Zarok's memory, so I dismissed the other. She seemed nervous when I did so. She was a year younger than I was, with long black hair and eyes like the heart of a flower. Before I could stop her, she dropped to one knee, like I was a princess from one of Morrow's stories. Wide-eyed, I glanced at Gavin, who shrugged. He had spent too much time smelling me on the road to think I was special. A number of Otterburn folk lingered to hear what I wanted from her, and I ignored them. When I pulled her to her feet, the girl was shaking. She kept her gaze turned down. "What's your name?" I asked gently. "Millie, ma'am." I debated inwardly whether I should tell her in private, but then I decided such recognition would probably raise her status in town, and she deserved it. "Do you recall tending an injured creature in the woods when you were small?" Her head jerked up. "Yes, ma'am." "She's always dragging home some wounded thing and doctoring it," a man volunteered. But this wasn't a rabbit or a squirrel, was it, Millie? She paled. "No. Am I in trouble? I never brought it near the village." "The exact opposite," I assured her. "I've actually come to thank you, because what you did when you were a little girl saved our lives." By the look on her face, she had no idea what I was talking about, and she suspected I was crazy. So I explained what Zarok had told me, omitting the part where he shared the memory directly, and by the time I finished, everyone in Otterburn was staring at her as if she were the biggest hero they'd ever seen. "So, he remembered me?" she asked in a tiny voice. "He did. And he told his son how kind you were. It's what made the Urok decide to ally with us instead of fighting alongside their kin. You first gave them hope that we could be persuaded to make peace." "I did that?" I smiled at her. "Never underestimate your importance, Millie. You're a hero, Same as anybody who fought at the river. And maybe more. Because it takes more courage to heal the world's hurts than to inflict them. They threw a party in Otterburn that night in Millie's honor, and in celebration of the permanent end to the tithes. Gavin and I crept away while she basked in the attention, and we got half a day down the road before I was too tired to continue, and we made camp by moonlight. In the morning we walked on, and a few days later we made Winterville, where I repeated the tidings with the same results that I'd received in all the towns. Dr. Wilson hadn't lost anyone, but he came out to see me before we left. "Is Tegan well?" I laughed. "She is. Tending the wounded in Rosemere, last I heard." The scientist nodded. "Good. You remind her she promised she'd study with me if she made it through your mad war." "I will." "Are we done here?" Gavin demanded. He had been patient, but the days were cooling off, and I was weary of wandering. We caught a ride with a trader I didn't know on his way to Soldier's Pond, and though the mules were slow, I didn't complain. That night, I dreamt of Longshot. It was the shortest dream I ever had, but one I would cherish until the day I died. We stood in a field of gold, the sun shining down. He was hale and whole as he walked with me. For a little while, he said nothing. Then, "I'm proud of you, girl." Then he turned, melting into the light, until I could see only his face. He offered me one final two-fingered salute, and I woke smiling. Gavin was staring at me because I didn't usually awaken in such a cheerful mood. The mules were flatulent, too, so there was precious little to be happy about, crammed in the back of a wagon amid crates of trade goods. Yet I was. "We're almost there," he said. I hadn't asked if he wanted to stay in Winterville. No doubt he didn't, as he'd lost both his parents, and he'd seemed truly eager to get away. At this point, I didn't know what to do with him, but I'd figure it out. A few hours later, Soldier's Pond appeared in the distance. It took forever for the wagons to reach the fences. I don't need them anymore, I thought. The security measures were unhinged for the first time in my memory, and the guards rushed to greet us. I thought they were eager to check out the supplies, but instead, they pulled me out of the wagon and tossed me up on their shoulders. Other towns had welcomed me, but never like this. As the soldiers carried me, the crowd beyond the gates chanted, "Huntress! Huntress!" until I couldn't hear anything but that. The wild nature of the greeting was unsettling, as if in their eagerness they might pull me apart, like dogs too hungry for the same bone. I tolerated the attention until we got some distance into town. Then I shouted, "Put me down!" "Give the heroine some room," the colonel ordered. Colonel Park pushed through the mob toward me, gesturing so that everyone backed off. I appreciated that, even as I said, "I don't want a party. Tell me something of substance." "I've received word from Appleton. Your Zarok wants to draft permanent peace treaties and trade agreements. As part of the accord, they're offering to share some new technology with us. They've apparently found some fascinating things in the ruins, and they're working out how to use them." I remembered the exploding sticks Zarok and I had used in signaling each other, and I nodded. It would be a mistake to underestimate them, or to treat the Urok with anything less than absolute courtesy. They had done a brave and awful thing by killing their brethren. If my elders all went mad, I didn't know whether I could ally with the enemy to end the threat, no matter how much they deserved it. Just thinking about it turned my stomach. "It's a new world, Deuce." The colonel smiled. I leveled a hard look on her. "I can trust you with this, right?" Colonel Park didn't take offense at the implication. "I'll offer fair terms and respect their customs. Nobody wants the hostilities to resume." Satisfied, I figured it was time to leave the details to other people. Councilmen and mayors in towns all over the territories could sign documents and make promises. To my mind, I had done enough. "I thought your hands were tied," I said then. "Your power limited." She shrugged. I ignored them. They blustered for a while, but the men demanded to march, especially when Vince Howe started yelling about how we'd never see a single wagon load of anything if we were such yellow cowards that we'd let you die. Sounds like quite a speech. Where's my family? I rose on tiptoe and peered through the milling crowd. These men had known me for a while, but they all seemed unduly impressed, like I was about to be amazing while starving, cranky, and covered in road dust. My back was sore, too, from the wagon. "Here," Mama Oaks called. I swear she pushed 2 men down in her haste to reach me. Her face bore heavier lines, but her eyes were warm and calm. When her arms wrapped around me, I breathed her in so deep. I clung and clung to her, promising myself that I'd never worry her so again. "Did Rex get back safe?" I asked, stepping back. "He sure did. Fade, too. And that poor boy, Spence." By her soft tone, I could tell she'd claimed him, too, so the mothering would never end. It might even be enough to save him. Gavin peeped around my shoulder, catching my mother's attention. I grinned. "Then I have a surprise for you. I marched 1 son off to war, but I brought back 2. Both her brows shot up. "It's not nice to tease, Deuce." "I'm not," I told her. "Gavin's lost his mom and dad, and he needs a place to stay. Do you think Edmund could use another assistant in the shop?" With sharp eyes, she catalogued how badly he needed a bath, all the rips in his clothing. Then she put an arm about him. "I'm sure he could, and we have plenty of bunks." Though I was eager to see them, I was glad the others hadn't come to the gate. I didn't want to greet Fade with so many witnesses, and Edmund might cry, but he'd pretend he had dirt in his eyes. Mama Oaks shouldered people out of her way, and if they complained, she fixed them with her sternest look. It worked incredibly well, so that she cleared a path in no time. First thing, I saw Fade waiting outside, well enough to stand. Forgetting my exhaustion, I ran to him, and he caught me with an arm around my waist. In front of my family, he kissed the life out of me, as if it had been longer than a month. When we broke apart, Edmund was tapping his foot. "Is there something you want to say to me, son?" My cheeks went hot, and I started to protest. Luckily, Mama Oaks intervened by introducing Gavin. Then she pointed out how poor the boy's shoes were. Nothing ever motivated my father like the sight of a child in torn footwear, and he was off to his workshop like a shot. For a moment, I frowned because I hadn't gotten a hug from him or a pat on the shoulder even. Mama Oaks winked at me. "You have to expect that sort of thing. You're not an only child anymore." I laughed and put away my mild annoyance because it was so good to be back with them. Rex gave me the tight squeeze I had been looking for, and he spun me, planting a noisy kiss on top of my head. "It's so good to see you. I was starting to worry." "It's not dangerous anymore," I said. "Well, just the normal road hazards." After that, I broke away from Fade, reluctantly, for a bath. Then Mama Oaks did my hair. For the first time in longer than I could recall, I put on a dress, not because someone was making me, but because I wanted to look pretty, as much as I could anyway. Life in the field had pared me down, so I didn't look womanly, or even strong. But Fade lit up when he saw me. I hope he never stops looking at me that way. Whether I wanted one or not, they threw me a party. It was a wild night with piping, drums, and dancing. I sat out because Fade wasn't up to such acrobatics. The worst thing about this town was the lack of privacy. Late that evening, we crept away and couldn't find a quiet corner to save our souls. The empty houses had been filled with men who had come from other towns and traveled to Soldier's Pond with the survivors from Company D. All told, it was probably a good thing, as I hadn't spoken with Mama Oaks yet about certain private matters. So we came back to the party and nestled close, content just being together. The days soon fell into a routine, with Fade recovering, Gavin and Rex working with Edmund at the workshop, and Mama Oaks keeping busy as best she could. But she wasn't happy in Soldier's Pond. It was time for me to offer a gift in return for those she'd given me. So 2 weeks after I arrived, I sat down with her for breakfast. It was late morning. She'd let me sleep in, so there were few people around. The movements outside were so familiar. Men running in formation and soldiers sparring. For some people, this probably felt like home, but to me, it was only a place that sheltered us for a while. First, however, I was wondering if you'd tell me the best way to keep from making any brats. She startled me by providing the information in detail. By the time she finished, I was bright red, but considerably enlightened. Her eyes twinkled at my expression. This woman never stopped delighting me, so I kissed her cheek and thanked her. I don't want to stay here, I added quietly. Her chin lifted in surprise, and I suspected she was braced for me to name some other crazy job that needed doing, which would end with me tired and hurt, and her with more gray hair from sitting at home, worried. Where are you going? There were never any complaints from her, no arguments or attempts to change my mind. I teased her a little, though. A town called Rosemere. Tell me about it? So I did. With eloquence I seldom owned, I described the village in detail. Her face softened as she listened, and a smile formed. Mama Oaks covered me in questions about the people, the customs, the boats, and the market. She seemed half in love with the place before I concluded my account, and she didn't even know what I had in mind. But I'm not the only one moving, I said at last. You and Edmund should pack your things. Soldier's Pond is a worthy place, but it's not for us. Will they let us in? Is there enough space? She was still thinking like a refugee, like someone who had lived her whole life bound by salvation's restrictions. I put my hand over hers. Mama, there are no walls. Evergreen Isle is huge, and the village has lots of room for new houses. You'll love it. Trust me. I do, she said with teary eyes. I'm sure it's everything you say. I don't plan to winter here. If we hurry, we can get there before the first snow, and we might be able to build before the ground freezes. With those words, it was like I lit a fire under her. You'd be surprised how fast I can pack when I'm driven. Nothing good about you would surprise me at all, I whispered, but she was already out the door, ready to uproot their lives on my word. I don't deserve to be this lucky. Fade met me outside the bunkhouse. I hear we're moving to Rosemere. Is that all right? It's a little late to be asking my thoughts, isn't it? In the morning light, I couldn't read his expression. Sometimes I worried that things were different between us, but I hoped it was because we slept in a room with my parents, not because he was mad that I'd left him to heal up alone while I did my duty to the families of the fallen. We were so happy there, I whispered. Then he smiled, assuaging my anxiety. I can't conceive of anything I'd like more. I loved everything about it. Tegan's still there with Morrow. Maybe she'll stay. That would please me mightily, as I'd have all my friends and loved ones close by.
I hope so,
Fade said. It occurred to me then that he might be wondering, but feeling too shy to ask. So I whispered, I'm not breeding, by the way. Fade hunched his shoulders.
I think Edmund knows. He keeps staring at me. That only works if you have a guilty conscience, son.
My father's comment made both of us jump. He stood on the path with his arms folded, tapping one foot.
I thought you said your intentions were honorable.
I might die of this, not in battle.
They are,
Fade said quietly.
Then, it's time to make good on those promises, if you mean to build a life together.
What are you talking about? I demanded. But Edmund was already calling for Mama Oaks.
You two need witnesses.
I stared at Fade, wondering what was going on. My mother came out with a bolt of fabric in her hands, looking annoyed at the interruption.
What's all the bother?
Edmund studied me with sweetness in his eyes. So whatever he was about, he didn't have bad intentions.
Fade, do you promise to be hers, always?
I do, he answered.
And Deuce, do you swear to be his, forever?
Yes, I said, annoyed. He's already mine and I'm already his. Edmund muttered.
Thought so. That's why you needed to make it official.
You have no sense, Mama Oaks chided him. Fade and I traded bewildered looks, and I asked, What just happened?
You didn't tell them they were plighting their troth?
My mother demanded.
They knew.
Edmund showed no remorse.
A wedding should have more ceremony. She should be wearing her best dress, and there should be food and guests, music, a cake. Did you want any of that? My father asked.
I shook my head. I'd only ever wanted Fade, and from what I could tell, this didn't change anything. I'd already promised him forever, just not in front of witnesses, which seemed to be the crucial part. So if Edmund wanted me to tell everyone in Soldier's Pond, I would. Fade was mine, and I was never letting him go. As I'd told him once, and as I'd proven time and again, I'd fight for him, and I'd never stop. Adieu. 2 days later, Soldier's Pond didn't want us to leave. In the end, I talked Colonel Park into it by promising to send letters with the traders when they came to Rosemere. She clutched my hands, more personal than she'd ever been with me. You'll advise me if I need it? You've dealt more with the Urok than anyone. I'm worried about offending them. Treat them like people, I said. You can't go wrong like that. But yes, I'll help if you need me to. I hoped there would be no pleas, no emergencies. The world should sort out its own business so far as I was concerned. I saluted her and left HQ for the last time to join my family at the gate. The guards had loaded a wagon for us, full of fabrics Mama Oaks had begged or borrowed, Edmund's supplies, and the few personal effects the rest of us had accrued. Rex snapped the lines and the mules trotted forward. Spence was a reluctant companion on this journey, but we agreed he couldn't be left on his own. Fade sat in the back with Mama Oaks, while Edmund perched up front beside his son. Gavin and I walked alongside because I had rested long enough, and I'd traveled by wagon often enough to be sure I didn't want to do it more than necessary. As we drove away, the sentries shouted, "Hundress!" like I wasn't tired of hearing it. Rex cast a look over his shoulder. "Doesn't that get wearisome?" "You have no idea," I muttered. We took the journey in easy stages, and it was nice to journey with my family. Now and then we passed other travelers. and not just traders making supply runs as it had been in the days before the victory at the river. Some were human, some Urok, and occasionally we spotted small groups of Gulger, though they seemed shy and didn't speak. The days were chilly, but not freezing, but the nights dropped down cold, and we huddled together under the wagon for warmth and comfort. Gavin acted a bit nervous at first, like he suspected this was all a trick, and when he got comfortable with the idea of being part of a family, we'd take it all away. But by the time we arrived at the big river, he was cuddling up to Mama Oaks. I knew exactly how he felt because I had walked in his shoes, wary and distrustful, unable to believe anybody could care about me without asking for something in return. By then, the trees flamed with color on the evergreen aisle. The name was deceptive, as only a portion of them had perpetually green needles, while the rest turned crimson and gold, framing the village barely visible from this side. Rex paused on a rise, the mules shifting nervously in their traces. Edmund's hand rested on his shoulder, and Mama Oaks pushed to her feet to get a better look. She focused on row after row of grave markers in the field nearby. It hadn't been long enough for grass to grow, and it was too late in the year besides, so the graves contrasted sharply with the brown grass. "So many dead," she whispered. "It could have been any of you. All of you." Edmund shifted in his seat and dug for a smile. This was why I loved him. His steadiness kept her from sorrow. "But it wasn't." As they spoke, Gavin nudged me, offering the tattered banner. "This is yours." But I had noticed how much he loved it, so I got out my knife and cut away the fabric Mama Oaks had used to sew my token in place. I reclaimed the card. "No, this is mine. The pennant's yours. You guarded it well." Gavin ducked his head and curled up beside Mama Oaks. I could tell I'd pleased him. "Let's go," Edmund said. "I'd like to see the place I'll be calling home." The wagon trundled on, all the way to the water, where sailors worked the river. Rex whistled, and I shouted until one of them saw us. He turned his craft, willing to help us cross. I cursed when he recognized me because his manner went from friendly to reverent. "I can't take everyone," he apologized, looking stricken. "But I'll send more boats to carry the rest, plus all your belongings." "You and Edmund go with him." I hugged Mama Oaks, and she looked so excited as my father helped her into the boat. She held on tight as the man adjusted the sail so the wind would send him back to the aisle. Relatively speaking, it didn't take long for more boatmen to arrive. It was lucky we had relatively little, and none of it heavy, but Edmund and Mama Oaks were skilled crafters, so we'd be comfortable soon enough. Rosemere hasn't changed, I thought, as Rex helped me ashore. My parents stood nearby, marveling at the beauty of the place. As soon as he got word, the governor came down to welcome us, shaking my hand firmly and expressing pleasure that I'd brought my parents. They seemed awed by the attention, and though I was past the point of savoring it, their enjoyment was reason enough for me not to run off with Fade or go looking for Stone and Thimble. "How's Morrow?" I asked when he paused in his polite remarks. "He's well, though it was a near thing. I have Dr. Tegan to thank for his life." "She's amazing," I agreed. "I'm sorry he got hurt. He probably blamed me for getting him into trouble, and I'm sorry about that too." To my surprise, the elder Morrow laughed. "Not at all. Nobody has ever been able to prevent James from doing exactly as he pleases. Not even me. The only thing I can do is be here when he comes home." Mama Oaks aimed a pointed look in my direction. "It seems we have something in common, sir." The governor smiled. "So I notice.
You've an impressive number of bags and boxes for a visit. Have you come to stay?"
"If you'll have us," Edmund said. Before I could respond, he was telling Mr. Morrow about his skill as a cobbler and how fine a seamstress Mama Oakes was. I could have hugged the governor when he said,
"We can definitely use people of such skill."
If there was one way to make my parents feel at home, it was by implying they were needed. I listened to them idly, leaning against Fade for warmth, until the governor decided nothing would do but for us to stay as his guests. I declined, preferring to occupy Stone and Thimble's loft, but Mama Oakes, Edmund, Rex, and Gavin accompanied Mr. Morrow. His family lived in the largest house on the island, so there would be plenty of space. Fade and I went along to our friend's cottage. I rapped on the door, hoping they'd be glad to see me. Thimble's face lit with pleasure when she answered, and she swept me into a tight hug. I wasn't the only one who had put aside lessons learned down below in favor of better and brighter ones. "Dare I hope you've come to stay?" she asked. "We have. Not with you," I added. "At least not forever. But I'd appreciate it if we could board here while we figure out something more permanent." Thimble smiled as she stepped back to let us in. "Of course you're welcome." Stone echoed her warm acceptance, and he seemed genuinely glad to see us. We'd all changed so much, but not to the point that we were strangers to one another. That night over dinner, we talked until our throats were hoarse, filling in all the gaps and smoothing the rough spots. Robin was adorable, and while Thimble cleaned up from supper, I held him, and Fade caught me smelling the brat's hair. I ducked my head, conscious of how absurd I likely looked, but his eyes were hot when they lingered. Later, in the loft, Fade whispered, "I've been dying for some time alone with you." He'd spoken these words before, more than once, but this time I knew what he meant. I rolled over and kissed him, then we practiced some more, quietly, and this time we got it exactly right. Afterward, I traced the scar on his side. Fade shivered at my touch, pressing closer. "I came so close to losing you," I murmured. "You never will." I kissed him once, and again, counting back all the times he'd kissed me, until I lost track of the numbers. That got him worked up again, so it was a while before we settled. But a quiet doubt trickled into my mind. "What was that?" Fate had always been good at reading me. "Is it all right when I touch you?" "It's the best thing in the world." But that wasn't what I was asking, and he knew it. So he added, "I don't know if I'll ever be completely fine, and sometimes I have bad dreams. But when you're near, everything feels better." "Then I'll stay close," I promised. Unexpectedly, he stirred, digging around in his pack. "I have something for you." I sat up, intrigued. "What is it?" In reply, he produced a shiny silver wire, festooned with sparkling stones, and I lost my breath. "What? When?" Somehow he interpreted my incoherence correctly. "I bought it after you left. I remembered how much you admired it. I probably should have given it to you when Edmund married us in Soldier's Pond, but I was waiting for the right moment." As he fastened it around my wrist, I whispered, "It's perfect," and silently vowed never to take the bracelet off. In the morning, we began our life together. After breakfast, we strolled through the village, hand in hand. I had no particular destination in mind, but when Fade led me past the docks, I realized he did. He didn't go far, past the last cottages, up a gentle knoll, where the view was incredible. From this vantage, I saw the market, the boats on the river, and the governor's house on the other side of Rosemere.
"This is where I want to build," he said. "If you're willing."
Since I'd decided where we would live without asking him, it seemed fitting for him to choose the site where we'd raise our home and, if life was kind, grow old together, not as people did down below, but like Edmund and Mama Oakes. My heart swelled with the possibility. We could have years and years here in this beautiful place. It was so much more than I ever could have dreamed. It's beautiful. Do we need permission?
I already asked.
I canted my head in surprise. When?
Before you got up this morning. For some reason, you were extra tired.
Fade wore a wicked grin, such pure temptation that I considered pushing him down into the bracken to show him what tired felt like. But we had work to do first. As I saw it, there was one benefit to being the huntress. The way people watched me when we walked back through the village annoyed me, but also meant that volunteers came out in droves to help build our cottage, once we assembled the materials. With half of Rosemere pitching in, the walls went up fast. Then the builders filled in the stones and laid the floors. Stone and Thimble helped, as they'd crafted their cottage, and Thimble had worked out all manner of cunning tricks to make a home snug and cozy. The only dark cloud came from Tegan. One day, while I was working alongside Fade, she made her way out to the site. She stood watching us with a thoughtful expression. I set down my stone and hurried over to her. In my haste to get our house finished, I hadn't seen her as much as I'd have liked. I had reckoned there would be plenty of time to visit this winter, but the melancholy in her expression told me that probably wasn't so. "You can't go," I said quietly. "I can't say goodbye to you, Tegan. Don't ask that of me." My heart broke a little when I recalled Stalker whispering those words to me just before I ran into the Horde. I thought of him often, amid my happiness, and his death was one of my fiercest regrets. I saw that shadow in Tegan's face, too. "Deuce," she whispered. "It's time for me to keep my promise." I knew the one she meant, to Dr. Wilson, and I was supposed to remind her of it, but selfishly I'd hoped she would forget. She didn't belong in Winterville. Or maybe she did, and I just wished she didn't because I needed her nearby. He knows so much, and I want to learn it all. I feel like I have to. I understood that impetus, too, but I wished I could convince her that she didn't have to be anything in particular to be worth saving. Choking up, I reached for her, and she hugged me too tight for long moments. Somehow I managed not to weep into her shoulder. We whispered to each other that it wasn't forever. We would visit and send letters with the traders as they came and went, but we both knew we had come to the parting of the ways. From this point on, there would be no more adventures, no more wayfaring. She would go to Winterville and become a learned soul, while I stayed here on the Isle. "Let me go," she commanded. And I did. I turned around so I didn't have to watch her leave. Then I sank to the ground and cried. Sometimes it felt as if all happiness came at a price. You could never, ever have perfection. Life gave you beauty so you could bear the pain. At length I dried my tears because Fade wore his fierce and brooding look, and I never knew how he would react. Tegan wouldn't thank me if my man charged after her and brought her back, because her path was making me sad. Then I paused my work on the cottage to go to the governor's manor. One person in Rosemere would share my sorrow in equal measure. Morrow opened the door when I knocked, as if he had been expecting me. His face was thin and pale, newly marked with a red scar. The rest of him seemed sound enough, though he still hadn't regained his full strength. I gave him my arm as he escorted me to a large room with a crackling fire. When I was working, I didn't notice the nip in the air as much as when I stopped. "She's gone," I said softly. He lowered his head, the hair falling into his clever face. "I know." "How long before you go after her?" "I'll give her the winter, long enough to miss me." "And if that doesn't work?" I guessed he hadn't told her how he felt about her. I could have explained why she was so leery of men, but as promised, I had kept Tegan's secret, and nobody knew what she'd suffered in the ruins. With Stalker dead, the truth would die with me. "Then I'll come and go until she asks me to stay." His smile was a sweet and somber thing. "I'm working on your story, you know. It's keeping me busy during my convalescence. I hope to have a draft ready for you to read by spring." I smiled at that. Fade can read it to me. It's not my strong suit. For a few seconds, I imagined curling up with my man before a fire, listening to Morrow's words. I couldn't imagine anything better. We talked a little longer, enough for me to be sure he'd be all right in Tegan's absence. But the storyteller was stronger than he looked, and he had one precious gift that rendered him invincible: eternal hope. Either that or he was mad, which might explain why he'd followed me. "I plan to call it the Razorland Saga," he told me. "Why?" "Because of something you said when you were telling me about your journey north, about how the world's all razors that cut you no matter what you do." "It isn't anymore," I said softly. "Thanks to us." Morrow flashed his charming smile, but I saw the bittersweet tinge to his gaze. He would miss Tegan too. "One thing I've always wondered. Why do you greet the Colonel by kissing her on both cheeks? It seems like that would annoy Morgan." "I'm Rosemere's diplomatic envoy," he replied. "My father knew he had to find work to satisfy my need to wander. That's the customary kiss of peace." "Ah." I should have known he was more important than he let on. Just a storyteller indeed. "Then why didn't you identify yourself when you were traveling with me?" His look turned sheepish. "Because I didn't have approval for the mission. My father wouldn't have gotten involved, so I couldn't claim to represent Rosemere when we were building Company D. That I did as James Morrow." I stood, kissed his cheek, and said, "I'll always be grateful." Then I went back to work, along with half the village. The construction seemed to focus Spence, giving him something else to think about, and Rex kept him company. Spence liked him best because they shared a common loss. They didn't talk much, but a certain bond was forming between them. They were also working on a house for Edmund and Mama Oakes, a fact that delighted me. I'd kept the promise to myself at last, and given them a new home. Gavin cavorted more than he worked, proud as a young peacock in his new cloak, which bore the insignia from Company D. With constant labor, it took under a month to complete the cottage, just before the first snowfall. Awed and delighted, I stood inside with Fade, unable to believe we had a place of our own. People soon arrived with housewarming gifts, a tradition on the Isle. Stone-delivered furniture that Thimble had built, while Mama Oakes brought cushions and curtains for the windows. She fussed and helped me hang them, while other village women offered dishes and pots for cooking, linens, blankets, and boxes I didn't open straight away. It was late in the day when they all departed, and along with the small touches, we had a table, chairs, and a bed with a newly stuffed mattress. The cottage was designed much like Stone and Thimble's. For a moment, I let my mind wander, imagining how the years would pass. While I pondered, Fade built a fire in the hearth, the first in our own home. Wonder stole my breath and called tears to my eyes. I refused to let them fall. I opened our first gift. Someone had given us a picture frame, and I knew what to put in it. "Do you still have your token from down below?" "Of course," he said. "It's stupid, but I can't make myself discard the thing. I'm glad." I placed his paper and my card inside the frame, and then I went in search of hammer and nail. Our talismans adorned our new home, and that seemed fitting, part of the old life to carry into the new one. Next, I rummaged in my pack and laid out my two greatest treasures, Longshot's maps, and the book Fade and I had found in the ruins. He came to see what I had, then touched the leather with reverent hands, as if the story meant as much to him. "I can't believe you still have it. And it's still intact, too." I kept it wrapped in oilcloth. "Would you read me the end?" Fade pitched his voice low, and the story had more resonance now. "They were married that very day, and the next day they went together to the king and told him the whole story. But whom should they find at the court but the father and mother of Photogen, both in high favor with the king and queen. Aurora nearly died with joy, and told them all how Watho had lied and made her believe her child was dead. No one knew anything of the father or mother of Nycteris, but when Aurora saw in the lovely girl her own azure eyes shining through night and its clouds, it made her think strange things, and wonder how even the wicked themselves may be a link to join together the good. Through Watho, the mothers, who had never seen each other, had changed eyes in their children. The king gave them the castle and lands of Watho, and there they lived and taught each other for many years that were not long. But hardly had one of them passed, before Nycteris had come to love the day best, because it was the clothing and crown of Photogen, and she saw that the day was greater than the night, and the sun more lordly than the moon. And Photogen had come to love the night best, because it was the mother and home of Nycteris. But who knows, Nycteris would say to Photogen, that when we go out, we shall not go into a day as much greater than your day, as your day is greater than my night. When he finished, I kissed him and whispered, "I love you, Fade," because that was what I'd failed to say when I lay feverish in the wagon. Wearing a smile so broad it threatened to crack his cheeks, he scooped me up and carried me to a chair, a capacious seat with broad arms and fat cushions, cozy enough for two. Idly I wondered if Thimble had designed it for sparking. Today my muscles ached from work more pleasant than constant fighting. Silk was wrong, I thought. I have a builder's heart. I'm glad the story ends that way, so that even the king couldn't part them, like us. "What are kings to us?" Fade asked with a cocky grin. "We changed the world." Incredibly, it was true. I rose to set the book on the mantel shelf above the hearth. Then I added Longshot's folio. "There. That's perfect." "What will you do with those maps?" Fade asked, following me with his gaze. "Give them to our brats," I answered. It was the best legacy I could envision, like giving them the world. "I don't want to wait to name them." By Fade's expression, he felt strongly about that. "Me either. We'll follow topside tradition, like Stone and Thimble." "Did you see how much food they put in our cupboards?" he asked lazily, changing the subject. I was glad. It was a little soon to be talking about expanding our family. Cheeks hot, I shook my head. I'd been busy with Mama Oaks making the place cozy. A lot? Fade watched me with silent admiration. In a moment or two, it would ripen into desire, and we had every right to wander into the back room. Nobody would interrupt or summon us to other business. That was astonishing. Enough for the whole winter, I expect. We've earned a few months of leisure, I told him. What will you do come spring? He reached for me then. I sank onto his lap. Fade nuzzled my neck, and I put my hand to his jaw. Be with you. And I kept my promise. Always. Epilogue. On Evergreen Isle lies the town of Rosemere, and within the bounds of that village, there's a white stone cottage where an elderly couple lives. Pink roses twine around a whitewashed lattice out front, and ivy climbs the garden walls in back. It's a peaceful place, all sunlit and dappled green. There's a cherry tree in the yard, and when he's asked, why cherries, the man who planted it years ago smiles and says, because she loves them. Inside the cottage, a frame on the wall holds an old scrap of paper and a playing card, the deuce of spades. Above the hearth, there's a shelf, where 2 books sit between wooden statues. One is very old, produced by the world before, and its spine is imprinted with the title, The Day Boy and the Night Girl. The other is written on parchment in a fine hand, illustrated in colorful inks, and hand-bound in leather. The first page reads, The Razorland Saga, by James Morrow. Though they have a library full of books to choose from, village children often ask for this story, for they're enchanted by Tegan of the Staff, Stalker the Wolf, Deuce the Huntress, and He whose colors will not fade. They're comforted by these familiar legends and the account of how the world came to hold its current shape. When he's not reading to children who have stolen away from their chores, the man spends his days making armor for young people determined to seek their fortunes and see the world. Until recently, his wife taught those adventurers how to fight, preparing them for the journey. But now that his hair has gone white and hers silver, she prefers to tend her garden. They have children, this pair, long since grown and gone away, exploring through a legacy of maps. Sometimes they, too, visit with stories. They ask the boatmen to bring them home, and their parents are always pleased, welcoming them with the same gladness they learned long ago from people who loved them too much to make them stay when the world was calling. Tales regarding the role these two played in the War of the River, before the Golger rose from down below, before the Urok signed the peace treaties. But as time wears on, their neighbors can hardly credit that this sweet couple is as dangerous as the legends claim. Therefore, folks suspect their friend, Morrow the storyteller, must have exaggerated the accounts. Sometimes, a cloaked figure is spotted slipping in and out of the house, but nobody can say who it might be. This aged pair enjoys their small intrigues, even yet. Most locals would dismiss the folklore entirely, except that once a year, on the Day of Peace, the pilgrimages commence. People travel from as far away as Gaspard, from Winterville, Otterburn, Lorraine, and Soldier's Pond, all over the Free Territories, and they bring gifts. For 3 days and nights, they camp outside the cottage in Rosemere, hoping to meet the huntress and he whose colors will not fade. Once a year, these two tell the tale in their own words, not Morrow's, to those who care to listen. Because these two believed their actions mattered, because the huntress chose peace, forgave her enemy, and laid down her knives. The territories changed forever. That is the lesson of ultimate courage, taught by Tegan of the Staff, who devotes her life to learning in honor of a sacrifice made so very long ago. This is the story written in the bones, and that homage will continue as long as the world turns, until it loses its ragged edge, and new heroes arise. But those are other stories.
This is Emily Bauer. We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of Horde. This program was produced by John Marshall Media. Text copyright 2013 by Anne Aguirre. Production copyright 2013 by Macmillan Audio. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.